What is up, YouTube? It's me, the Artisan MC, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So make the Cash App or the PayPal ring. So I had my coffee. I had my breakfast. I'm here. And it is cold in Cali, which is, it happens. But 40 degrees and tornadoes in some places is weird. So I'm bundled up. Got the old company emblems on, but it's a warm hoodie, and I love hoodies. You know, you really don't realize you have a problem until you start looking in your closet and realizing that it's just stacks of fucking hoodies and t-shirts. I like what I like, man. Told a chick that. I like what I like. At least it's consistent. So let's see who we got in here, and then we're going to move on with this show. The link is in the chat if you want to come up, you want to jump in the chamber. You got something to say? Do that. Shout out to the Malika Me Bang, saying peace, artisan and the Geek Elite family. Peace to you, Malika. Malika donated on Thursday, so I'm going to give Malika that thing he's known for, and that is the 3B salute. Appreciate you, Malika. I see good old Trust in the building. She got a new picture. That's cute. Showing that black excellence over there. Look at that. Got that good skin look on the picture. What's up, Trust? She dancing in here. Okay, good. And I picked some West Coast classics, but that's what I was listening to last week, so I want to give him some shine. Shout out to JT, the bigger figure. I don't know where he is right now, but he made some good music out the Bay, not a major label, just himself. So I appreciate that. Peace to Trusty. Shout out to the Maple Leaf in the building. What's good, Andre? The Jamaican, the jerk Maple Leaf. Jamaican Maple Leaf. Says salute to artisan and good people in the chat. What's good, Andre? And who we got else? We got Beastly Nerd. Welcome to the Danger Room. That should be the name of your stream, dude. Welcome to the Danger Room with Beastly Nerd. That's Stars and Goddess. Stars and Goddess. Got Black Bane in the building. What's good, Bane? He said, good afternoon from Texas. He's still in the TX, holding it down in Texas. Saw that one picture, that one video you put up of, what did it say, Texas nights and the clouds going over the sky and it was dark. That should look eerie as fuck. It looked cool, but it looked eerie as hell. So appreciate you, Bane. Come on, man. What the hell is this? What is this? What is this S stuff? Man, I gave you a new thumbnail. How to use that? You know how to do that? Talk to me. Call me up. I'll tell you how to fix that shit. Hey, when people don't use stuff I give them, piss me off. Piss me off, man. We like me when I'm pissed off. Cold and tornadoes. Seriously, it is crazy. Yeah, they had a tornado the other day in Scotts Valley, which is, if you look on the map for California, you look for San Francisco Bay Area, you go a bit south down to Santa Cruz Bay Area, you'll see where Scotts Valley is. It's right in the hills, right in between Santa Cruz and San Jose. Ain't no reason they're supposed to be having a tornado over there. No reason at all. But they did flip some cars over and whatnot, something that we don't see here. Like, yeah, you can pick up somebody's little wagon or some shit like that, but you ain't supposed to be flipping over no cars. I want to believe people just driving crazy, freaking out, but video is video. Believe what you want to. But it happens here sometimes. It gets cold enough to where you will see some funnel clouds and stuff like that. It's not usually big, but apparently this one was. What's up to my Scorpio brother, Joe Herb? What's good, Herb? I'll see you in a minute. Appreciate you coming through. Salute to the Me Bang Gang. Bang, bang, bang. I didn't get a notification for your Craven review, by the way, but I haven't watched it since. I haven't done a Craven review. That's why. I haven't done a Craven review. Some of this shit run on support. And if you ain't supporting me doing a review, I ain't fucking doing it. Why should I? I didn't go see Craven. I got other things to do that I pay my money for. Reviews take time. Reviews cost money. You not donate to that shit, why the fuck should I do it? Plain and simple. Plain and simple. I get paid to do certain things because I'm good at it. It's no different on YouTube. No different. So right now, I'm playing really good at pool. And they're going to pay me to go to Vegas and play and beat somebody else. Simple. Blaine said it's cold. It's cool, muggy, and warm at the same time out here in Texas. Yeah, you on the Gulf. You're on the Gulf. Texas and cold don't go together to me. It's like the first time I watched a video. No, it was the Fire in the Sky movie about alien abduction that happened in Snowflake, Arizona, which sounds like an oxymoron, but no, they get snow. Like, get the fuck out of here. Arizona and snow don't seem to go together at all. Well, if you're in that mountainous region, it's cold, you get snow. It's just how that shit works. So Texas and cold don't necessarily work to me unless I think of it as a desert, which most of it is, and that you understand that any place really hot during the day, temperatures drop off like ridiculously as soon as the sun goes down, which means it can get cold as hell. Cold as hell. Vegas can be cold as hell at night. You don't know that because you're usually there in the summertime. You're there in the wintertime, you'll understand. You will understand. So appreciate you, Sam Blackbane. I will give you, for supporting the stream, I will give you the power of 20 mini.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Appreciate you, Bane. Touching down. Where is he at? Let's see, Jack 77. What's good with you? Appreciate you, Jack, for coming through. The Bizarro Simbo. First live stream is up, working on some new thumbnails now. Well, that's good. As long as you use that Dark Beast thumbnail. As long as you use the Dark Beast. But Dark Beast don't say stars and garters. You don't say none of that shit. He don't say none of that shit because he ain't like, yeah, you know what's happening. Yeah, yep, you fixed it. You got to center it up a little bit. Well, yeah, you fixed it. Yeah, smoking. I got another one. I'll send that one to you too. Joe Herb getting love from Toya. That's what's good. Andre said, I just seen Craven in the titles. Sorry, I thought you reviewed it. Did I put Craven in the title? I don't think so. No, I didn't do a Craven review. I haven't went and seen it yet. I was off on the week that it came out. I thought it came out last weekend before last stream. I thought it came out that weekend. It didn't. It came out this weekend, 13th. 13th. That's okay. I'm missing some dates. So it came out this weekend, and no, I didn't go see it because I was busy. I had follow-up matches, which I won. And then I had another playoff match on Friday. So I played Tuesday, won against this one team. I played Thursday and won against that same team, but it's 9-ball instead of 8-ball. And then Friday, I had a follow-up match against that same team on in 8-ball because we're in the playoffs. So, and won that game too. So I've played two of the better players in this league. Like I am supposedly a skill level 3. They were skill level 7s, and I beat both of them. So people are actually looking and observing and thinking, "Oh, you're getting better." I told him, no, I'm getting back to where I was. It's not getting better. It's getting back to where I was. So it's very simple. The less you miss, the better you do. The more control you have over that little white ball, that little white bitch on the table, the better you'll do as well. And I'm getting that control back slowly, but it's coming back. The shot selection was always there. It's just getting that control and that finesse back. Even playing on fucked up bar tables, which they don't know this. I hate playing on bar tables. It's too fucking easy. It's too easy. It's too small. I like playing on full-size tables, actual pool tables. So if you're used to playing on full-size tables, when you play on bar tables, everything is tighter. Your game is tighter because you're shrinking it down. You don't have to use as much force to get as far. So that's all it is. It's readjusting the power modulator. So I've been doing good. And my A-ball team has a game tonight, more of those follow-up games. So I might go and support them. I don't have to play, but I might go and support because the guys on my team shoot, and we're taking on the first place team. So as many times as we can give them a spanking, I'm down for, because I'm competitive. Fuck them. That's why I don't care who's on the table. Higher than me, lower than me, I don't give a shit. I'm here to play who's ever at that other end and myself. So I'm going to give them what I got. Plain and simple. Andre said I just rewatched Sonic 2 yesterday with my daughter in preparation for Sonic 3 this week. Yes, good idea. I still got a fresh memory of Sonic 2, but I might watch it again. I watched a bunch of other stuff yesterday, which I enjoyed, and I'm looking forward to being off. I got 2 days of work this week, and then I'm off the rest of the week until Monday of next week. Because, that's how when you got that PTO time that you don't want to lose when they only roll over 40 hours, then you got to do something. And basically, I have to take 3 days off paid so I don't lose those hours and roll over the other 40. So I'm taking 3 days off. I thought I was going to end up in Vegas. I will not, because I have to do some stuff around here that needs to be taken care of. I don't want rolling over into the next year. So I will be still in Cali, but got some video making, some movie watching to do. Realized I never went through the Harry Potter series. I've never watched all of the Harry Potter movies. I watched the first one. I watched the last two. I didn't watch any of those ones really in the middle. And there's something, I have a question in my head I'm trying to answer. So I'm going to watch those Harry Potter movies. I got those slated up. So I'm going to watch those and get through those and see what's what with that. Oh, we got one clip in it, one bullet in the chamber. I see you back there, Beast. Just hold tight, sir. Just hold tight, hold tight. So yeah, Sonic 2 will be a good rewatch. It'll be fun. It'll be quick. It's not overly cerebral to where you have to invest a lot of brain power into thinking about that shit. It's just fun to get back familiar with the characters, voices, and stuff like that, and then jump into the next movie to see where the story progresses from there. Excuse me. You're in a pool league? Yes, I am. APA, American Pool Players Association, started by Jeanette Lee, who I just found out today, thanks to Black Bane, has been fighting ovarian cancer, which is fucked up. Fucked up. Partly because she's a hot Asian chick. She was. She might still be. I don't know. But just because cancers are rough. Cancers are rough. My uncle, my grandfather, my father have had their battles with prostate cancer, different types of cancer. This shit is not fun. I know that motherfucker is waiting for me, on the other side of 50 or 60, was hanging out somewhere. Because if you've ever done one of those like family trait cancer trees or whatever, I got it on both sides of the tree, from my mother's side and my father's side. Heavy. I mean, that motherfucker can only fall directly on me or my kids, which means I'd probably prefer it landed on me and not my kids, not my grandbaby. So it might happen that way. So I try to take care of myself. I don't smoke anymore. You heard it was stage 4. Yeah, that's fuck. Look, I don't even know all the stages of cancer, but I know the higher up you go, the worse off it is. Fucking like Jesus. Jeez. I'm still wondering though, at the same time, do they even know what causes ovarian cancer? Do they even know? Gotta be something. I'm sure she ain't had no American diet forever. There gotta be something. I just believe that everything has a cause. Nothing just spawns out of the nothingness and becomes a thing. It has a cause. It's caused by something. Excuse me. She a hot chick, but I don't think she was doing a lot of risky fucking and stuff like that. I don't think that's it. So I don't know what it is. But it is a rough way to go, especially if you take care of yourself. But yes, I'm in a pool league. And I enjoy it because it gives me the opportunity to do something I love regularly, like drawing, watching movies, talking about geek shit. And yeah, possibly doing these streams. Appreciate you, Beast, for the wins. Yeah, I tried, man. That last one, it was a win, but it's not the way I like to win, put it that way. Because it could be considered, not on my part, but it could be considered luck because he fucked up. And that was the captain of the team. He fucked up. Well, because it doesn't matter necessarily. This is the backstory on this. Because it doesn't matter what skill level you are, you have more of a handicap when you're a higher skill level playing a lower skill level. Right. But it's basing it on what your particular skill is supposed to be, right? So he was a 7, I'm a 3. It's 4 levels above me, meaning that he had to win, I think it was 3-4 games. I only had to win 2. And we're playing 8-ball. I won that first game handily. You're shooting like shit. And I know how to play defense. I wasn't leaving much of anything. Second game came down to we both came down to both of us shooting on the 8, and I missed my first shot at the 8. Didn't have a good angle, missed it. I was gonna chalk that game up and say we're going on to the third game. He shot and scratched. Doesn't do that all the time. But it's because that bar table is shitty. It has a slant to it. He scratched. In this league, scratching on an 8-ball does not mean you've lost the game. That's ball in hand for the next player. Meaning you can put it wherever you want to and then shoot on that ball. Put it where I wanted to and shot the 8 in that same corner he was going for. Game over, second game won. That's it. That's the match. So it wasn't the way I like to win, but it was a win. They play slop in this league, meaning that you don't have to call your shots. And if one of your balls falls, you keep going. It's like, that don't prove no kind of skill. I mean, when people are in a tight spot, they just hit them hard and hope something fall. I don't like that shit. I don't really like that. But that's the way they play. That's the rules they playing by in this league. That's the rules. Well, fuck it, I will use it. It's like playing 9-ball here. Playing in this league for 9-ball. Regular 9-ball rules is, you shoot 1 through 9. If you get a combination, say a 5 to the 9 in the corner combination, and you're supposed to be shooting on a 5, and you can make that combination, you won the game. That's it, right? Okay. In this league, yes, you've won the game. Yes, you got 2 points for the 9-ball, but every ball that's left on the table is a point that your ass don't get because you're playing to a point total. So say my point total was 25, I'm playing 2, and their point total was 35. And when I shot that 5 to the 9 combination, I left maybe 6, 7, 8, 3 balls on the table. I don't get those 3 other points. I don't get those 4 other points. I don't. I just shorted myself for 2 points. So it makes you go through every ball. Makes you go through every ball to sink them in because you're playing for a point total. Now, if you get your ass in a rough spot with somebody that's really good, you like, I can't turn this over. If you got that combination, you better take that motherfucker. Get that rack. Because otherwise, they're going to beat your ass. They're going to shoot out. And a 9-ball run and 9-ball can happen. Right. When I practice and train myself, I go for 9-ball runs. My best so far has been 7, between 5 to 7 ball run. Off break, just shoot. But I still think in straight pool terms, I'm shooting everything. I'm shooting not to miss. I don't give a fuck what number the ball is. I'm shooting not to miss and to always have a shot anywhere on this table. Always, because I will risk. It's one of the few places you'll see me risk a lot. Because no nuts, no glory. And fuck it, it's just a game at the end of the day. So I will risk. I will do certain things. Only thing I don't do, because they don't allow it as much in this league, because they want to be picky on how they do it, is I don't jump shots. Because how they believe the technique is to jump a shot is completely different from how I believe you jump a shot. The way I did it, they want to say it was scooping, but that was when I first started playing, and I had only played like 2 matches. So they got super technical when they saw me do that shit. Oh no, you can't do it that way. That's scooping. No, it wasn't. But all right, whatever. There's a technique to it, and it was like a motherfucker wanted to explain the shit to me, and I looked at him like he was fucking stupid. This is the dude I, won against Thursday. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that was the dude I won against Thursday. He was shooting shitty. But so I don't do that at all. But massages and stuff like that, I'll do that all day. Especially if it's needed, because it's just another tool in the toolbox. I pull out what's needed. If I can make every shot on the table, banks, kicks, and everything else without having to jump, then fine, I don't have to jump. So, excuse me, nose is itchy. So it's different rules for this league. There's another league around here, which is a BCA, but I play APA, and I just play by the rules, in this town. So we're doing pretty good. Both of my teams are doing pretty good. I should say both of the teams I'm on are doing pretty good, and we're taking on the first place team in both. And it's the same team. Got a lot of good players, and these are the people I want to play. These are motherfuckers that make me hungry to play because they are really good. There's one guy I want to play him on a table. I do. I want to play like 10 games with him on a table because I think I got him now. I got him. I see how he think. I see how he picked his shot selection. That moment in if you ever seen it, The Hustler with Paul Newman, and he just sits there and watches Minnesota Fats shoot, and they're playing straight pool, which means you just keep shooting until you miss. Your point totals is in the hundreds of thousands. It's like, I can take him. I'm going to take him. Yeah, I think I got that motherfucker. I think I got his number now. I want to get on the table with him. They haven't put me on the table with him because I guess they're afraid that I'd lose, like it fucking matters. But his skill level is so much higher than mine that there's a handicap already. I just want to get him on the table to see if I can press his ass, because most people don't press him. They're scared of him. And I'm not scared of anybody jumping on this goddamn table. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was Jeanette Lee. My only thing would be to focus on the game and not be trying to look at her ass. That's about it. I like female pool players. So that's it. That's some talk y'all wasn't even expecting, but I told you I geek out on a lot of things. One of the things I geek out on is pool. I am a pool player. Vegas taking bets on pool. We go. I figured out more from being in this league that there's a team and there's an individual, and it starts in March. So this playoff stuff is for where we go, who goes in March. And I'm in two separate, same league, two separate divisions. I'm in three actually, but I don't go all the way out to Dixon to play every Monday. Mondays are usually fucked up. But my Tuesday and Thursday, my 8-ball and my 9-ball, yeah, we up there. That's why we having these playoffs, to see who's going to Vegas in March. And I told y'all last year, I should have been playing this year, I should have been playing in that damn thing, but I didn't have enough games under my belt to play. I only had like 8, needed 10 minimum. Oh, I got way over 10. That's why I was playing in multiple divisions. So there's no excuses next year when it comes time to go to Vegas. I've played on 2 separate teams, 2 separate divisions, and I don't miss matches. Just like I don't miss streams. I don't miss matches. I show the fuck up. So I don't want to hear no excuses when it comes down to March about who going and what we playing in. I play individual. I play teams. It don't fucking matter. I want to play in that goddamn tournament. I said that. That is a life goal. So that's what I'm doing. Working towards that goal week by week. Yes, professional pool tables are bigger. They're not bar tables. Professional pool tables are what, 8? Is it 4? Fucking hell, I forget my numbers now. 4x8s, 4x9s. Snooker tables are the biggest. If you look up the sizes, I'm forgetting the sizes right now. This coffee is weak as shit. Forgetting the sizes right now, but bar tables are a lot smaller, like 3 foot by 8 foot. Cushions are usually hard as fuck or raggedy as hell, super soft. So normal bank shots will not go in. You have to hit it differently, different spots, which means you're changing the geometry in your head when you're getting down for your shots, changing the power that you use. But that's why you practice on the table. So I was talking to my teammate. He's a little younger dude. He's in his 20s, but he shoots pretty good. He just bought his second stick. And I told him, we were talking last week, and I asked him, what do you think I'm doing when I'm practicing on the table? Why do you warm up on the table? He said, you warm up on the table not to see if you're just making your shots. You're warming up on the table to see how the table rolls, how it feels, which rag, which angles you have to switch. You know, you're seeing how the table rolls. Does it lean? When you roll a shot down the edge, does it swerve out or does it swerve in towards the pocket? Or the pocket's super hard to get in if you just want to bump it in off the inside cushion, or will it pop the ball back out? Is it a smooth drop, or will it come right back at you if you try to power it in there? It's a lot of stuff that you have to account for and calculate when you're shooting that you work out while you're practicing on that table to see how it is. You'll find the dead spots in the table too. Like, I don't know, the slate needs to be redone. The cushioning, not the cushion, but the felt needs to be redone. And this one table I played on Thursday, that's what it was. It's a fucking raggedy table. It needs to be redone. It's not even balanced correctly because they got fucking coasters under one of the feet. And not one or two. They got like 5 or 6 coasters under that bitch. It's not level right. It's so irritating to me. I'm thinking of going in there on my off day with my level and releveling that goddamn table. But it might throw off everybody else because they used to it being fucked up. Might throw off their game when I do that shit. So, you know, I'm debating. But yes, professional pool tables are bigger. Anyway, moving back to actual movie cinephilic geek stuff. Didn't finish the last book. I never read any of the books. Only person I know that read through all of those books was Ford. And my son and daughter weren't into Harry Potter. They didn't read those books. They were reading other stuff. Which in case I didn't read it either. Yeah, that's a good practice, especially if they keep, since the way they keep doing things, which is they just keep making sequels and expanding on the story. Might as well. You read through most of them. Yeah, that's your age. That's your age group, Beast. Excuse me. That is your age group. So I don't doubt that you've read it. That's people who are really into Harry Potter are about your age range. I just know my kids aren't because they didn't read that shit. So they're not as whooped up about it as most other folks. You know, there is a stage 5, but you don't survive it. That's the whole point. Stage 5 is you out of here. The 5th step, gone already. You don't get out of stage 4 alive. One of the younger sisters had leukemia. And peace and blessings to her. But the part is a good pool player. Otherwise, talented players will win every game. Yeah, that's a part of any game. That's a part of any game. Like Michael Jordan is good about talking about it. Yeah, you know him for all the shots that he made. You never saw all the shots that he fucking missed. Never saw all the shots that he missed. That's why I don't worry about it. Like, everybody can lose. Everybody can fucking lose. Unless you cheat. When you started playing, you were losing. That means your loss column is always a hell of a lot bigger than your win column. Just because we only started tracking your wins and losses in this short 10 weeks of time, don't mean you ain't lost a whole shitload of games. Right? The games I played against my son and his friends the other week, those wins don't go on my shit for my league. They don't know nothing about them. They don't. That was 12 games back to back. Didn't get off the table. If I go out to a bar or a pool hall and I'm just playing the people who's there and I'm beating them and I don't get off the table, those motherfuckers don't count either. They don't know nothing about that. They only know what happened on this day with this player on this night. That's it. They never know the full win-loss. I know it for myself. They don't know it. So the trick is to bring that forth when it matters, at the time that it matters. And that's what you fight against all the time, especially since the table is always different and the player is always different. You have to adjust all that shit on the fly and be able to either tailor your game, step it up, or step it back at any moment. Or just play hard every time. Every time. But there's a lot of good Filipino pool players because apparently that's all they do in the Philippines is fucking play pool and break dance. Part of that is a joke. But it's a lot of good Filipino players. Probably a lot of good black players too, but they're too busy bullshitting and trying to reenact the shit they seen in some fucking music video about gambling and stuff like that, and not just buckling down on the goddamn game and coming in and dominating this shit. Two motherfuckers last night. Three, actually, the other night. Two of them wanted the number for my team captain to get into the league and play. Why did they finally pipe up about getting into the league and playing? Because there's a white chick on the other team. And she kind of loose around the brothers, even though she might be married. They want to fuck. So now they really interested in pool. Oh yeah, man, how we do this, huh? Can I get your number and y'all ain't gotta do this? Oh yeah, I'm gonna get in, man. I'm gonna get in. You ain't gonna do shit. You'll be lined up behind that Filipino dude waiting to fuck that bitch. Stupid. Wrong reasoning. Pussy be the downfall of us all. Yeah, Beastly, trying to be cool instead of just playing. No, trying to impress a bitch. This is the most. This ain't the one. Let's just put it that way. This ain't the one. This is the one that makes me think of my crazy ex all the time. Every time I see her, she's making me think of my crazy ex. Because my crazy ex can play really well. She can play really well, right? But she used to be that girl whose boyfriend was a pool player that played league, played really good. She plays really good, right? And she's told me stories about when she was dating him and playing and how she started playing. But it's nothing that I would have seen, right? So I have to imagine how she actually was outside of what she told me, right? This is how I think she actually was. Because this chick come in here, she put a wedding ring on the other finger, and she really touchy. She keep introducing herself to me like I don't remember who the fuck you was. Like the first time I saw you, we was in another bar, and you was all up on this black dude. I thought that was your boyfriend because you was being hella flirty and shit like that. But then you over here trying to talk to me. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I just watch. I'm an observant motherfucker. I pay attention. Your team captain seemed awful low-key possessive, like he tapping that shit. Now my thinking, you might be using that shit to throw people off their game. You know, sex does confuse men sometimes, like they never had it. But that overly flirty, seeming kind of loose, possibly drunk shit, it's not necessarily attractive to me. And that's problematic. That's like warning sign shit. So I don't know. I overheard that she said she was married. I'm like, if you married, do your team captain know? Because he acting like he's fucking you. He can't do shit once you show up. You go nowhere. He buying you drinks and all kind of shit. Like, goddamn. And he got to walk you out. She rolled in here by herself. Why you got to walk her out? Okay. Maybe you are. Maybe you're not. I don't. Grown folks do what grown folks do. Sometimes I don't want no parts of that shit. Not my business. I'm here to play pool and take names. That's what I'm here for. And I am really good at ignoring women playing pool because I end up playing against women too. Don't matter. I am not a gentleman on this table, man. Everybody get it equally. Fuck you. Equal banks and equal shots. What did Herb say? Didn't know professional pool was so involved with rules. Just played stripes or solids. That's just a regular pool game. But yes, it's a lot of rules to it. Even playing a regular pool game, you know there's rules to it. It's just how the different leagues make up some different rules. That's it. How they put in some other rules for them for how they play. We got the jerk maple leaf up here. Jamaican maple leaf. Not that you're a jerk, you're Jamaican. Jamaican maple leaf. It sounds like spicy fucking maple syrup. Have you ever watched professional pool? Yes, often. That was how I knew who Jeanette Lee was. My favorite pool player is Jeanette Lee, Steve Miserak. I don't know most of these newer guys, but Miserak was the one who got me into really learning how to play pool. That was one of the first books I bought on pool when I just decided this was going to be the game I was going to play. I was going to try to master this shit when I was 16, 17. That's what I did. Sat my ass down, read his book, and just start playing. Flat out that I'd always enjoyed it when I was a young kid, but this was the point I decided I was going to take it serious. Because there's math involved in it. There's angles. Geometry that you don't think black folks know how to do. Do that shit in my head. Like I said, I thought I was stupid in math forever, the way California teaches it, until I got out on a construction site and realized I'm not dumb at this at all. I'm just visual. They want you to stare at the paper. I'm visual. I need to see it. So I'm not daydreaming. I'm manipulating an image. I always call my shots. Always. It's training. I always call my shots. That's how I know it's not luck. In this league, you don't call your shots. That's why it's called playing slop. They don't call their shots. So if it failed, even if it fell in the wrong pocket, you still accept it. For somebody who calls shots, that's slop. That's sloppy. You didn't call that shit. You take that shit out. No. I always call my shots. Even if I don't have to say it out loud in this league, I do it in my head. I always call my shots. And I play pool like I play chess. It's 4 shots ahead. 3 to 4 shots ahead. So best believe if I made this shot, there's 2 other ones coming behind it that I already know I was lining up for. Because pool is like playing chess. Only difference is you're not sitting there thinking. You actually thought it out, and now you have to execute with your body outside of just moving pieces. But it's the same thing. You're still moving pieces around. So in this league, the only shot you call is the 8-ball shot. You have to mark your pocket. That's the only time they don't play sloppy. Any other time, shit fall, don't matter. Leave it in there. Have not seen the Seoul Korea Pool League. It's based off of calling shots, not just ball sunk. You call every shot. Me, as a rule, if I'm playing, you call every shot. Every one of your shots. You put that shit in the wrong pocket, it comes back out and it's spotted up. And you can run at that shit again. But you're going to call every shot. That eliminates the luck factor. And that's how you figure out people who have actual skill and people who play off a lot of goddamn luck. You're hitting them hard and hoping they fall. What I've seen is female. Females play really good pool. You'd be surprised. You'd think that their breast and stuff like that get in the way. No, I've seen, look, I lost a game last week, I think, playing 8-ball against an old lady. It was an old lady, older than me. She played. That old bitch can play. She was making some lucky shots, but she was making them. It's just what the fuck it is. Sometimes they roll right, sometimes they roll fucked up. She was making some lucky shots, but she could shoot. I don't have a problem with that shit at all. That shit is actually arousing. Not to with the old lady. Just saying. A woman who can play pool really good, dude. That shit is on my dating profile when I was on Tinder and shit like that. It's one of the things, ways to my heart. Can you fucking play pool? Because so far, I've only met one woman who can actually really play and can actually beat me. And that was Crazy X. And she talks shit. So that shit was overly fun. She looks sexy doing it, and she can play. Holy shit, I ain't even got to play her easy. We go out to the bar, we on the pool table, like, fuck the rest of these people in here drinking, man. I'm gonna beat your fucking ass. And she be talking the same shit. Oh, maybe I'll let you win tonight. Oh, really? Let's go. You ain't said shit. So I think our total for all the times that we played, I think we're tied up. Because I spank her a little bit, she spanked me a little bit. It's like, God damn, I gotta stop doing that shit. I can't do that shit with your ass. Fuck you, because she talks shit. So if she wins, she gonna be in that motherfucker loud. Hell no, you're not dealing with that shit. Mm-mm. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. I'm not dealing with that. No, I gotta abuse you on the table. Yeah, exactly, BC. Let me. Oh, motherfucker, it's on. It is fucking on. We gotta go. But that's what it is, because she plays that good. There is no, it's my chick. We'll go easy on her. She don't even really know how to hold a stick. Yes, the fuck she do. And no, you better not. No, you better not. Your ass will get spanked. You better play her like you playing a professional. She'll make you regret that shit, because she will talk shit. She will talk shit. There will be shit talking involved, and you will hate it. You want to punch her in her fucking face. Not that you're supposed to hit women. I'm just saying you want to. But that motherfucker will get to go, and you'd be like, this bitch right here. Ugh, shouldn't have let her win that game. You didn't let her. It's one of her defining features. That motherfucker can play. It's not a game. I'm looking to see if I had this damn video. It's not on here. Man, Cash App ain't ran one time. Oh, Joe Herb did. Shout out to you, Herb. See, Herb donated to the stream. Appreciate you, Herb. Stay. I will give you. You didn't note it, but I'm gonna give you the power of many. Appreciate you, Herb.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
And shout out to the Swift. He said, Geek Sunday tribute question about Doom Prophecy. Go ahead. You pay for it, man. Ask your question, Swift. What's your question on Doom Prophecy? Once I give you this 3B salute. Appreciate you. Put your question in there, Swift. Asked and answered, sir. Asked and answered, sir. Hell yeah, she's playing for keeps. She wasn't crazy to play to keep her ass. Because that would be fun. Ex-wifey can play pretty good too. I taught her a lot though. But she can play pretty good. It's not to the same level though. That's the only thing. It doesn't take anything away from her. It's just it's not to the same level as Crazy X. Crazy X plays way good. Way good. And I didn't teach her anything. She was playing good when I met her ass, which is like I said, arousing. Okay. It's what the hell it is. I like what I like. Shout out to the Beastly Nerd for also supporting the stream. I didn't see Swift's question yet. Okay, here it is. I see it down there. 1 second. Since I picked up my phone, I have to do this admin part. Got to do the admin part. So, Swift, I gave you your 3B salute, and to the Beastly Nerd, the Black Beast of the Geek Space, the Dark Beast of the Geek Space. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, man.
Number what? 3 or 4 times I ain't telling no lie, I just run it up. Never let a hard time on the
I was looking for this damn video real quick. It would be 4 score in 2021. Is it 2021? When did Trump get elected the first time? One of the things I like and hate about cloud service. Oh, there it is. So it's 2020. It holds on to a lot of stuff that I didn't know it was uploading, but sometimes I'm happy that it did. Other times I'm getting these random ass, this day in history pictures like, oh, I forgot all about this. Thanks for ripping that emotional scar. I needed that in my life. I needed to remember that time. It's still December. It also makes me figure out that I ain't always been about shit. Some people think they was always innocent and that the stuff that happens is, you know, totally not their fucking fault. This shit helps me look back and understand that I was not innocent. Like I said, the only innocents are actually kids. I was not an innocent camper. So can't be playing. What the fuck? Like, oh, I don't know how it happened. She was just crazy. Was she? Did you make her fucking crazy? I think I might have made her crazy a little bit responsible for that. All right, let's see. Stuck it. Maggie. Critical role of human energy and female salvation. That could be a good one. I might actually get a chance to catch up on some YouTube videos. Where's the damn video? Fuck not. Apologies, you guys. I'm just dove into these pictures. I'm just looking for the video for this thing. I found the still. Good thing is it's all dated. I just don't see the video I'm looking for at the moment. Everything else but that. There's a fucking video. So that was something that we shared in common, a loafer pool. There we go. Found it. All right. So I'm going to bring this up. You can't see your face, so you can't get mad at me. I'm going to bring this up. And mind you, this was during fucking COVID. 80% storage. Fuck yourself. See what I see y'all in the back. I got 2 in the chamber. Got 2 in the chamber. All right. Go. We are going to expound on this one point, and then I'm gonna answer the questions, and then I'll open up the chat. What up, Woo Beast? See the Woo Beast in here. 4 feet and legs. There's a link, Charles, if you want to jump in the clip. Swift's question was, AI, the truth sayers are Biddy Jesuit. Why are people not afraid of collusion? Well, if you're watching the show, it's because most of the men that are in charge are fucking stupid. That's the only reason why. I would never trust these chicks. They sit in the ear. The same group sits in the ear of everybody else. They ain't even from the Souk school. You know, the medical doctors that they have to, you know, go through this rigorous training and shit like that to prove that they can be trusted. Ain't even from that. It's just all the same group in everybody's ear. No, I'd be like Desmond up there, like, nah, we should not trust these bitches. Hell no. Should not be close to power. No. I agree. I totally agree. Oh, look at Bass Reeves himself and showed up. I said the clip, man, not the revolver. This motherfucker got gold bullets in there. All right, let me bring this up real quick before I bring Bang Goofy ass up here. You got his cowboy hat on this time. I give you props for that, though, sir. All right. So this is Crazy X playing pool, right? This is one of the times we're playing pool. Now, you see her form. Watch her form. This is a video. I'm just telling you now. You watch her form and watch how she shoots. She shoots really fucking well. And that's why I videotaped it. Not because I'm a perv. I mean, I like women. It don't matter. But she shoots really fucking well. Shit. Warm. Now watch her. She's gonna talk some shit too. Oh shit! What did I do? Oop, you don't see all that. Look, y'all seeing all my goddamn storage. Hold on a second. Why this shit is taking forever to open back up. Now you see her bridge hand? She got a good strong bridge. Good strong bridge. That's usually a teller if a motherfucker can shoot or not. Then when she shoots her shot, the shit is straight all the way through. Even the follow through.
Oh,
What?
you won.
See, shit talking. Oh, you won because she scratched on the 8. Motherfucker. Like playing her. Excuse me. Like playing her ass because she could play. Look, I give people their respect, man. She could fucking play. I had to bring that shit. I might ask her to play FPS games, and she complained about me teaching, and now she's really good. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many really good first-person shooters are females. I like killing you, motherfuckers. Yeah, killing you. It wouldn't be informative at all. Because Maggie actually has her PhD. I do not. So it would not be informative at all. It would be general. I said, I'm not offended. 30-round mags. All right. And I think I answered Swift's question. I wouldn't trust him. But I would say in that universe, in that show, they're just putting a lot of trust in Bene Gesserits, and that's what Desmond is actually working on with the Emperor. Is not putting so much trust in these Bene Gesserits. Why he has that feeling is a question. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring up these brothers. Royal Rumble rules, which means you each got 2 minutes, starting with Beast, to say your opening soliloquy to the brothers in here before people start talking over you and not being able to be heard. Andre, your mic working today? He didn't answer. I guess not. Go ahead, Beast. You got 2 minutes, man.
Yo, how am I coming in? I got a whole new headphone mic headset right now.
Well, you're a man, so I assume you coming in from the tip. But I'm not a female. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Just how I understand it works. Can't say for sure. But no, your sound is good though. Sound is good.
Okay, cool.
You got an air traffic controller headset now, huh?
But basically, I got the Turtle Beaches. I bought them because what I'm working on for my YouTube is I'm gonna do a gaming series centered around the Marvel Rivals game that's coming out, since everybody is live streaming. I said, you know what? I ain't doing nothing. Let me go ahead, get in on this, and let me go ahead create some thumbnails. Redid the description for my channel. Put an order in for somebody to kind of come up with a banner for me and everything else. And so I kind of got the first live stream up, and I'm trying to schedule a little bit some more. So when I'm available.
Okay, I told Bane to do the same thing. He was off with the thing. Might as well start a live stream.
Yeah,
I might not be the one to tell you how to do the shit successfully, but yeah, might as well do it. Why the fuck not? You got free time.
Yeah, so the series is centered around the X-Men characters, and so basically I was just like, look, y'all gonna watch me win and lose with these characters. I'm gonna try to develop a level of mastery and proficiency with these characters. So people be talking shit because I won't get off the character. I'm like, yo, get off you in, and I said, man, shut up and play.
No, that's all you got to do is shut up and play. I don't like chicks with a bunch of goddamn tattoos. Oh my god, shit is so ugly to me. I'm sorry. You're talking about you, Trust, but we talked about this before. This whole I was closing my screen and I went by Instagram and it saw this chick with this. She got a whole sleeve and down her leg as well. I'm like, that shit looks so ugly. Like, you got good skin.
I like girls with tattoos.
I like girls with tattoos. I don't like masculine ass tattoos. And that whole arm sleeve shit is ugly as fuck to me.
With skulls and flames and shit.
It's ugly as hell to me. It doesn't look appealing to me. It might look artistic, but I ain't attracted to you. It's like Rhea Ripley, right? She was better when she had less tattoos. The more tattoos she get, the uglier she looked to me.
All them piercings and shit.
It just looks uglier as fuck to me. It's just me. It's just me. That's what I'm saying. It's just me. It's not everybody else. just me, it makes you look uglier to me. I like tattoos in certain spots, but if you got to go in for the sleeves like you trying to be a rock star and shit like that, that make no goddamn sense.
The only time I would say tattoos look weird that are unattractive is when they look like. Remember when you were a kid and you had the magnet alphabet letters on the refrigerator and they were just everywhere?
Yeah.
I don't like that. When you just have like sporadic tattoos everywhere, like,
and that's what
that looks weird to me.
There's no style, there's no art to it, and none of that stuff. It's just a bunch of shit all pulled together. As soon as you step back from the person, all you just see is green. Why? Like, fuck it, dude. No.
For me, it's depending on what the tattoo is. Like, if it's all skulls and flames and shit like that, I'm like, yo, hey, that go get some butterflies or some shit like that. But don't get none of that extra hard shit.
No, as long as you're not squirting it. Squirting.
All that goth stuff with the upside down pentagram and horns. I'm like, nah, I need to douse you in holy water. You get in my car.
That too.
You got a little clicking when you talk, Sam. A little scratchy when you talk. But go ahead, Beast. So you did your 2-minute promo for your channel. Awesome. You got a rent, so you can put your link in the chat and stuff like that. Everybody know who Beastly Nerd is. Most people know who Beastly Nerd is, not because you was being an asshole though.
Well, I have to also have to distinguish myself because there is another Beastly Nerd. Shocker popped up like around the same time that popped up. He dropped videos for like 3 years now, but he ain't got that many subscribers and got hundreds of videos. I'm like, okay, so I got to distinguish myself fast.
Dark Beast. But it's called Beastly Nerd at the same time. Probably changed his name. Go back and look at his. Well, I wouldn't say that on the original videos. If you go to information about his channel, see if he has a YouTube email address on there. See what the email address says. It says a different name. 3 years ago, I haven't seen anybody using Beastly Nerd, but like my boy Chris from Fraction would say, before you use a name, he usually puts it into a Google search to see if it comes up.
That's what I did.
And if it does, he doesn't use that name. He'll change it, write it a different way, something else. So it's not the same. And that's to differentiate and set itself apart. Like I watched a movie yesterday from Sweden on Netflix. Why did I watch the movie? Because it caught my eye because it was called The Abyss. I'm like, this don't look like The Abyss. I know James Cameron's Abyss, what it looks like. This don't look like it. And the movie was about based on a true story, but a mine disaster where it sunk a whole fucking town in Sweden. I was like, but that's not The Abyss, motherfucker. But I'm interested. What is this? What the movie was called was Avagruden or something like that in their language, but in their language it means the abyss. I'm like, so I watched it. It was an entertaining damn movie. It was entertaining for a while, even though the little kids need to get thrown down a hole. But other than that, I was killed. Yeah, them fucking grown ass 20-year-old teenage dumbass kids. These motherfuckers, dude, they should have threw them bitches down a hole. Like, let them kids get swallowed up in this town.
So
go ahead, Andre. You next. You got 2 minutes to speak your piece.
Yeah,
Andre in the chamber.
So what I've said earlier.
Earlier when you just started talking,
like just earlier in your chat, I said that I did rewatch Sonic because that's what I'm looking forward to for the Christmas season. Mm-hmm. I don't really see anything that's like that's going to be decent coming up. But actually, the only things that I want to watch right now is like the Sonic movie and Squid Game season 2.
Yeah, I want to see Squid Game season 2 as well. I like that world. I like this story. I still think they should bring that shit in real life to America. That'd be some shit to watch, dude. That'd be some shit to watch, boy. If they reincarnated George Carlin, he'd be all in favor of that shit because we'd watch.
So
you stream that shit, we'd be watching it like.
Well, Well, Artisan and like the other brothers on the panel, I hope you guys have seen Alice in Borderland as well, because that's where Squid Games copied all their stuff from. Is from Alice.
I didn't watch that. I heard about it. I haven't watched that one.
It's amazing. I highly suggest you watch it. It's amazing.
What's amazing about it?
Well, it's pretty much Squid Games, like on.
Yeah, you said that 3 times. What's amazing about it?
So the great thing about that show is that pretty much it's similar to Squid Games, but it's like it kicks it up a notch, pretty much.
You're not telling me anything about it.
Well, I'm not trying to spoil it for you.
I didn't ask you to spoil it. I told you to tell me what's amazing about it. If you're going to recommend something, you need to actually have a recommendation. Your recommendation is it's like Squid Game. Well, that's not a recommendation.
So,
not a reason for me to watch it.
Basically, it's like pretty much like with Squid Games, like that some people aren't going to make it through. But
that's like life, motherfucker. That doesn't make it like Squid Game.
well, just along that line, like some people aren't going to make it through, but it's the people that you think like they would never do that, they do that kind of thing.
You need to work on your detail, homie.
Well, and
you got to work on your salesmanship skills. You got to work on your
the idea that you don't want to spoil it. Well, technically, if you're telling them it's like Squid Games, you kind of already are. You already spoiled it. So you might as well just go ahead and tell us, bro.
Yeah, that's the kind of the joke of the shit. Right? But that doesn't say much. That's why I say, what is it kind of like? What's amazing about it?
All right,
it has to do something different than Squid Game, or wouldn't be.
Basically, amazing, like the whole
right?
thing with Alice in Borderland is the whole time like you don't know whether like is this real, is this fake.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
they add that like other aspect into the shows, like where you don't know if like you don't know if it's like real or fake. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in that.
Okay, hold it down for a second. Ooh, Toya. A white Toya? Ugh.
What did she do?
This old ass lady up here. All this makeup on her face. Yes, and all sensual and shit.
Toya like that.
Toya. Nah, man. Yeah, nah. Yes. Did she used to be a celebrity? From punk princess to cult stage and screen actress. Sound like she got a porn star name. Toya Wilcox. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a white Toya. It ain't you, Trust. Trust, it ain't you.
Yeah, I
He all up in the screen, and I'm like, I don't need to see you close up. Back up, bitch. Stop getting so close to my face. Yuck. She put the link in there too. Y'all want to see what I'm looking at? You can just see the little veiny hands and stuff like that. She's singing or some shit. Still trying to put her boobies up into the camera, even though she old. Oh my God. I'm mesmerized and I feel like I'm getting trapped. Let me turn this shit off. This sounds like volume is off. It might be a siren song. To my death.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. White Toya. I'm interested to learn about that, but like I have told Toya. Well, I have mentioned to Toya actually that the cooking stuff is definitely because I have said to Toya before in the past.
Bruh, you used your 2 minutes already. We got other people I need to get to real quick.
Sorry.
All right, Bang, go ahead, Bang. You got your 2 minutes.
What's up, gentlemen?
Then we can get to everybody throwing shots down the range.
What'd you say?
No, go ahead.
I just say what's going on, guys. We're looking forward to this weekend because I did my homework. And again, I will tip my hat to you that Dune, after episode 1, I couldn't wait to watch the rest of them. I'm totally caught up. I did see Craven. And kind of going into what he didn't do, Andre, Alice in Borderland, to make it better, so you understand, basically take Squid Games, but take it to reality. Me, you, and BC Nerd walking down the street. Next you know, boom, we're in like an empty city. And then we're getting decking cards, and we got to play this game. And the stakes is whatever hand you get drawn is how you play the game. It may be cat and mouse, it may be Simon Says, but somebody dies at the end of it. And what has more gravity is you and Ford and D would be playing the game, and you would have to make a choice where one of them died. So it had more of a stake because these people were invested in the people they were playing with. They knew them. The main character knew who was there. That's pretty much why it was okay, but that's why it had more of a heavy-handed feeling because this dude knew who he was with.
Yeah, that makes it sound more like a rip-off of Battle Royale than
yes.
Squid Game. The Squid Game, people didn't really know each other. In Battle Royale, they were all in class together. They knew each other. They had their own personal beefs going on before they showed up into the ring. Like, you got a frying pan, I got a pistol. Nigga, you about to die today.
Right.
Well, that was a brutal movie.
Right.
Yeah, that's a classic, though. Battle Royale is classic. If you ever said you watched Hunger Games and like the Hunger Games stuff, you have to watch Battle Royale because that's where that woman stole all that shit from.
So,
Battle Royale, not talking.
Sorry, good.
Battle Royale is a Japanese movie. It's a Japanese movie. It's 2 parts to it, but yeah, everybody's personal issues come to the surface because they all know each other. So when you seeing people get killed and stuff, they knew who they was killing and they knew why they was doing it too. It's like they knew who killed them too because they was letting it be known. Like, yeah, remember, bitch, you stole my boyfriend. What? No, I never did. Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, the cheerleader, the hot chick, she was using her skill set.
Yeah, everybody want the fuck. That's cool. Come get it. Pull your pants down.
So bodies.
Go ahead,
Artisan, if you don't mind, can I ask Black Bait a question?
Yeah, you just asked the question. That was too. Go ahead.
Black Main. What do you think is better? What do you think was better, Alice in Borderland or Squid Games?
It was 2 different shows. To me, I kind of Alice in Borderland. I kind of fell off after a while because it kind of felt repetitive. Like I seen this before. The whole like Artisan said, Battle Royale. Then you get. Basically, Alice in Borderland is Battle Royale 1 and 2 together because you get the second part of the show about Alice in Borderland. Now you find out there's a squad that's running teams and all this other stuff. Squid Game, it was cool, but after a while, I don't really think I finished. I kind of lost interest. Other things came up. Like it was cool, but I kind of like Squid Game is a little bit better because if I want to go dark, it was more sadistic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into cerebral stuff like that.
I would just say Squid Game got more interesting outside of the violence initially. It got more interesting when everybody voted to get out of the game, and then they were out, and they were back in their real world in their lives, and how they wanted to go back into that shit. That's what it got.
Right.
I'm interested. Like that was the real psychological twist. Like, yeah, now you back to all this debt, motherfucker. Now what you want to do? And you see people was really wanting that opportunity again, even knowing what the dangers was. Like, yeah, you could die. He's like, yeah, but I could win. Yeah, I want to go back in. They was calling up to go back. I was like, whoa, this is fucking nuts. Crazy as hell, boy. And it ain't even just about the money. They want to get back in there and play that game.
You see, Alice in Borderland had the normal Mad Max trope. You're in basically a lawless land. So what happens? The craziest people get in the group and try to run everybody, and are doing this wild, crazy stuff. You have always that one weird character. He's all over the place. You don't know if he's going to kill you or kiss you. It's like we've seen all that already. Like, okay.
What up, Dead Set?
What's up?
What's up with you? So you got 2 minutes, bro. Run it. We missed you last week. I figured you was having some fun. I didn't think you was in court or anything, but
yeah. I'm just gonna talk briefly about Doom because I'm pissed off with Demon Heart.
Oh, okay. He said I'm pissed off. Like I'm pissed off with Demon Heart.
Pissed off with Demon Heart. That's what his name. That's when they pulled that bullshit with it going into his eye and then making him the one with the blue into blue eyes. I'm like, okay, y'all done fucked the whole thing up.
Oh yeah. Oh, you said Desmond Hart. You said Demon Hart. Desmond
I
Hart
call
is
him Demon Hart because that's basically what his character is.
Really?
Desmond Hart, Demon Hart. I'm sitting there looking at it, it's like, okay, I see what y'all are doing here.
Okay. So I guess we about to take the swerve into the Doom prophecy. So Swift, if you still in here, the person who has actually read these Bene Gesserit books, the Sisterhood book, is here to talk about the Doom prophecy. So I was waiting last week. I was holding my water because I saw some shit that I was like kind of not so thrilled about, but okay with, but it didn't have a context because, like I said, I have not read that story. So I can only accept it for what the show is giving me because I don't have anything to relate it to. Exactly. So you, my man, in the Doom, the Doom world.
Well,
so this last episode was interesting. They introduced the damn face dancers. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. But go ahead, knock yourself out.
This is the introduction of the Theodosia as a face dancer was just threw me off big time because I don't think face dancers are around at this point.
I didn't think so either. It threw me off. I was like, what the fuck? I called it a skinwalker at the time when I was recording it. I was like, a fucking skinwalker? Wait, is that even 10,000 years ago? I don't think that was whatever the fuck. I have to ask somebody who knows.
Well, this is some of that Brian Herbert bullshit because in the books, I mean, the chicks got they got telekinetic powers. And none of that shit tracks. I can understand the things such as the telepathy and things like that. I mean, hey, but this whole thing about this guy being able to burn people alive and all this other shit, it just takes it so far out of what Frank Herbert actually wrote because these are actually humans and we're elevating ourselves and we're elevating our bodies, but we don't stop being human. And except for when you take in too much spice, and then you get this Farsi and shit. But the idea that Desmond Hart, because I'm sitting here thinking, I'm just like, oh, say, what did the Guard Emperor do? Come from the future and possess him? That don't even make any goddamn sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I have something on that idea too. What I was thinking about when I watched the last show, Braxton the Snake. What's up, Braxton? And Fracture was good, JT. But go ahead. What you're saying before I say that, though. Before that, let me say thank you, Bane, for doing your homework. I thought about it the other day of actually putting a watch list up on my community tab, so when y'all showed up, you would actually have watched some of the shit that we was going to talk about, so you don't feel like you're being alienated or anything. But it's a different conversation if you've watched the stuff that we are talking about this week, because then we can actually have a fuller conversation as opposed to me just talking at your asses.
Right. It helps with the conversation and move the chat along.
It helps with the conversation if we at least come in with that base knowledge. So I appreciate that. But go ahead, that's it.
Yeah, I'm interested in a watch list because I'm taking in Silo like a motherfucker.
Silo was good.
Oh, Silo, man.
Silo was good.
But the Doom crap, for those, I mean, I can understand how somebody who hasn't read the books will enjoy it because it's got that intrigue. But you can't, you're not really referencing when she says Vor or Vorian Atreides, which I talked about 2 weeks ago. And this guy, he's basically a shadow, but he was a mainstay in the main book, which is based on. It's like, why isn't Vorian Atreides there? Why is this person taking place of this person, and they introducing all of these new characters? So I'm not sure where the show is going. Really, because I'm
sound like me watching The Foundation. I don't know where the fuck this is going.
Where the fuck they going with this shit?
I don't know where the fuck they way off book, man. I don't know.
Wait,
they tripping without a map, man. I don't know where the fuck they going.
At least with Denise, I knew where he was going. Even though I hated Shani, I knew where he was going. So it was like, you can't really veer too far off this path, man. But this right here, and they, like I said, they're pulling an Amazon Rings of Power. And I don't like that shit.
Well, I don't like Rings of Power, so yeah. That's that. You saw Swift's question. Well, you probably didn't. Swift asked a question earlier in there about why are all these Bene Gesserits around, but no one worried about collusion. And I would say that's what Desmond Hart is doing in the shit right now. He does. Here it is. Here's a question. He said, "Oh, the true sayers of Bene Gesserits. Why are people not afraid of collusion?" I said, "I would think that's what Desmond Hart is doing. He's sowing that dissent." I said, "I wouldn't trust that.
Yeah,
They all part of the same group, in everybody's ear. I would think they was all together on something."
The funny thing about that is that, and this is some of the backstory that they don't give. All of the houses, none of the houses trust each other. They're always on a brink of war with each other. So, I mean, that's the way the universe works. It's sort of like mutually assured destruction. The only thing that ties them together is the spice. That is it. Without the spice, they'd be killing each other.
Yeah, no alliances whatsoever, man.
Exactly.
No reason to talk to you. I got ships. I can come take you.
And so the mainstay for this part of the universe was supposed to have been the AI, because one of the greatest villains of the AI is actually living, and he's in the House of Mentats.
Mm-hmm.
But you have another character. You have another character there who's what's his name? He's got the religion, and he uses religion. He's the one who says the man of mind is great, or the mind of man is great. And he just goes off. He's just destroying robots and killing anybody who's got any relationship to AI. So that little boy who got killed, that would have made sense. But he was like, it was throwing me off because that wasn't Toronto. This was this new character, Desmond Hart, which I still don't know what the hell he is, or what's his purpose there.
It looks like a placeholder for other male characters they don't want to have to put in the show.
Yeah, and they did use a placeholder for Vorian Atreides because they used his son instead. I'm sitting back like, wait a minute, his first son is lived and died because Vorian Atreides is 200 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the stuff that made that story work, it's just not there in the movie.
It's missing. Yeah,
it's missing.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny as hell. Like every time we fucking talk about Dune, and then I watch it that night, they end up mentioning the shit.
Exactly.
that day. We just talked about it. He just said this shit. Here's an episode. They wheeling it out. Like, damn, are they making these tonight? This must be new. Like I thought they made this a while ago.
6 episodes. That's what we're getting, and we're in the 4th episode, going into the 5th.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing? Where are we going with this?
Oh, they're only doing 6 episodes?
Yeah, there's only supposed to be 6 episodes.
Yeah, I thought it was 8. Yeah, I thought it was 8 episodes.
It's not.
It's limited. It's just a limited series, but well, 6 or 8, it don't matter. I really wonder where we're going. So with that, if it's 6 episodes, yeah, they got to wrap this shit up in like one. Just got to get this on a path in this one episode, and then get to the 6th one and close it off, which means that they'll be looking for a 2nd season of this shit.
Right.
Just especially for Death Set, just like realistically speaking, like when we're talking about like when we were talking about like a book that like actually made it to like the movies, and now they're making a prequel, did you realistically expect it to be any good?
Well, there have been some good books that made it to movies. I mean, Lord of the Rings is one of the great ones.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not quite what I was saying. I was saying like just a book that went to the movies, and then they made a prequel for it. Did you expect it to be good?
Well, I don't have any expectations of whether it's going to be good or bad. I just want it to be, number one, true to the characters. Like you take something like Game of Thrones, for instance. Okay, I read several of those books. Another one that I read was The Expanse novels. Loved those, and the series was true to the books. So I don't have this expectation whether it's going to be good or bad. I just want to watch it, and then I'll make my decision.
So what? I haven't actually heard about The Expanse of like where's that from?
Hold on a second before you start rapid firing questions. Shout out to Aquateki, number one wrench in the building, has showed up. He said listening while catching up from work. Salute to you, sir. Trust said Aquatechy. So are we saying that, Trust, are we saying that like mustard? Aqua!
Dang.
So that's the only part of the song that I know that every nobody talk about nothing else. Just the mustard.
Our artisan, you're from Cali. You're not allowed to say stuff like that.
I can say whatever the fuck I want to because I'm grown. And also shout out to Aquatechy for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Techie. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, Techie. Aqua!
Double up 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
I'll take those 2 midgets for 20.
See, that's why I do it, man. I want people to get a laugh off this shit. If it's funny, it's funny.
Yes, I'll take those 2 midgets for 20, Alex.
You are in war. What the fuck, boy? In war. The double up twins.
Yeah, look, I ain't had a midget before, so I'll take it. That's new and fertile ground.
New and fertile ground.
It's on my
somebody got a bucket list.
It's on my bucket list.
Damn right.
Just a pop of
real
midget.
quick,
Here we go.
Look, don't you know that if you take a woman or any human being, you pour water in their mouth, it comes out her asshole, so that makes everybody a donut. But between men and women are the only ones who are buckets, because if you turn them upside down and you pour it in their cooch, it don't come out.
Don't come out.
So you fuck it in a bucket.
Fucking hell. Charles, you got a wrench, man. Throw the link for the Black Lion Security in the chat.
He posted the link earlier.
Thank you, Andre.
Well, if I may chime in on the Doom conversation, for me, it sparked a lot of good thoughts, a lot of parallels to real world and stuff like that. It was really good because I haven't read the books. Like me and Artisan, like we talked about it. Like he's really my gateway to a lot of stuff, especially because my thing is doing the 80s. That's the only thing I knew. That's what I grew up on. To me, that's always going to be the benchmark. Didn't really care for movies, but this really caught my attention because I really like to see how things began and how the Bene Gesserits got in the place that they did by manipulating stuff. And all I gotta say, one thing about the head mother, I don't know if y'all saw Mist.
Yeah.
She's that chick in the story. You kill her first. She's the one, the heretic, that's dangerous. Like, you don't get a lot of weak-minded people around people like that. Because she totally twisted, and the other mother, they had her own agenda. So they were preaching this thing, this whole ideal, and the whole time they had another agenda behind it. And that was like, I like to see how they're implementing that. And how, yeah, you have these guys, because everybody's at war, on brink of war, so everybody is always shaky. Then you get a weak king that really doesn't. He's got his wife in his ear telling him what to do, taking her counsel. He's not sure about his own decision making, and then it becomes kind of like a status symbol. Oh, we have a truthsayer, next to me, so our house is strong. But the truthsayers are actually manipulating the truth. And that's dangerous. You can't let anybody manipulate and have all control information. And that's what they're doing. They're putting all this information in the hands of this one group. And they're talking to them. They don't even see these fools throwing up gang signs, talking to themselves while y'all are having a conversation, plotting on what to really say and really let out. And that kind of bleeds into society today. For me, well, I don't go to anybody's church. I see that in churches. But everybody will listen to the pastor and let him say whatever and run the congregation and say things instead of thinking for yourself and getting all this information for yourself and leading yourself. These people are supposed to be teachers, not leaders like that.
I think you're looking at this from the wrong perspective, because the lore is like they're only 100 years out of the machine war, and this machine war went across the galaxy. And a lot of the people that you see, like the Bene Gesserit, a lot of those sisters were slaves to the machines. The Fremen, they were also slaves. A lot of people came out of brutal slavery against AI. So humans did band together and then fight the AI. but they were united by this family called the Butlers, and the Butlers are, of course, the emperor and his crowd. That's how they became, that's how they became the Crinos because of the Battle of Corinth. They dropped the name Butler and then became the Crinos because they were the first emperors. And so basically, the humans, they're building their civilization back, but they're building it in such a way that they need the technology. They know they need the technology, but they know how dangerous it is. So the Bene Gesserit are the ones who are closest to the path of elevating mankind. And then the other thing you have to understand about the Bene Gesserit is that at this point, they've already started manipulating genetic lines. And they speak to men and, speak to each other and, the emperor and everybody's important in such a way that their influence is almost unmatched. That's the reason why you get into things such as the voice, because they were once called witches. And when you're speaking to a Bene Gesserit, you're speaking to somebody with extraordinary influence. So it ain't like talking to the preacher down, who's like, okay, he can be influential. No, these bitches can damn near look into your soul and then tell you exactly what you want, what you need, and then twist it. But the series doesn't really talk about that much, and that's one of the things that's missing from the series. We get a glimpse of it with Vela Harkonnen using the voice and then trying to use it on Desmond Hart, which was a good scene because of the fact that there were people who were resistant to it. But most people, especially emperors and what have you, they could not resist it. So this is why the Bene Gesserit can move the way that they do, because these are extraordinary women.
Right, I get that, but unless we go back and watch it, from what the original purpose was that to move mankind in a better direction. But she's trying to manipulate in the direction they want, and that's why I say controlling information is dangerous. Watch who you let control information, because they're trying to put Bene Gesserit as a queen so they can have this ultimate. She has this ultimate power, because every time she talks about it, it's not about the Bene Gesserit, it's about her. Even her sister checked her on that. Like, are you talking about, is it supposed to be us or you? Because she has her agenda, and even her sister looking at her side eye sometimes like, your mission is not all that good sometimes. Like, she's looking at her, she knows she's shady.
Right. I think the Bene Gesserit are shady by nature because what did they do? They teach their acolytes to lie. That's their whole thing. Their whole thing is manipulation. That's their weapon. Yeah. And so the fact that Vela Harkonnen is better at it than everybody else, that is what makes her great.
And that's what makes her the Mother Superior.
Yes. The only thing I don't like about the series is that her whole goal was to
with the cigar.
Was to bring in her race, elevate her house.
Negroes.
Hey, salute you with the cigar, my guy.
Look, I get AM up here. I have the trifecta. I'm collecting them all. Look, Andy, put the guns up. What's up, sir? Commander Faulkner.
Thunder.
If you inside with some short sleeves on, then you ain't out there in that damn cold. It's cold.
Exactly.
It's cold out here.
I'm a soldier. I can work well in the cold. I just don't fucking like it. People be like, "How you work so well in the cold?"
I work in the cold. I never liked it, but I've done it.
I like that shit. Tell you one thing. I'm doing some cleaning of the room. When they get straightened out, I get to show you my. I might do it on your panel. I might do it on mine later on tonight, since I ruled the Sundays. Go Ravens. Lamar 3-5. Shit. Need that shit. That's why I'm gonna be quiet, because the Dune thing is y'all thing. People think that all nerds like every nerdy shit, which is actually a misnomer. It's like every prostitute don't suck dick well, so I mean it's a misnomer, but
They all got vaginas. They all don't know how to use them, right?
They don't know how to use them. I mean,
not created equal.
Right now, I'm developing a few things. Thanks for showing the website. I had to do it
Sure.
myself. Took me about 3 to 4 hours to complete. And I would have somebody asked, why do you have a picture of you? That's the surprise. You get to see me when you order me.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. I pulled it up and I was looking at it. I said, and he's smart. He put the white boys up there instead of putting the black folks.
The white boys first,
He'll
even
get
though
more business that way.
That's how you gotta do it.
You see Brett and you see Perrin and you see Q. They work for me. That's one's the second in command and 2 lieutenant, so they had to lead a bunch of motherfuckers who's new to this shit. It's like when people say, "What do you know about security?" I ain't new to this. I'm true to this, but it's actually funny when you actually have to manage not only the budget but also people. Which anybody who's ever been a supervisor or owner knows that's one of the hardest things you can do is to motivate people.
Yes, get them to what we call it, getting them to drink the Kool-Aid.
You gotta drink the Kool-Aid,
kind of way, but you gotta get them to drink the Kool-Aid.
And a lot of times,
for you because not because you pay them, because they want to do it for you. How do you get that?
A lot of times you got to proverbial and sometimes physically put your foot in their ass and be like, "Look, you're better than this. Why are you doing this dumb shit?" And shout out to other security firms. I had to steal some material off their pages. Hint, hint, nod, nod, wink, wink. Hey, it's either be first, be best, or cheat. I do all three.
Look, if he used AI, it would have did the same thing. It just wouldn't have gave him an apology.
Oh no. Oh, I'd use some of AI too. Shit, I ain't too proud to beg. You got to utilize what you're good at and what you're not so good at. So you got to be honest with yourself, and it's a learning process. I'll say the least. It's a learning process. So we are growing. Now there's not going to be an excuse when people say, "Oh, you got a website up? I can view." Now here it is, nigga. Pull this up. That's why I try to tell them. I said it's one thing to promote your business. You what's the old saying? Drugs sell themselves, cars sell themselves. If somebody's at a car dealership, they're not there to buy a comic book.
No, I'm looking for a pizza.
Yeah, they're not looking for it. If I'm at a comic book shop, I'm not looking for a car. People are gonna want what they want. Well, what about this store? I said people are cheap, and you got to know your audience. Well, you got to sell yourself. I said, yeah, you can sell yourself. Here's the problem: a lot of the people are gonna try to do the we don't have this much money, but I'm looking at $5 million worth of merchandise.
Thank you.
Stop talking
Never
to me
believe
like
that
I'm
shit.
the average. Stop looking at me like the average.
Working in the comic shop, seeing people not want to spend $4 on a comic book for their kid, but iPhone, Jordans, all this super fly shit, jewelry, everything else. And you ain't got $4 to buy a comic for this kid. You full of shit. Dress this motherfucker up like a baby doll, but you can't spend $4.
And here's the bad part, because I still wish you would hold the shop, because that was one of my goals, to come out there and visit to see the shop. And it's crazy, because when you think about it, all the issues parents have with their children would have been solved by reading. And last time I checked, comic book literature is college level reading.
Yeah, it's full of words. Most people think it's full of pictures. I said it's full of words in there. You know that, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's full of words. All that wordy shit. All that college, material. I think it's funny that we don't see the long term big picture. And it hits us. It's funny. I even got offers to go to Iraq again.
Wow. Short stint or undisclosed amount of time.
Probably contractor.
Contractor.
Yep.
3 months on, 3 months on, 1 month off. 3 months on, 1 month off. You're getting paid like $400 plus a day.
Yeah, I think that's the tax exempt too, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'll be tax, and I'm gonna be tax exempt too.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
So I'm thinking real hard. I told my dad, he's like, We've already been to war zones. So you want to go again? I said I'll have better gear.
Yeah,
I'll get better pay. I'll be paid 6 times what I was paid there.
yeah, no shit. My
And
buddy
I'm
had an
good.
opportunity to do that shit, and he didn't do it because his wife didn't want him to. I said, "Man, fuck that. You should
And,
have went
I,
ahead and get that."
and I'm gonna tell you, it's different than the first time I was offered that. I had to take care of a little adolescent.
Mhm.
This nigga 17 now.
Hmm.
He wears a size
Yes,
13 now.
he wears a size 13.
So we're not. I'm not a small guy. He's about 6'1", 6'2". Clothes don't get smaller.
No, they do not.
Children don't get less expensive.
And college is still expensive. So
Yeah, well, that's why I told him you go into the National Guard, you take your EMT, be a medic, and you get paid, nigga.
yeah, you pay for your college.
Pretty
Okay,
much.
I already paid my taxes. Let them pay for your college.
yeah, I already paid. I said, look, you gonna let your child join the military? Well, you let your child join a
Yes.
street gang. Guess who's winning?
Whoa, that is
That's
the
for
best
damn sure.
retort I have heard on that one. I've never heard that one. Let them go
Said
to
that to a
street,
couple of chicks. Said that to a
let them go
couple
to
of chicks.
jail
You let your son go to jail. Let my son be free.
and sleep on the streets. Yeah,
Hmm.
good retort. Good
Yeah,
retort. I
my
will
ex
give you
got
credit
me.
every time I use that shit. We'll give you credit every
Yeah.
time I use.
I've told people. I said, don't. What's the old song? Don't sweat the technique.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're the
Yeah.
reason why. If you brought your son near me, they actually became very great contributing members of society instead of a bunch of whiny bitches that you're used to seeing.
Didn't want that ass whooped.
Mm-hmm. So what do I gotta do? Get in line.
Yeah, artist. You remember we first met? I was still doing bodyguard work and exec protect work, and the ex stopped me from taking a job. I was gonna get 50,000 just for 3 months on a diamond run. She heard the money. Like, oh, hey, cool. Until my boss was like, but here's the catch: the team that had it before us, they all got slaughtered. You got to deal with Chinese pirates. She's like, oh no, you ain't going. The only thing I heard is I got trained on whatever weapon I wanted to get trained on. I'm like, I'm in. I get toys. I'm
And
there.
that's the
This,
thing.
this,
That's the
this
thing.
is what I mean. This is
And
what I
that's the
mean about fear will stop you from doing a lot of things. That's why you need to fear less shit. Yes, there is a risk. Yes, the other people did get killed. Now, it's not thinking you invincible, but now you know what the risk is. Now you know how serious the risk is.
And I'm gonna give you a good example of that. I remember talking to my dad. He's like, "So you're gonna be putting your life back on the line again?" I said, "I put my life on the line for 14 years with less than that."
Mm-hmm. You do it now, right?
He was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Good point." I said, "Here's the difference. I think life is precious, but
Mm-hmm.
at least you're gonna pay my ass this time, right?" And I think that a lot of people don't take in consideration what they're really worth,
Mm-hmm.
and what really kills black people. Oh shit! What really kills black people when it comes to progression. Yes, if they're paying me that much, there's gonna be some risk. You give me a
Obviously.
mark. You give me a Mark 18, some grenades, a 50 cal, a sniper rifle, some ordnance. Some a 9 millimeter with 20 rounds in it on my hip. We could do something. And you got other trained people with me. Oh, we doing something. Nobody said anything to me when I went to Iraq and I was on a tactical team there doing the same shit. I get better weaponry. I get
Yeah.
highly trained guys again.
You get what you ask for, right?
You're basically, and here's the problem. Well, they got slaughtered, they got killed. Hey, they ain't me. I'm not
Right.
knocking them. I'm not making foolishness of them. But I would just tell people, look, let's see why they had a catastrophic failure and try to avoid that.
Exactly. And that's what
Learn
you
from their mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. Because you always have to learn like BC just said, you always have to learn from their mistakes. What did they do that didn't work? What went wrong? And let's make sure we don't do that shit again. That's what it happens. That's all that shit means. It's an opportunity. And it's not an opportunity to fail the same way they did, because that'd be stupid to think that you're gonna fail in the same way somebody else did that didn't know you and didn't have the benefit of looking and seeing this other team actually failed.
Exactly.
Why did they fail? They didn't have
and it's crazy because I've said this about women, and no offense to ladies, but I will say this: two things that will hinder a man's success or his progression: women, children. You'll complain about not having enough money, but then when I have the opportunity to jump on and get that money and come back, what about me? You just leaving me. What my man from the Osley brothers say, I got work to do.
Mm-hmm.
Bills don't care anymore, do they?
No, because for me, a good woman will actually push you towards that shit.
Right,
and not make money off of you. She will push you towards it because she knows it's good for you. She'll deal with what she has to deal with in the meantime. You could get killed. Yeah, you could come back alive too. So let's not focus on the negative. Let's make sure we get this in the positive damn direction. What is the benefit? What is the risk? Now we understand the risk. Let's go forward.
Which is the main part. People,
you need that warrior queen like 300 to come back with your shield or on it. The house will be taken care of.
Yeah,
so do your job.
Yeah, I'll be here. Don't worry
but
about
it. But that's the failure of it. Really, the failure of it is that she knows that she's lacking in the position that she's doing. That's why she don't want you to go,
because she can't hold it down. But here's the funny part, right? Charles and Bane, you'll see chicks being totally devoted to a dude just going to prison.
Oh man, they'll leave the guy going.
Not even going to prison, just going to jail for a stint.
I've said this before. A woman would rather support a dude for 10 years doing a prison stint than a dude leaving to go to basic training, or a dude going to or a dude graduating college, 4 years for college. They won't stay with that nigga. And it's surprisingly, these are the same chicks that say I can't find a good man. And here's the caveat to that. You weren't looking for a good man in the first place. You were really looking for a good man. To you was a good man you can control.
Mm-hmm. What's good to you, what's good to a female is not the same thing that's good to another male about what is a good man. It's not the same thing. That's why I've had this conversation, and then I'm gonna make this statement, and then swing back to just talking about this geek shit, because I don't want to turn the whole stream into talk about fucking chicks. These fictional bitches.
Fictional bitches. Do these fictional bitches have 3 titties?
Yeah. The whole fact is that women and men don't see men in the same sense, and that Angry Man has said this a long time ago, which is a truism. You don't trust a woman's word on what makes a good man. She don't know, because she don't have to make men. Birthing a boy is not the same thing as making a man. The only people that actually make men is military and war, and prisons, and gangs. Those situations make men. And what I respond to and recognize another man as being a man for is not about anything a woman is looking for. It ain't. It's none of that shit. And that's why the only counsel you need on who's a man and who isn't is a man's. You don't need the woman's counsel on that shit. She's looking for her own selfish reasons. She's not looking for his integrity and shit like that. She don't need him to have integrity. Why would she? Because integrity means he's going to tell her ass no. We're not doing that. He'd be in charge. She don't want that shit. But that tells you about what kind of women you picking. And I thought about this right before we did the stream. I was thinking about an epiphany I had about why young guys can't find good women. Is because you have to actually have experience with actual women to find good ones, to know a good one from a bad one. Most of the time when they're looking at females, they're all young. They're under 21. That's their experience. So you've never had a woman to know what a woman is. You got to wait till you get out in the world and actually date around and actually date some actual grown women to understand what a good woman is and what a bad woman is. That's why you can't predict this shit in your 20s. You don't have any experience in it. You don't. That prediction is going to be fucked up. That's why you have to rely on the counsel of older men who know women and not your homeboys in your same age group who only know girls.
What you mean, man? What you mean, man? I'm a real nigga. I'm a real man.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I look at it this way. Sex is not an indication of manhood or womanhood. It just means that the parts fit. And they always do. They always fit together.
What if it feels like throwing a hot dog down the Grand Canyon?
Sounds like you'll never hear it hit the bottom.
Give me that Looney Tune sound.
Feel like Eddie Murphy, Go Child. There ain't no bottom.
Yo, you here to rescue me?
There's no ground.
There ain't no ground. There ain't no ground.
There's no floor here. There ain't no floor down there. But go ahead, Dead Set, what you were saying with the Doom prophecy, because I did want to get into this because that is on the fucking title page of this show. Back to the actual real life women's.
Yeah, actually, I was enjoying a little bit of that.
Yeah, I know you were.
Especially, but when y'all went into area edition and comic books, that's something that I really, because we are talking about erudition when you're talking about like understanding these backstories, and we do a lot of reading. That's all I'm saying.
Pretty much. Yeah. And when you think about it, like I've explained this to people about comics and stuff like that before, depending on the writer, you can get some really sparsely worded comics. You can get some overly wordy shit. And I always use Neil Gaiman as an example of this, or Alan Moore, right? Mm-hmm. If you strip the pictures out of their shit, they're good for having a lot of big pages, right? With dialogue all over the damn place because they write a lot. Neil Gaiman can actually turn around and write novels.
Which he does.
Because he writes so goddamn much. Imagine reading that in the comic form, dude. It's shit all over the place. It's pictures in it, but it's mostly words. Those are novels turned out on a weekly basis.
A good example of that would be Neil Gaiman's Sandman series. That was very wordy.
Very wordy. Very wordy. Very, very involved story. So most people write it off, especially certain types of people write that shit off because, it's pictures in it. So the hell what? When kids first start reading, they're reading picture books because you got to give them a description of what it is and actually show them a little bit. But when you're mature, you understand the pictures don't matter. You're getting the words. You understand the words more than the pictures.
Oh, God forbid that the fact that most of your artists and writers are college graduates. And God forbid, there's people I know with degrees right now. If I give them 5 issues of Sandman or 5 issues of Lucifer, their brains will splat.
You just give them Al Ewing's Ultimates and let them read that shit about the first firmament in the different universes and how they came along. The motherfuckers would be lost. Like, what the fuck? What are they talking about? I don't get this.
Matter of fact, Kingdom Come's philosophical debate will kick your ass.
Yeah. Read some Astro City.
Oh, when I tried to do the Infinity Gauntlet with them, and just them first few pages with Thanos talking, they was like, dealing with the kids, they couldn't understand the words and say, why'd you talk like that? I said, well, you have to think about how it's written. The characters, Thanos sees himself as a supreme being. So he's going to talk in that way, and they're going to write the character. Like I tell them, like I broke down like Gambit. Like if you read how Gambit talk, how's Gambit talk? They say, well, he's from Louisiana, so he's going to sound like a Cajun. So that's how the writers write the stuff. And I said, I had to tell him, I said, bro, I'm from a part of era that was not too long ago where whether it was hip hop, books, you had to be knowledgeable of your stuff. You had to actually understand. So when y'all struggling to read these words in this comic book, it's going to elevate your mind and your thought process. That's what's the point of this program.
That's just reading in general. That's the whole point of fucking reading.
Yeah, so, it's one of the issues that you see now is that I had to buy a lot of books for my son because he had a quote unquote reading problem. And here's the problem: did y'all give him more books to fucking read?
More challenging stuff to read.
More challenging, more things that pique his curiosity, and it's like Bane said, you know, when you look at the background story, you have to put time and place. I have, even though Baltimoreans to me have very flat accents, but there's just certain words that just pronounce differently. But it's different than, let's say, my grandfather's accent because he was born in 1932 and I'm born in 1982. He's born in Windsor, you know, Bertie County, Windsor, North Carolina, and I'm born in Baltimore, Maryland. So there's going to be different eras and different ways of speaking and different ways of viewing the world. Like, you got to understand the most pivotal time point for a human being, especially a black person, is his time. Because you literally went from seeing sharecroppers to black presidents, which is incredible, which modern kids think, they think civil rights was 200 years ago in their brain. Like, oh no, it's like, you see that person right there? And I had to bring this up to my my great nephew who's 15. He was like, "We're being taught this thing about civil rights. It was so long ago." I said, you know, your great grandfather, great grandmother actually could tell you what happened when King and Malcolm were assassinated, right? They were in school.
Hell, my parents can say
that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They were alive. It wasn't that long
ago.
ago.
It wasn't that long ago. And I think that history for a lot of people is vague in some ways, that you don't see the impact where it was now. Like, I remember when I was in Colorado and it was so funny. And I had to come to the realization there was only like around 2 to 3 people in a class of 60 for the executive protection course who were in the military prior to 9/11. And I was one of them. And I was like, damn, you 25, 27, y'all were either in school or still learning how to piss in the toilet correctly.
All right. Peeing in the center and not on the side of it.
Yeah, it's like, and to go back into full circle conversation about the reading, it's funny because the same way I look at the reading is the same way I look at the artwork within animated, shows. Like, I was insulted with Thundercats Roar and Teen Titans Go. I'm like, you took one of the best artistically. The intro to Thundercats should be put in a goddamn museum for everybody to watch for time immemorial.
Well, it's legendary.
It's a legendary opening. That shit made you like, you know what? I'm hooked. Just if you took the sound, even though it's the theme song gets catchy as much, but if you just look at it from an artistic examination, you're just like, wow, like the 3/4 turns, the upward views. Like, I mean, how many frames did they do it for the guitar just to set that bow? Now, look at the lack of creativity you're seeing produced now. One of the things that got me in the drawing was looking at these anatomically correct characters from Master of the Universe, from Thundercats, G.I. Joe. It inspires higher level thinking and skill. Like, dude, I got to really learn how to do this shit.
Yeah, I would say that is, just to give a pause so we can get some other people jumping in, that gives way to understanding that they're basically getting into this stuff and not want to give you quality anymore. They want to give you this schlocky, slapsticky, these kids are actually stupid, kind of drawings and stuff. They don't put the effort into it anymore. I would see that more as the group of people that got became in charge of this stuff now are not the ones who actually liked it. They're not the ones who actually liked it, because the ones who liked it would not reproduce this bullshit coming after something that was actually good.
Nope, not at all.
The Star Wars community is a really good example of that, because that's why there's a disconnect from our generation to the Clone Wars babies, because we read this stuff. So for most people you have a conversation with, oh, they like this and this. For me, it's different. Like, I can tell you what Darth Maul was doing before he landed on Coruscant to go after Qui-Gon. I can tell you about his journey because I read it. And we had this conversation before. That's the problem today, why everybody's attention span is so short and manipulated by the algorithm, because they don't read. Like, we grew up reading. Like, my English teacher, because I was in the hood, she down talked us in English about Beowulf. Oh, we're gonna read it in the Shakespearean. You probably wouldn't. You won't understand it. She didn't even tell you might not. You won't understand it, but I'll break it down to you. I'm looking at her offended because you just think because we're all these black kids in the class, no one's read this. Mm-hmm. And I was totally disconnected from the class until I got a job. I needed to pass her class. I was getting D's because she irritated me. Then all of a sudden I started getting A's, and she pulled me to the side. It was like, well, you've been getting kind of low grades, and also you getting A's. I just want to know, are you cheating? Who's doing the work? I said, I am. I said, the problem is you bore me. You talk to us like we don't know anything. I read the Iliad. I read the Odyssey. I read Beowulf in Shakespeare. I understand it, but you automatically talk to us like we're stupid. And I walked out of class. Like, I've read this stuff.
Well, that's usually the mentality of somebody who wants to actually sit down and read the stuff, like all of this Dune stuff. It's completely different than somebody who just wants to talk about it real quick. It's service level. That's why when Andre says, you know, hey, you should watch this, it's like such and such. It's amazing. What's amazing about it? I asked for more.
Yep.
Can't give me more. It's surface level. It's a surface level slap over. Like, I mentioned something, you should just check it out. Why? Why should I just check it out? Because you mentioned it. This is a generational thing of asking questions like that, of asking the why questions, asking for more insight, asking for more of a sale from you about why I should actually watch or read a certain thing. Because like I said before, people aren't buying the material, they're buying you. If you sound like you know what the hell it was that you watched and read, and you can relate that to somebody, then that's what the fuck we're going to buy. If we believe you. If we don't believe you, I'm not watching that shit. Why would I? You can't even tell me what happened. Yeah.
I was gonna
like Bane, stop reading. Yeah, who taught you to read? And I'm like, ain't supposed to read. Don't take that out. Don't put me.
Hey, like Pop said, get all the information, both sides of the story.
Yeah, it's not putting you in anything, Andre. So using that as an example of a generational thing, and it's not that I'm shitting on a generation. I make observations. I don't have to turn around and shit on anybody. I make observations, and I'm usually not judging on if it's necessarily good or bad, right or wrong. If you right, if you wrong, it's just a generational understanding that a certain age group of us do things completely different. They don't have the patience to sit down and invest any time into reading a book with no pictures, or a book with fucking pictures in it, like comics. If that was the case, with all these geek channels, comic book companies, or at least comic book stores, would thrive. They're not thriving. They're closing. So that means you motherfuckers aren't reading. You love to talk about geek shit, but you don't actually read any of it. That's why I can't trust you guys as being any geeks of any kind of stripe.
Man,
it's
there's no investment.
Knowledge. If you couldn't fucking Google it or look it up on Wikipedia, you wouldn't know shit.
And here's the part about it. You got to think that we have, for me, almost a 40-year investment into these characters. To tell me, if not more, for me, you know, I've been reading at a very early age. So you're telling me that, and I'll give you a perfect example, Dre. When I said the most impactful smash All Might did was the one when he fought the New Moon. You're trying to go by, oh, this is the most. See, y'all worried about who's the most powerful. And there's a difference between what's the most impactful. If you go by the episode prior to that, when the whole class was new and they were back basically in their gymnasium, and they were literally this is the first time since they're in the hero class. This is the first time they came close to death. It's similar to a firefighter who goes out in the academy or a police officer where you have to go to field training before you graduate to learn your craft. All the academic shit is one thing, but to literally see it live in front of you, that's different. That's why I told you it was the most impactful, because that was the time when everybody in the class knew, oh, there's levels to this shit. There's a difference. The story plays better. And when you don't have that type of investment, like, why do people love Goku? Why? Because everybody sees Goku, how he had to build himself up. But at the same time, people be like, well, Goku's a bad father. Well, is he? Or if you really read the story and paid attention to the story, every time he died, it was for the sacrifice to save his son, which is the ultimate thing a father can do. But go ahead, Art. It's your show.
Okay.
You muted, Artisan.
You got that? That's geeky enough for you?
Yeah, you are muted. So
you muted, Artisan.
My bad. I didn't see that. You could say Goku was a bad father because most people look at it like he left. But what was I just saying to Black Bane when he was talking about, not taking that job? It might have been a better thing to take it. Goku did stuff to fight for his family, for the Earth and shit like that. Yeah, so he can't be there all the time. He got fucking Chi-Chi there. What, is Chi-Chi the one out there doing that fighting? No.
Yeah.
So what the fuck? Who else gonna do it? He gonna do it because he's the one who can.
And
so, he's not gonna be there to be, kicking a ball with his son right now. God damn it!
And you know what, Artisan? That was a perfect example of what you said earlier about how women and men don't see the same thing. Earlier, like, why did you do all this fighting? There's fucking space aliens out there about to kill us. Okay,
exactly.
Somebody got to.
I give
my situation.
Hold on, one at a time. Go ahead, Beast, and then
I tell people when they always try to bring it up as far as Goku being a bad fighter. I said he's training to be the best fighter in the universe to protect his home world. A clear example of what happens when he goes away is Future Trunks and the android in 18 and 17. What happens when Goku dies? Oh, everybody gets their ass dusted. To where only Future Trunks is the only one left. So you see the importance of Goku going off and training with the Supreme Kais, training with Beerus and Whis, because if he's not there, what happens? Everybody gets dusted because nobody else is going. I'm sorry, Gohan as strong as Gohan is going to be up in trying to be a scholar. Yeah, Krillin is too busy running. Yeah,
waiting on Yamcha to step up.
Yeah, Krillin is too busy running behind Android 18.
So,
his cue ball test.
So, Beastly Nerd, like, I would disagree there.
Because, Andre, you wasn't even next. That was Bang was next. You after Bang. Go ahead, Bang.
But like in my situation, I made a decision that I felt that was to calm my wife at the time. But yeah, she didn't hear the whole conversation. She tuned out as soon as she heard the team got slaughtered. She didn't hear the fact that the team that I'm going with studied what the guys did wrong. One, they weren't experienced. And the team that I'm being attached to were all either active on vacation or retired operators. My boss was an ex-Navy SEAL, supervisor, Army Ranger. The other guys were either Rangers or SEALs that are on his team. Like they stacked it so that wouldn't happen again. So I felt totally safe because I had confidence in my team. I worked with guys. I trained with guys. She just looks at it like, oh, all you heard it. You get a machine gun. No, I did my research. I'm not stupid, but that would have helped out the family. But you want to be hysterical? Oh, no, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. But yeah, I'm still bouncing in the club. You remember that? So I'm still bouncing in the club. I'm getting shot at the club for like $40.
Yeah, for cheap.
The guy took a shot at my head, and I got paid $40 that night. Like,
Yeah.
You were fine with that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I point out how ridiculous some of that stuff sounds. It's like the alternative is what? I didn't go and do this thing, but I still got the same kind of bullshit for a lot less.
Mm-hmm.
A lot less. Go ahead, Maple Leaf.
So yes, I would have to say that Goku is he is a terrible father because his whole thing is like I'm trying to be the strongest person in the universe. That's what he's been on. Like, even though, like, he loves his family and stuff, but that's what he's mostly concerned about. And somebody also brought in Dragon Ball Super, and what did he do? Like, he was fighting Beerus, and he's like, let's have a universal tournament. Why would you do that?
Again, what was the results if they lost that tournament?
The result was it was whoever won the tournament survives. Everybody else gets deleted.
Exactly. So if he's not the best fighter, if he doesn't go train and he doesn't leave to do what he has to do, his universe 7 gets eliminated.
No,
that's why he leaves.
It was also all the other universes as well, but Goku's like, I want to bring everybody back, but it's like, why did you put everybody through that in the first place? That's crazy.
If you listen to the story, Zeno was having a a bitch fit, and he was going to start eliminating universes at random. If Goku didn't come up with that, they would have been randomly erased anyway. So he gave them a fighting chance, and you got to realize and this is like when it goes back full circle again to what Artisan said, generational differences. This is the first generation of young men that, how can I say it, does not put their physical prowess first. When's the last time you heard of a young boy who's around 10 or 12 get a weight set for Christmas?
Don't even get weights nowadays, do they?
Oh, I mean, think about this. There's you got to think. When I grew up as a kid, literally, the moniker of your favorite heroes was the most powerful man in the universe. Every kid, every male, at some point, dreamt of being the strongest, the fastest, the smartest, the most cunning, the most ruthless, the most knowledgeable man that he can be. With this feminism and the fact that, I've seen all these cartoons with action heroes, with the action cartoons, it's nothing but a female lead. You don't see male leads in cartoons anymore. Why do you think Kevin Smith caught hell when they came out with a beautifully drawn Masters of the Universe, and the first season, all you seen was fucking Teela? We didn't come to see the show for Teela. Why do you think the second and third season they got it right? And here's the craziness about it. Every father should be the biggest and strongest person he has to be. You know why? There was a reason why you didn't have as much crime in a black neighborhood when fathers were in the house.
Get your ass beat.
Because you would get your ass handed to you like a Thanksgiving plate.
Yep.
So when you're 40, ask all the fathers on the panel, especially if you have sons. Hell, I'll even say if you have daughters, because you gotta be dangerous enough for her boyfriend not to try some slick shit. Am I lying?
Nope. I was about to say that a man is supposed to be dangerous. I love comic books. Superman was a character. My Superman is in the house right now. My daddy. That was my Superman. That the way he walked, carried himself. That's how I learned what how a man is. Because I see how men don't test like that. There's a certain point he can posture up and say, and I'm a kid. I can see when someone crosses the line, like, ooh, don't do that, because that's how a man is supposed to respond. You are supposed to be strong. You are supposed to be dangerous because you have to protect your family. Like I said to you last week, what would you do if I came up to your daughter? You're supposed to, no matter what, be in a position like I could fight my ass off, and I'm going to give my life for my kid. That shouldn't even be a thought in your head. Like, okay, let's go. We're going to go all out. Somebody ain't walking away from this, and I have no problem with that.
No. And see, Bane has known me since my son was 5, right? And my son had already knew that by the time he was 5, what it was with me. It was kill or die, plain and simple. And he knew that. He could speak to it because that's what I understood it was going to take. It doesn't mean that I'm the baddest motherfucker walking around and it's not tough Tony talk. It just means I know what I'm willing to do about mine. Plain and simple.
I even knew that just being around you.
Yeah, that's just
how you talk, how you carry yourself. I knew that. Like, okay, that's okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem.
Well, because those are important to me, and I think I shook my mother up when I told her we was having a conversation a week or so ago. I was talking about my kids and stuff like that, and I told her about who I actually cared about in the world, and it was only those two. And I saw her head, reading body language. I saw her head like kind of slump a little bit. Like, yeah, you ain't counting.
Well,
I rank them higher than you. Yes, I do, because those are actually my seats. These are from me.
So that's what I said about the younger siblings that I have. It's like I don't actually give a damn. I tell everybody, I don't give a damn about none of y'all. I care about all these young little chitlins that's 2, 3, 4 walking around here because they are the most vulnerable and the most unprotected. And so I'm gonna do everything. That's why they come to me. Baby girl come to me to come. Hey, can you go turn on the light for me? I said, why? Ain't nothing in that room. And it was something in there. It's in that room. Guess what? I got something waiting for him in my room.
Shit, yeah, I don't do that fear shit. You think it's something in here? Here, we gonna both walk in this motherfucker in the dark. You know where the light switch is? Okay, we're still in here. It's still in here when the lights is off. So let's walk in there and make sure nothing's in there.
Just real quick as an answer to Black Main, anything and everything to defend my daughter, anything and everything. But I'm not trying to go into detail on what I would actually do, but anything and everything. But
you're not asking for detail. I ain't trying to get you incriminated.
Yeah, I ain't trying to incriminate myself, but anything and everything. But
I mean, if you can get past the rage, you don't know what you're going to do. That's
I mean,
and I'll incriminate myself, but I'll sit on the court gladly. You touch my wife or my children, I want that hand. I want that hand.
Oh man!
You touch my wife or my kids, I want that hand.
Well,
I'm like, what's his name in front of this year? Hey, I'm on court. Like,
I will not allow you. Stop talking, Andre. I will not allow you to incriminate yourself. I will not allow you.
Well,
yeah.
And speaking from first-hand
experience, man, I can't you put away.
Look, speaking from first-hand experience.
Need you free and clear, okay? I need you free and clear. So no, I ain't gonna let you incriminate yourself. Let the motherfuckers find out like a surprise, like a jack in a box. You know what? Found out. Surprise!
Wake up, look at that Gabriel, like you learned your lesson.
Damn,
we'll tell you.
Well, like the question that I wanted to ask Dead Set and Charles before you dropped off was what are you guys looking forward to watching for Christmas? Like,
we weren't even done, so you can't start directing the stream. We were still trying to talk about Doom, but we got off into this other shit.
Yeah, it's sort of my fault.
Well, since we went off, it's like, well, I was asking that.
I mean, look, because the one thing I wanted to say on the comic book to close it out was that when people are looking at these young boys and girls too, looking at these comic books, they are not making the relationship to people like Raphael or Michelangelo and all of the ancients, because people used to revere art because art was so rare back in those days. But when I'm looking at, like, I'm a 3D artist. And I've also loved anime. So if I mention somebody like Fujimoto, or here's somebody that everybody knows, Hayao Miyazaki. We know who these people are. These are the modern day Michelangelos. These are the modern day Raphaels and the Berninis. So when you're talking about Attack on Titan, I'm like, oh yeah, that's Isayama. I mean, I've read his manga. And then I'm looking at it on a screen. I was like, that's the reason why they did Attack on Titan justice in the anime, because it was gorgeous. And so, and then there's an artist that most people don't know, like I said, Steven Spielberg. If you played any PlayStation games with girls in it back in the 90s, that was Steven Spielberg doing that shit. Most people don't know that, but for people who are in that, we was like, yeah, this dude is at the top of his game, and he's just ahead of everybody. So for artists, you know who the famous inkers are, and who the famous line drawers or the letterers are, and how this whole ecosystem that makes up comic books that people just dismiss. But if you take a dude out of let's say out of antiquity and then put him in modern day and he's an art lover, he would look at those people and say, man, these guys are incredible. And I think
that's how I see it, that they're producing. There are some really good artists out there, comic book artists out there, and that's how I looked at it. That said that these are the modern day greats, right? They are producing work on a monthly basis. Even if they just do covers, they produce beautiful fucking work monthly, and most people just write it off as all it's for kids. No, the fuck it ain't. You seen any of these Azzarello paintings, whatever the fuck? You can't look at an Alex Ross work and say that's not art.
Yep.
You can't look at that and tell me that's not art. That it wouldn't be hanging in somebody's art gallery at some point. Come on, man. These are the modern artists where this form has got to. But as part of the thing that Charles had mentioned is that the newer generations don't have any love for history, because history takes time. History means you have to look back in a sense of some reverence for what is done to see where things have come from. Like we're talking about with reading these stories and liking to see the history of things and where they came from. That's why you look back, so you understand the journey that it took to get to where it is now. But if you never want to look backwards to see where things have come from, you have no context for appreciating what it is right now. It just means that right now is the best shit ever. No, it's not. Because if you look back, you can see, Titans art got shitty.
Yep.
Thundercats art got shitty. Comic books got shitty. These modern day movies are mostly shitty.
Yep.
But you don't have that context if you don't look backwards, like we're talking about with Dune. You know it because you've read the source material. Like, this shit is way off.
Yeah.
Way off. Somebody else is sitting there, oh, I love Dune Prophecy. You like, the fuck?
What is this? These ain't the Bene Gesserit that I know. Yeah, and that character was not like that.
No.
Yeah.
But that's where that context comes from, of having that conversation from a point of knowledge and not a point of, this is just what it is. They just threw the slop on my plate. And it was the best slop I've had since the last time I had some. Like, it's still slop. You realize that, right? Like, come on, man. You have to know where this stuff comes from, because somebody, even if you don't like Brian, somebody spent their time to sit down and write and put that shit out. And they probably did some research before they started writing it. And they sat down to produce this work, and somebody else sat down to edit it and go through it, and somebody else took time to print this shit and put it out there. And then people like Dead Set took the time to actually sit and read it. All of it, every word. And so when they see something like this years later, after they've been living with this material since they first read it for decades at this point, and then seeing where it is now, to be like, they fucking that up. It's disappointing. It's majorly disappointing, because it's not doing it justice to all the time and effort that was put into it, not just by the person who read the material, but the person who created the material.
But you know what's interesting, artists, is that if they did something like that to like a Shakespeare work or a Milton work, there would be all hell breaking loose. Do not touch those works. Those are historic pieces. The problem is that there's like, okay, I'll agree. Christopher Tolkien, he was a great guardian of his father's estate. But
Chris dead now.
Yeah, his grandson. But the problem that I see is that these things are not making it as part of national treasures the way Shakespeare is or Tolkien is. Because look, lots of Marvel's work, that's a piece of Americana that should never have changed. Because that talks about where we were at that time, and then people are turning around and saying, "Oh, we were so racist, and we're going to go ahead and diversify it." And it's like, no, now you're taking it out of its time. you're removing all of the meaning that it had for the time it was in which it was created.
Yeah.
So I've heard people call X-Men racist before. I'm just like, wait a minute, that don't even make sense.
No, that's why they keep trying to get the X out of there and make it about LGBTs and stuff like that. Like, no, the X-Men are really about this. You don't need the man; they could just be the X. Look, man. As far as this is why I don't give Stan Lee a lot of shit. He can be mad that he's the face of Marvel and he was out there, and some people didn't get credit at certain times or whatever. Stan Lee was a patriot. Yep. Stan Lee was a soldier for this country. He went to war for this country. He made propaganda films. He did all kind of stuff for this damn country. Mm-hmm. And he poured the knowledge that he had, because he wasn't a dummy, into the comics that he wrote for the company he helped start. I don't give, and actually tried to keep that company alive when it could have went down a bunch of times.
Yep.
Before he actually sold it. So I don't give Stan a lot of shit. I give him a lot of respect in that respect. In that sense, because his peers that he was with and in war with, Frank Capra and some of them other characters, these are all people, Dr. Seuss, these are all people that you know of who've created great works.
Yep.
But you look down on his shit because it was colorful, because they had spandex suits on. What makes his work, like original Fantastic Four runs and stuff like that, what makes that any less than Shakespeare's work? Because he wasn't making up words. He makes up words all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Sound effects, names, all this shit. It's made up. But he's not looked at the same way. Oh, that's that goofy motherfucker who always want to be out in front of Marvel. He can be out in front of Marvel as much as he fucking want to. He made the shit. Yes, there are artists and creators who helped him do it, but the driving force wasn't them. Was it?
Nope. That's it.
Were they the editors? Were they the ones putting their name on the line to push this shit out there and keep it in the public consciousness so people knew what a fucking Marvel comic was, no matter how shitty the show was? No. Barely knew their fucking faces. Somebody got to do that work. And I'm not shitting on them for doing it.
Exactly.
He literally brought the racist conversation to the world by bringing Xavier and Magneto to the same. Dude, that's Malcolm X and Martin Luther King conversation.
Exactly. No, it actually.
He didn't put it in the context of mutants. So if you don't want to see color, look at the mutants. It's the same conversation. So how's it racist?
That's why, for me, that's why so many people, so many black people specifically gravitated to mutants more than they gravitated to Fantastic Four, the Avengers and shit like that, because the mutants spoke to that racism issue.
Yes, it did.
Spoke to it. Now, the misnomer is that Xavier Magneto is Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. That wasn't it. That's that Bryan Singer bullshit that came in with the movie. That's how they tried to interpret that shit. It's not, because Malcolm X ain't never killed nobody. Magneto
and King and X agreed on more than what they were against.
More
they
than
had,
they disagreed on.
Yeah, they were.
Xavier was not passive at all, because Xavier made the X-Men. The X-Men are not a passive team. They ain't out there just, hey, everybody calm the fuck down. Let's all hold hands. They wasn't doing none of that shit.
The X-Men in a military sense is a
paramilitary group.
They're a strike force. They're trained.
They are a strike force.
Think about it. There's more similarities to the X-Mansion and Blackwater than anything.
The Wildcats.
Wildcats, yeah.
Wildcats, good God.
Blue or gold, they are a strike team, man. They ain't out there playing nice with people.
They're not. They're the guys. They're closer to the deacons of defense more than anything. Like people. That's another thing I'll say real quick. There's a lot of history when you go into the Black history that we were not as passive as you think.
No, and Dr. King was not a pacifist.
Dr. King had weapons and had people armed to protect him.
Mm-hmm.
He just knew the difference between offense and defense.
Yep. It's a whole forgotten history. I always break down the history, especially when it comes to like firearms and Second Amendment rights. I tell people, I say, you do know those early night raids from them hooded fellows were unsuccessful, right? And be like, what? Really? I said, yes. I said, because black people owned firearms back then and we were not passive like they try to tell you.
Which is why I don't believe in black folks not being able to own firearms. Oh, you shouldn't have a gun. That's dangerous. Bullshit. Bullets keep fire from coming in some people's houses way back in the day. That motherfucker was in your arm.
Like I give people books, black firearms and things. I said, for one, I always bring it down from the standpoint. I said, think about it. We have a long history of military service in this country, even before this country was an actual country. Why would we, of all people, not own firearms?
I'm gonna tell you this. Being a firearms instructor, even the NRA had to talk about its faults, that they should have represented the Black Panthers, because they were actually part of the Munford Act.
Yep.
So even they talked about, like, we fucked up. We fucked up very greatly. That's why a lot of people forget it. I would not be here today if it wasn't for the firearm. Matter of fact, I got the, quote unquote, the shotgun my grandfather passed down when his wife gave me, and his 8-shot 357. That's the shotgun that kept the clan off the family farm.
That's like the family sword.
I was just going to say that, Dan. So that's like
as he called it, the cracker smacker. But
oh shit, I like that. I will use that and give you credit. Every time I do.
Shout out to the late great Roosevelt Baseball for the cracker smacker.
Oh my god, for the cracker smacker.
Yeah. I mean, he said he had 12 brothers and sisters, and some of them are still living, even though I think at least 4 are still living. He said, they saw in the distance on the farmland. You got to think it's like 350 acres. That's how big it is.
Yeah, you're gonna have to run somebody else with a whip.
And they saw this light in the some reason my great grandfather couldn't go to sleep. And he told a story. He saw some light in the distance and some white hoods and horses. He said everybody, to the oldest to the youngest, his mother and his father, everybody had a gun on them.
Also, Charles, I think he had 12 friends in that shotgun.
Well, that's a double barrel, so he was really quick with it.
Yeah, he had 2 shells in it.
Yeah, some twins. He had the twins in the gun.
And then he had
to reload like Ash Arm and Darkness.
Just to piggyback off of what you said about the firearm shit from an instructor standpoint, there's nothing wrong with black people owning firearms. I think I look at you different as a man if you don't.
I do.
Yeah.
How do you not have the most efficient way to keep your family safe? Now, I think you're lazy if you don't teach firearm safety to your family.
Exactly.
A man is supposed to be a protector and a teacher.
Yep. That's your responsibility.
My son, very little. I would unload the weapon, let him touch it. Hey, don't touch it unless I give you permission. If you see a firearm at anybody's house, including this one, don't touch it. And number 2, get an adult. And he told his friends, if you see anything, when his voice was still like that, now it's like, hey Dad, how you doing? If you see anything, don't touch it. Get an adult. Call your mom. He actually did that over somebody's house. They saw something that looked like a real gun. He was like, "Miss such and such. There's a gun in the room. I didn't touch it. My daddy told me not to touch it."
That's what I did with mine. Sure. I had to actually teach my damn uncle, older than me, playing around with my gun because I took it out to clean it. And he took it off the table and he was pointing. And I said, "Yo, what the hell are you doing?" He said, "Oh, look, it's not loaded." I grabbed that shit out of his hand and I racked that shit at. I said, "It's still one in the chamber, dumbass." He was like, "Oh, I was
it's not a cap gun. Stop fucking playing."
Yeah, you treat every gun like it's loaded.
Like it's loaded. The first thing you do is keep your finger off the damn trigger and don't point it at anybody living.
Don't point it at anything you're not willing to destroy.
Which is what he was doing, which really pissed me off. And I was like, dude, I said, well, he said, because I took the mag out, but I had set it down to go get my cleaning stuff. And he didn't think, I said, you supposed, and I said, and I turned to him, you treat every gun like it's loaded. You are a grown ass man. Why am I having to teach you this? You older than me.
Because being grown in age is completely different from being grown in mentality. People know shit or they don't know it. You just found out he didn't know it. It don't matter what age you learn it. You're gonna have to learn it at some point. Hopefully you do it when you're younger, so you don't have to have these stupid situations where it's another grown man talking to another grown man who's older than him. Like, why don't you know this? You are broken. Something is really deficient with your ass. Put that shit down, kid. Fucking
I had that situation. I might chime in because my ex brother-in-law, you know what I'm talking about, Bobo, was living behind us. And he had all kinds of little crackheads, and he was breaking into our house. So somebody was creeping around my house. I pulled my weapon, and he was looking through my window. And next you know, he's looking down the barrel of 40 cal, and he's like, "Oh, Bobo, it's me." I'm like, "He don't live here. He's next door." And I left it on my dresser. And I wake up the next morning. My daughter is standing there. She's looking at it. And she's like, "What's that?" And I felt bad. I left it out. But I explained it to her what it was. I unloaded it. I didn't shame her, make her scared of it. And then when I went to the range a couple days later, came back and D was holding up my target. And I said, "This is why you don't point this and play with it." I said, "You see that?" And they put their fingers in the hole. Like, if you point this would happen to brother. So, "Oh, no, that would hurt brother." Exactly. That's why you play with it. You teach your kids what guns are, not to touch them, but you don't make them afraid of it. You don't do the whole thing, "Don't touch the stove, it's hot." Why? Because I told you so. My mom did that to me. Guess what I did? I touched the stove.
That's why I say that the "don't do it because I told you so" was never enough for me. No. I need to know why. And so, at least, not to alienate anybody, but that's why I told my kids I would tell them the why, because that's part of your responsibility as a parent or adult or elder in that sense. You need to tell the motherfuckers why they don't do that kind of shit. Not just not to. Tell them why they don't. Because then they'll understand that a little bit better than just because I said so. Well, what if you ain't there to tell me because you said so? Yeah. Then what?
I'm gonna point out something.
Know the consequences of that shit.
So
go ahead, Andre.
Just real quick. I know firearm culture is like more common in the U.S. I have been to shooting ranges before. The first time Canadian. Like the first time I've been there in Canada. Well, I mean, I've shot a lot of guns. Just I've only been to the shooting range a couple times, but like the first time I went to a shooting range, I actually seen like it was like a cowboy dude because I pretty much live in like the Texas of Canada, so.
Well, I tell you, you come to the States, go to Vegas, and you shoot everything.
I've actually heard about that.
That way too.
Shout out to the machine gun store.
Yep. Or you can go, Andre.
Battlefield Vegas, baby. Battlefield Vegas.
You can actually come to Texas too and shoot a bunch of shit.
Exactly.
Gun clubs on the strip. Yeah. Gun clubs on the strip.
Texas is the reason why Mexico don't invade.
Yeah, Texas has got gun stores the size of Walmart. I mean,
stop making money.
I was telling artists they actually have a suppressor store here in Texas. That's what all they sell is suppressors. Like, I love this place.
I'm gonna tell you how fucking
Texas. We're gonna have to find Coley on the wall so we can go shooting.
When I went to
he's in Dallas.
Just real quick to finish off what I was saying. Yes, I do have a cousin that was born in Texas and he has dual citizenship, like American and Canadian, but I've never been over there. But I have heard about Vegas as well. But just what I was saying is that basically just going to the range is like I actually seen like it was like it was a white dude that was there with his son, and like, this was a white dude with dual revolvers, and like his son, like the son didn't look like he was more than like 7 or 8, and he was he was there on the range, so
that's when it that's when it starts. If you can train a kid at 4 to start doing martial arts, you can train gun safety that early too. But you have to know your kid. You train your kid to respect what you want them to respect and how you want them to respect it. But what you'll find a lot of times is people have these kids, they don't want to train them to do shit.
Exactly.
They don't understand that responsibility. That's your responsibility to teach them that shit. Well, he don't know how to cook. He's never going to know how to cook if you don't fucking teach him. He can cut himself, how to use a knife.
Hey, that's the thing about like firing a lot of guns. Like I've only fired a few guns. And that was like my uncle's gun, my father's gun, and the guns I had in the military.
Nigga, you are honorary Baltimore. You're supposed to be known in small arms fire.
Born in and raised in the good smoke.
However, this is the big however. This is the big however, because I love bolt action rifles because they're just they're hefty, they're heavy. You can swing them with like a bat, and they are very accurate. I like the one shot. That's my thing. However, I am more concerned about the guy who's mastered a few guns than that dude who can fire everything in that. Because there's something about a man who's got this personal gun like rifles, Charles's grandfather's rifle. Because there's something very personal about it. I know what I like.
Very familiar.
I know what I'm familiar with. I know how it kicks. I know how to keep it on target. I'm good with that. So if somebody says, "Hey, yo, come try this," come down, man. I'm kind of good at this. This is what I use.
Come on, come on, Dad. Set an appointment. Set an appointment.
What about that dude that has old Trusty?
They set an appointment.
I'm gonna tell you what. I got a custom made 5.56 and a custom made upper for 300 blackout. I remember it was like people always question, like when I went to Colorado, and we were doing a shooting range. One thing about people forget: get the gun that fits your hand.
Right.
That's number one.
It's true.
Stop trying to live up to everybody else's expectations. There's certain things. Like I was shooting the damn target 25 yards one-handed. Ting! But this is the one thing about it. I still have the scar on my hand. The webbing of your hand is so sensitive and it's very important to your shot. So instead of actually having the guard up higher because my hand's a little thicker in that area, the slide just came back and cut the fuck out of it. So I had to literally
bite.
See up, it hit me like a rattlesnake a couple of times. I had to tape it up, put gauze on it. And they were like, "You messed up the first time." And then they looked at the second time. You scored a 96. Bitch, I told you I could shoot.
So just real quick, because I have a question.
Just say it.
Yeah, just say it. Yeah.
So whoever's talking about like the Vegas shooting range, I heard that you could use explosives over there. Is that true?
Well, they could put explosive targets.
Yeah, you can use explosives.
I haven't used explosives in Vegas. I've never used explosives in Vegas.
Well, let's go to look up the machine gun store. You will be. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, it's a couple of places.
Yeah,
well,
the place I went to, you could shoot off a tank.
Yeah, because it was an older gentleman that was telling me about this, and I wasn't sure whether to believe him or not. But basically, in Canada, like our shooting ranges, like the best we get is a 3-round burst.
Well, it's Canada, man. Y'all see. I don't know why y'all still got that dude in power because
I voted his ass out. He's still here. It's not my fault.
Mr. Trudeau.
Trudeau.
Hey, you old enough to vote? It should be your fault.
I'm going to tell you the Second Amendment. People may say I may sound like a gun nut, but if you're in America, you should be.
Whatever.
The Second Amendment is the one amendment that protects all other amendments, including the 13th. Oh, you got to go back in slavery from your cold dead body. Like I told people, a lot of people forget the reason why you're not a slave is not because somebody was being very benevolent. No, it's because they gave you a gun and you won them a war.
Yeah, and they would have to get it back from you.
They were like, you can fight better, you fight against your oppressor, get land, get freedom, and get some benefits, get some money. You have me against fight my oppressor. Let's go.
Look, I give the full quote,
man, and nobody gonna be upset with me. Yep.
Look,
give me the gun.
Be celebrated. Oh shit, we get.
I give the full quote in this context. I say the pen may be mightier than the sword, but the sword will still protect you when words fail.
When the pen run out of ink, I'll cover your 6.
It even goes back to the conversation when pick the weapon that fits your hand. People all the time are, they see guns, especially music videos. I want that one. Why? Because I like the way it looks. You don't know how it fit in your hand. Like when I go shopping, I don't like Glocks. And people look at me like I'm crazy. Oh, it's the best gun ever. I don't like the way it fits in my hand.
No,
I don't like it.
I don't like Glocks. I don't like. I hate Glocks, bro.
I hate Glocks.
My buddy,
I will not stand for your Glock treachery.
Yeah,
I have one Glock in my collection. The only thing made by Glock is the frame. It went from the gun store right to the gun shop. Had everything redone. Had everything recustomized. I don't like Glocks.
I have two Glocks. I have a 45 caliber that I carry with me on security details. I have my Glock 23 that I actually got back when it was stolen. I'll tell the story later. Got it back. And because I'm American, I have a 1911. I had to get it.
you should have a 1911.
You were that nice TRP.
You have to own 1911. I thought it was a requirement to be in the military. You have to own it.
that 1911 got to be the most American gun in the world.
Ever. The only gun that keeps the accent.
Yeah.
Howdy.
That's the only gun. That's the only gun that'd be like, what it do? You know, that's
I love my 1911.
How do you say the fuck you mean in American?
The Lord's caliber 45.
It works every time.
Mm-hmm.
It's heavy enough to blood.
You have no substitute.
Yeah, I have one Glock, but out of the guns that I had, I like my Beretta the most because I like the heft of it. I don't own a 1911 yet, but Sam know the one I like because I saw it and it was love at first grip. I don't own it, but that motherfucker fits nice. It felt like a coupe that was made for me. Like, oh my god, it's conformed.
I should have saw his reaction when I bought it.
Shut up, man.
I bought it. He was not happy. I got smooth cussed out when I bought that.
Yeah. The hand thing is sort of like when I'm like when you watch movies and it's like, oh here, use this and go into a firefight and the dude instantly starts shooting the rifle. It's like, wait a minute, this motherfucker didn't even sight this thing.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know if it's that for somebody else. What the fuck?
You know, my man looked at guns the same way he found vagina. Oh, I didn't know the way. Whoa, I like the way.
Hey, that one though. That's exactly what it was. We went to a gun show out here in Vallejo, and I picked that gun up. Fucking Bang was looking at that quad or 3-barreled fucking shotgun.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that looks nice. Let me try that. Man, I picked that motherfucker up. That grip was like, baby, I've been waiting on you all day. I'm like, oh my god.
No.
It hit you with that.
It was just right. I can feel it in my hand right now talking about it. I can feel it. Like, oh,
look, it started talking to you like Selma Hayek.
It did.
It's saying that Lionel Richie to him. Hello, is it me you're looking for?
Well, Artisan, would you say that? Would you say that fit like a glove?
It wasn't even fitting like a glove because the glove can be tight in certain spots and you have to readjust your fingers. That motherfucker fit like a firm handshake. It fit like it was made for me. That's how it fit. Like it was custom made for my fucking hand. It fit that good. I'm like, oh shit! I had to go find a gun store. I had to go find a shop so I can see it again. I'm like, god damn, dude, that's like,
man. So that the gun song they come like a Frankie Beverly song.
Shit.
The being alone.
It's interesting you say that because Glocks have traditionally more ergonomic than a 1911.
I was thinking it was the grips on this one. At 1911, it was a Springfield, right? 1911 model, right? And the grips on there were just nice. It was firm. It was a firm, good grip. That motherfucker, it was like once you grabbed it, it was like a part of your hand. It didn't feel loose, none of that shit at all. And I've had other guns, right? Like I said, I had a Glock, I had a Beretta, I had an HK. HK frame was a little bit too light for me, but ex-wife, he shot better with that one because it was lighter. I like the Beretta. It still feels a bit rounded because I have big hands, but it felt nice because it had heft to it, right? Glock was my first one. Didn't really know about buying guns, but that was my first one, my Glock 23, right? Love that gun.
Glock
right?
23, greatest gun ever, man.
Yeah, feels good. I can shoot with it well. It's fine, right? But that motherfucker, that fucking operator, oh my god, that was it was like damn, who at an airport? I'm putting that all on my live stream.
Was that I got a question. Was that operator smooth?
Was that operator approved?
No, was it smooth?
I haven't
Oh
shot it.
yeah. Yes.
Yeah, he would be the one to tell you.
Every time I hand that to somebody at range, they look at me. Oh, I'm not a real big fan of 911s. I let them shoot that. Like, now I can go buy one. It's smooth. It's this. Yes, that's what I can say. It's a nice. They put a lot of work in there. You can't add a stick of gum to that gun. It's got. It's nice.
They sound off of that. Smooth operator.
It's so smooth. It's on my carry license. I carry it. It's in the room now. It's one of my carry weapons.
Well, you ain't shit. Anyway, so moving on because I got to get over my gun porn obsession. I would say dead set just on this Dune, and then I'll move on to this Creature Commandos and Skeleton Crew bullshit.
Probably watched that.
Yeah, I had a thought on this Dune prophecy shit. Who they were seeing. I was really up for seeing this episode because I wanted to see them chicks fucking around, having a damn seance and looking at the damn God Emperor staring back at him. And then I thought about it for a minute while I was watching that episode. I'm like, it might not be the God Emperor that they seeing. At this point, it probably should be Paul. It should be the person looking back at them from the place that they are afraid to look in. Because I'm sitting there watching the scene, how it's played out, and all these chicks is just terrified, right? They're just fucking terrified. And they feel this sense of like, it's not malevolence, but just like dislike, right? And I'm thinking, it's like, that would be Paul after he took the water. Because I remember, at least from the David Lynch movie, after Paul took the water and took over Arrakis, he told the Reverend Mother that shit. He said, try looking into that place you dare not look, and you'll see me staring back at you.
Yep.
I'm thinking that's Paul, and that's why it's so much fear in them when they look that way, because he's looking back at them because he didn't approve of the Bene Gesserits. He didn't like their asses. He did not like them. Paul definitely didn't like them.
No, Paul.
God Emperor, I figured he would be more in line with taking control of them, but not really just outright hating their ass. Paul had an outright hate of them for what they had did, what it cost his family and shit like that. He really didn't like their ass. No, so that would be a person who engendered that kind of fear in them, looking back down the ancestral lines, like, it's you. I see you.
That's what I thought too. I'm like, that's Paul looking. They're looking way to the future, and he's looking right back at him. Like, I hate y'all.
The reason why I don't agree with that is because Paul never really became the Kwisatz Haderach, even though he could. When he did take the water of life, he did look back. But the thing about Paul was that he was scared of the golden path. That's what really takes me. Like I say, with the God Emperor, because remember, the God Emperor was also called the tyrant by the Bene Gesserit, and they were deathly afraid of him because he was the one whom, they couldn't control Paul really, but in Heretics and in Children of Dune, he sort of stepped off the golden path. It's just like, and then it was his son, the living one, who took it all the way.
That's why, because I was all on that it's the God Emperor at first, but then looking at that scene in the last episode, that's what I was thinking. I said that might just be Paul, because even taking the water and not being the full Kwisatz Haderach, the only reason he's not is because he didn't walk the path.
Right.
That's the only reason why. Other than that, he still had all the powers and shit like that. He just did not walk the path. He was afraid to. Fine. that means he's still just as powerful as he was when he took the water. They could still see him. He could still fuck with them, and he didn't like him. He didn't like they ass.
That is true.
Taking the path or not, he did not like them. He was not cool with them. He didn't like the Reverend Mother from the time her ass showed up.
No,
he didn't. She's fucking with him. He didn't. He was not cool on them, man. He was not feeling.
What did you say about my pops?
About my mother and my father? No, he was not cool with them. He had a vendetta against their ass.
Yeah, there were some times like when he and his mother were in the tent. I'll agree that he hated them because he scolded his mother while they were in exile before they met the Freemen when they were brought to the desert by the two Harkonnen. I remember reading some of the passages in the book where his mother became deathly afraid of him while he was in the tent, and that was where he was having a vision. And he was like, "Mother, I see it," and she was like, "Stop!"
Screaming on that bitch.
She knew what he was. So I mean, there's merit to what you're saying. And I'm not going to dismiss it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that, and then thinking at the same time for this show, even with it being a limited series, how far would they go ahead in the books? I don't think they would actually try to. I mean, it would be ambitious for them to try to be injecting the God Emperor into this shit right now, but you 10,000 years in the past, nobody barely read this goddamn book who watching this show and reviewing it. So they wouldn't even know anything about this goddamn God Emperor. But the first person they would have to get past would be Paul before you even get to the Emperor.
Well, that's the second reason why I think it's a God Emperor, because it's so far into the past.
Possibly.
Yeah. Because Paul, I mean, his threat was legitimate. And what I do like about that whole issue with him looking back is, for people who don't know, again, Bene Gesserit can only see the women in the past. The Kwisatz Haderach sees and lives the lives of both the men and the women,
males and females. See,
yes,
both lines, both heretical lines,
and
so that's why he is the Kwisatz Haderach, because he sits in the middle. He bridges those two.
He bridges those two. He is what do you call him? He says, "I am the fulcrum." That's
the
what
fulcrum.
Yep,
he's the fulcrum. So he can see, like the Bene Gesserits can see down their ancestral line, like they doing some echo shit, right? A male with Bene Gesserit powers can see down the male line, which the women could not see down. They can only see through themselves. He could see both.
Which was
dangerous. That's what made him a Kwisatz Haderach possible, right? He just did take that power and move on that path of moving humanity in that direction. He didn't get there. His son did. He didn't.
Yeah, and that's what threw me off
with him. Everything turned that direction, and that's why I was thinking the person they seeing in the dark is Paul.
Yeah,
because that's where it turns.
Yeah, that's merit to that.
Does lose power in a sense. They don't have no power after Paul show up. Not really. They don't.
That's true.
So
yeah, he set them straight.
Yep,
he set all them bitches straight. But then, like I said, there's a ton of merit to what you're saying. I will not, because I could be wrong. So
we all be wrong. I could be completely out of left field, but I'm just thinking about what makes sense to me and knowing about what I know. Because, like I said, I haven't read the Sisterhood of Doom. I haven't read that. So I'm relying on you and what I'm seeing in the show and what I know about what happened later on. Of like the first person they'd have to get through would be Paul. That'd be the first person looking back on their ass, just really scolding them, really just like, nah, you bitches.
And the only other thing that I can see is Brian Herbert brought it up in some of the books that I did not read, that that they tried it before Paul. Because we knew that they tried creating the Kwisatz Haderachs a lot more.
They've been trying.
But right now, like the Bene Gesserit has only been around like 100 or so years where the show is.
Right.
So they may be aware of them. They got their skills. And then you also, they're not even talking too much about the witches, which is where they learned a lot of their powers. There's too much missing.
Yeah, there's to me, even in this story, even in the show, there's a lot missing, because the whole thing with Valia Harkonnen actually developing the voice, and actually being something that she could teach to other people. That's not being gone into enough to where that even come from. It's just something that fell out of her ass one day. I was like, okay, how?
And if I do recall correctly, that came from because the emperor's daughter had the ability to control plants. So she was one of those witches, one of those sorcerers. She come from that line. And the sorcerers were pivotal in defeating the machines in the Machine Crusade. It's just that a lot of them got wiped out in that war. So there were only a few of them left. And of course, they would create their own sect, which is basically what the Bene Gesserit are.
Right. Because like you were pointing out earlier, you have to remember that all of this stuff, these are all just human beings, and they're developing abilities that they focus on. So whatever the Bene Gesserit has is just an ability that humankind can have with training. So then they shouldn't be doing something overly fucking magical. It's just the way they actually train themselves. So it's there in them. It's just put it this way. It's like having the force. The force is in everything. Everybody don't start floating shit around the room and stuff like that because they don't train themselves in that way. They just
use the shorts. Use the shorts.
But what throws me off about this show is the fact that they're a bunch of raving feminists because it was because of the fact that they could not see the male line that the Bene Gesserit did not want to be on the throne. And so but they did, and they always, just like Black Bane was talking about, they always controlled the dude on the throne from behind. So the whole issue with Paul was that he was a Quisataract that they couldn't control.
Nope.
And then when they
having that shit,
but you also run into the issue that they ran into with Lord of Fenring, and with him, they turned him into a eunuch, and it was like, wait a minute, we fucked up. Exactly, he needs to be able to reproduce.
You can't get any heirs.
Can't get any heirs, and so then it's naturally when Leto II came, he blew them out of the water. It was like, I'm taking over all this shit. Fuck all your houses. Fuck all
But Leto II came in like Debo, man. All this shit.
I'm gonna turn into a sandworm so y'all can't kill me. I'm gonna take all this spice and y'all gonna
have to pump. It's my spice. Shout out to Laps de SWAT 1. He said, what do you think of the XD 4.5 9mm and bring in the non-lethal platforms? I don't know that weapon. I'm not that big of a gun nut. Non-lethal platforms are interesting to me because non-lethal does not mean it doesn't have to hurt a whole hell of a lot. It's like shooting somebody with rock salt.
And I'm a fan.
If you're really not trying to take people out, I guess you could use non-lethal. I mean, the way some of these trigger-happy ass fucking scary ass cops on the street be using, they need non-lethal shit so they can stop having these accidental sympathetic fire situations where everybody just shooting because, like Charles has pointed out many a times, a lot of these motherfuckers can't fight. Like, I thought that should have been a prerequisite to be a cop.
If I was in control, shout out to President-elect Trump. You should make another cabinet called the Cabinet of Public Safety, where you're in charge of transportation, police, and fire. I would like to be the first in that line, and I would actually make it a prerequisite. You're going to do just as much fighting with your hands as anything else.
That should be common. I tried out for the sheriff's department and police department, and when I saw a 4'11" ass chick out there trying out for the sheriff's department to work in a jail, I'm sitting there thinking she's about to get her ass beat.
Oh, that's a fact.
I'm just saying. The only thing that's going to keep somebody from beating her little ass is her wearing a gun and having a vest on, which means they get shot. Somebody getting shot flat out.
And a lot of times you'll find out there's a lot of cops who are dead with the holster still in their hand because they get overpowered. Like, you don't even get trained to hold up. Like, I think you should be at least trained to hold up your end of the bargain until backup comes.
Yeah.
Charles, I've recommended that we do like other country police forces, like in Japan. They all have to be judo black belts. They got to be trained in judo.
Right.
And even when you train somebody, it doesn't mean they're going to be as good as the best, but you should be confident. And here's the thing about it, right? In America, you got too much feminism in everything we do, military. Instead of putting the police, the fire, like, here's my shit. You've done the testing. I might move to the road, but or they got some sleep apnea issues, but
let's keep it short.
Well, no, I was just saying, there's a lot of feminism in that stuff because when you find out what roles men and women are best in when it comes to combat, like I said real quick, sniping, investigations, and espionage, women are great in. When you're trying to make them fit that square peg in that round hole, it's not going to. So, yes, when you're going for your special operations, get the best of the best, regardless of who it is.
Yeah, appreciate that. Shout out. I didn't give him his good question. LDAP SWAT, appreciate it. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate
The triple B bounce, the classic.
Next one goes out to Cyrus Burke, who dropped a big 50 in this bitch. I hope you don't want that shit back. Much respect to the OG.
All sales are final.
Yeah, all sales are final. Appreciate you, Cyrus. Andre, do you have something to say while I'm appreciating this person that actually donated to the stream? Do you have something to say over that? More important? I didn't think so. I don't think so, because this is somebody who supported. So let me speak to them without you talking through it, please. Thank you, Cyrus, for supporting the stream, even if you know Andre. I will give you the power of many. Appreciate you.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
And Andre, you're not in charge of telling me who's an OG in this space. I've been here long enough to know who has been here a while and who has not. Thank you. You too new to tell anybody shit. Second one goes out to Cyrus Burke as well. Appreciate you. He said, when I make my video game and expanded universe, I'm hiring all of all. I think he meant to say y'all. Too much untapped talent in this space. Got to get this money together. Well, do what you got to do. If you're not talking to Dead Set, I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, because if you look, man, I'm doing graphics right now. As
behind some shit, then you already should know. Since Andre trying to tell people who's OGs in this space when he new here. If you ain't been talking to Dead Set, I don't know how old of a G you is. You need to be talking to him. Go ahead, Dead Set.
Yeah, look, I'm all for. Look, one of the things that we are sorely missing in the game space, where there's so much money to be made. Or I'm not a programmer; I'm a graphics guy, so I know how to make gaming graphics, but I also know how to make movie graphics and what you call it, anime graphics. I know how to do all of it. But when I go to like some of the brothers on Facebook or on X or anything like that, there's only one dude who actually got together with me and said he wanted to do something, and that's the guy that I work with right now. And he's a brother, and he works in Atlanta. He makes pictures at movies and things like that, and he works on video games. And basically, that's partially how I get paid nowadays. Mm-hmm. But most brothers, it's just like either they're looking for an easy AI solution, which is relatively new. So I'm saying, like, well, what the hell were y'all doing 10 years ago when I was when I knew how to do this shit anyway? Or they think that you need large teams to do this shit, and I'm just like, no, you don't.
You just need some people to do the damn work. Look, this is how I actually end up getting really deeply involved with Fracture, JT, and Chris, because being in the comic shop, we've told this story before. You hear a lot of people coming through there talking about they're working on comics, they're going to do something or whatever. You hear that shit all the time. Mm-hmm. Black, white, Asian, it don't matter, whatever the fuck, right? But it didn't bring it home for me that these motherfuckers was serious until I'm working a con and they at the con with a table, they own booth on the floor. And I see them sitting there and they're like, what's up? I'm like, the fuck? You was serious? People who serious put it up, man. They can show you they work. It's going to be seen. And that's why I did everything I could. Didn't even own the shop at that time, but did everything I could to put their books out there so people could see them, to put it in our shop so we can sell that shit. Because I'm supporting what they're actually doing. They're actually doing the fucking work. Mm-hmm. They ain't talking about it. They talked about it. Like, oh, yeah, okay. They actually was doing the work. I made sure I did my part to put that shit in front of as many people as I can see. That's why I always big them up. Always. Because they was young brothers doing the work. They wasn't even, I was still in your 20s at that time, wasn't you? Or early 30s. No, that shit out there.
I love it.
So in the space, you want to work with people in the space and put shit together in the space and pool the talent of people in the space. Most of the people in the space that do this kind of shit actually have jobs. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you need to be talking to them. If you're OG in the space, you know exactly who the fuck they are, who are the programmers, who are the people who actually do that shit. Talk to them. You should be already talking to them. Already.
Even your writers and your artists. There's a lot of talent.
Even your writers and your artists. I've been trying to begging Crimson Cure to write a book forever. Just on her knowledge of Predator and shit like that when she was way back when she was doing fucking story time. I'm like, man,
I love story time.
I love story time. Not a lot of people liked it. I don't give a fuck. I do a lot of shit that don't get a lot of views. I don't care.
Oh, that's why she stopped it.
It wasn't getting a lot of views. But her Predator stories was awesome. She know that Predator lore back and forth. And man, write them a new script. Send them a screenplay. Please.
I'm gonna tell you what's crazy, folks. I'm gonna tell you what's crazy, folks. When you look at some of these bigger channels like Sean Ryan, with my background and all the stories I've told through the years, if I was white, do you think I would be on Sean Ryan?
Yeah,
probably not. You should.
And think about this. Why do we have to wait for the white guys to do it?
That's my problem.
That's my problem. My issue. You don't support the black folks who do it, but then somebody white jump up and do it. Y'all over there clamoring and wanting to repeat that shit. Like, you heard about what so-and-so said? Fuck what so-and-so said.
And many a times, just to piggyback on what you said, they're usually not the first people to say it.
They're not. Don't listen to what. Yeah, you do. Shut up, Andre. We're talking in the back.
And also, they don't support. Like, if you know somebody's doing something, they say, "Oh, good job, I'm sure you love," but yet they want something free. I'm gonna pay for your book. Don't give me a free book. I'm gonna pay for it. Like this, I come in the stream. That's my family. But he's doing this. He's taking time out of his day to show support, help, because that's the problem that we have that they don't have. People will pay, even for some of the dumbest channels I see people, they got all these people subbing and dropping their money to make stupid comments, but we don't do that.
No.
We don't support each other.
Yeah, show me Tyrone Magnus. Yeah, Tyrone Magnus is cool. You know about Tyrone Magnus in the geek space. I know who he is. I already know who he is, though. Appreciate it.
Shout out to Mr. Burke again for the channel.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Cyrus. Again, he said, I've been ghost watching here and there. I'm more frequent on the other shows. YouTube unsubscribed me from you a while back. That means you wasn't watching. The game I want to make will cost north of 90 million. So I'm just working on the ideas. Well, you need to get with some of these finance guys to make that 90 million become a reality. You don't need the whole 90. You just need people to believe that you will pay them for that shit, because a house that cost $90 million, the dude that bought it didn't put down $90 million.
Exactly. What you need to do is to get somebody on your team, get a bunch of minorities so you get minority grants, get a couple of veterans so you get veterans grants.
even if that woman is good at programming or she's getting a coffee, now you can get those women's grants.
I would like to know where that 90 million number came from, though, because
let me get that right after I give him his props, because I do want to see women scissoring again. So appreciate it. I will give you the power of many. Appreciate you.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Shout out to Artisan.
Shout
out to Artisan, my favorite lesbian.
Your favorite. Appreciate that. Thanks for recognizing me. It helps to be validated. I don't know who Chef Butter Biscuits is. You might have to cam him up because you're a new face and there's a biscuit on here, and that's how you get trolls. I always get trolls when Andre show up. So you gotta turn your camera on backstage first so I can see who the fuck you are before I ever let you up on the panel. That was so selective. And UFO said, I've been trying to get Kendra to drop a cover album for years. Kendra got a lot of skills, man. That is a fucking geek for real. She is a geek, and she got a lot of talents.
So talented. I mean, that's the criminal part of this space. We're so talented. Like, God, just speaking to people. Like, I tell people, I get a relief speaking to people in this space because it's hard for me to relate to normal, everyday people.
Exactly. Yeah. Andre, your cosign on people is not shit. I don't know why you cosigning in the back chat about folks. He's frequent on BBS channel a lot. Nigga, what?
It's called rank and file, man. Rank and file.
Man, I catch a lot of shit for letting your ass talk in spaces. You know that? I get a lot of shit behind the scenes about letting your ass talk in spaces. Stop trying to tell me shit I would know already. This is Cyrus. I would like to defend myself. You ain't under attack, so you don't got to defend yourself. All I asked you was you got to turn on your camera because you're behind the scenes, can't nobody see you, to let me know that this is actually a real person. And when I put your ass up on screen, I'm not gonna see white penis all over my goddamn stream. Because the last time that shit happened, it was somebody Andre was co-signing.
Oh,
yeah, Andre, who you be dealing with?
Okay, I got you.
Your credit is bad.
Credit is not good. With
you really are black man because your credit's fucked.
low threes.
Chief Butter Biscuit. Okay, man, I like that.
Yeah,
yo, how everybody doing?
Like that.
Thanks for letting me on here.
And he got a black voice. It might not be a white dude.
Okay, let's.
Can I chime in a comment? I'm sorry, I didn't see who said it about being able to space like this, and it's fun to talk about this stuff because you can't talk to everybody because of our enthusiasm and how we feed each other. I feel that because I'm that way. I'm a big geek, 80s kid, all that stuff. So I get talked about people looking at me like, for one, being a black dude, looking like, why do you like that white shit? Like, dude, it's has nothing to do with color. It's just I like the creativity. I like that stuff. It's not often that you can find a group. Like I was even lucky to find, and that's something that she's very cute. A young lady that I can talk to and have the same enthusiasm about like 80s, and it's just like a relief. Like, I can get energized and not be looked at like I'm a weirdo because I could talk about something like Dune, Star Wars, Grease, all these old stuff, all these amazing platforms, media that we grew up on, and they're right there, same beat, boom, 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 boom. That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool to me, and this is why I miss the shop is having that regular conversation with people who know this material, reading this material, are current and know the past all at the same time, right? Like being a Kwisatz Haderach, I can see the future and the past all at the same time. And we can have these conversations about this stuff that's happening because trust, when I listen to other content creators, the only thing I'm listening for is a contemporary conversation. People watching the material, talking about the material. Because they're all watching it, even if they don't like the shit. They at least can have the conversation about that shit. What I don't see a lot of times is they'll have chocolate chips sprinkled in there, but I don't see a whole chocolate chip channel where they all know what the hell is going on with the material that they're talking about.
That's
the
damn sure.
That's the problem I have. And that just comes down to people having knowledge of the material and actually getting versed on the material. That's why I thought of the watch list. Dead said it, just throwing out. Look, I'm gonna be. I usually don't try to broadcast what I'm talking about before I did it, because I had a person for a while that just wanted to do the show before I did my show, so I stopped doing that shit. Right. So putting it out there is like giving y'all fucking weekly reading lists or your watch list before you show up on the panel to talk about some shit that you don't have no verbiage. I don't like leaving people out. That's not my thing. I don't like leaving people out. So if I'm having a conversation about a show and you don't know anything about the show because you didn't watch the shit, it makes I feel bad. And there's some things I can't say because I don't want to ruin it for you. So it's putting more work on me to try to keep you involved in the damn conversation. Whereas if you just watched that 30 minutes of that shit, you'd be completely involved in the conversation. Simple. I like those conversations, and I want to have those types of conversations with my peoples. Just sometimes I don't watch this shit. It's like, so I'm the only geek in this bitch. Like, god damn, I'm the only one suffering.
So, you know, there's a world of cultural difference between when I'm talking to brothers about geek shit and when I'm talking to white guys about geek shit. It is like night and day. And sometimes you're talking to these white guys and it's like, okay, I understand what your frame of reference is because I had to learn that shit, but you are completely missing my frame of reference.
Completely missing the point. That's the fun of talking. That's the fun of talking to them most of the time, is because there are things that they completely miss that you catch. And they don't understand your frame of mind. That's why I say I don't have a problem having conversations with people who disagree with you, because the disagreement is where the actual conversation starts. Because understanding that perspective and where the disagreement is you get that knowledge from. To me, there's no knowledge to be gained in an echo chamber. Why not? Because you're all saying the same fucking thing. So if nobody's bringing a different perspective to the conversation, you just sitting in the church, talking to the choir, talking in circles about shit. Like, oh, did you pull mine? I pulled yours. Circle jerk.
So artist. So once again, I have
you back to the low microphone once again. What the hell?
Go ahead. I'm running some errands right now, but basically, there is people that hate me and hate you guys enough that they'll try to use me as a way to get at you guys and like the people that you like. So
I don't think so. I think what I know from being in the space as long as I have is an open chat is an invitation for fucking trolls.
So
and some people generation, that's what y'all get off on, is going into people's chats and disrupting shit. That's what you guys get off on. Young folks don't got time to be playing little games like that. That's kids. Old folks don't. And a certain generation loves doing that shit. They love doing that kind of thing.
Oh, that's why I say
it'll bring them out the goddamn woodwork like that was a keyword. Just triggered they sale.
Well, just to finish what I'm saying is that Chef Butterbest Skits, he's not a troll, even though he has a troll name. He's not a troll.
Well, that's why I say online it's like the way people talk to each other online. I said, bro, if we were standing a foot from each other in my face, you would not be saying half of the things you're saying over this computer screen on this mic.
No, they wouldn't. But you know that because you interact with real people most of the damn time. So you understand that. Most people will not test you like that if you can see them.
The internet makes brave men out of cowards.
It does.
It's
people get off these sociopathic tendencies with just wanting to be fucking up shit.
It's
and
sad.
Escape like that fucking hamburger, like I'm the diddler.
Yep.
Anyway, what you got, Chef? I appreciate the donations to the stream. I really do. So what you got? You got the flow. It's Royal Rumble rules over here. So every time you come on, you got 2 minutes to shine. So
no doubt. You hear me all right?
Yep.
I can turn you up a little bit more, but go ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, first I want to say thank you for letting me on the panel. I wanted to introduce myself properly for Andre stinks my credibility anymore. I gotta speak for myself.
You can speak for yourself. Please do.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But yeah, to reiterate what I said earlier, I'm ghost watching here and there. I've been freak on your not your panels, but I do chime in every now and then just to listen when I can. But the reason why, as far as my approach to video game design, all that stuff, I don't like show up empty-handed. For most part, that's why I'm fleshing my idea first, get a concrete theory of what it's supposed to be. Then I should introduce other people as well. So as far as Dead said and what he does with it, I didn't know that. That's on me for not knowing, because I've been freaking on other people's panels and shows. That's on me for not knowing what he does. So I got to figure out about that as well. But yeah, I just want to get my idea. I'll get that finished and then branch out other people, get the help that I need, and see what skill sets they have to get for me the best. I realize my goal, where I best move forward, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. So if you're looking in the manosphere, the black manosphere specifically, if you're looking for programmers and artists and stuff like that, show up on Art New Styles panel. Show up on BGS's panel. Or just in the, you don't have to necessarily be in the panel to talk, but be in the chat, and that's where you'll find out where the programmers and the artists and stuff, like people who do have that skill set, congregate and show up. There are specific panels. Every panel ain't that, but there are specific panels. Nobody necessarily in this black manosphere sector is dummies. No.
Right.
Except for me.
Except for who? You? Shut up. Most of these dudes are accomplished in whatever it is that they do. So you can find, if you put it out there, to know that you're looking for people who do this kind of thing, especially in BGS chat. It's so many programmers that go through there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. I am freaking on BGS's panel and show and all that, but I just, my goal is not, deviate from the topic too much, because I see other people get flamed for that shit. So I try to stay on top of it as much as possible.
Well, yeah, because it's etiquette. And a lot of times, especially on BGS's panels, if you remember, if you're around for the old Coliseum, motherfuckers always try to deviate from the thing. And the person who really tried to put a stop to that shit was Kevin, because Kevin hated that shit. And one of the things that he was trying to push in the sector was that black folks need to have some goddamn decorum and learn how to maintain and control themselves. Because it's really rude to walk into somebody's show who's talking about a topic. They're trying to do a show about a topic and keep deviating the shit to some other stuff that's nothing to do with the topic. He saw it as rude. I agreed. It is because you could be sitting on BGS and having a really good conversation about some deep shit, and some motherfucker get up there wanting to bitch about something else. Really off topic. I'm not here for you, nigga. I'm not here to listen to this shit. We're into something that's actually important. You're deviating the topic onto some other shit that you want to talk about. Fire up your fucking stream, and then maybe I'll go and listen to that shit later. But I want to get back to this politics stuff, or I want to get back to hearing this national news, this conflict stuff that's important. Everything ain't important. That's why I agreed that everybody don't need to be on the panel talking.
Well, that's one of the things we have to understand, and that's my show later on is going to be, is that everybody is not equal.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not equal to Charles in military experience. I'm not equal to Charles or Bane in bouncing or club experience. Just not. It don't make me any less of a person. It just means they have more credibility and particular skills in that thing. That's just what it is. Just not where my life led me. So I don't see it as a lesser. It's just understanding what people bring to the damn game, what they bring to the table.
Yeah, that's not my lane.
Exactly. It's not my lane. I can't run in every lane, man. I ran track. There's a lane I run in. Make that one.
Yeah, even though I'm ex-military, that's not my lane. I haven't done that in a long time.
Yeah, you can clearly look at me and tell you, I ain't running nowhere. So
well, unfortunately,
it's a good, solid jog, but no, I ain't running
up. Making it out like Tom Cruise.
Well, unfortunately, I have to get back and running if I'm going to take that job in Iraq. But I will say this one, I'm gonna put this out there. I know this is probably gonna be too soon. I know they're gonna have BlurredCon this year in March, but maybe the year after, next year is in March, but the year after or another con, I think we should do a Manosphere meetup or something.
You should. And pray to meet you, big ass. I ain't trying to fight you, so I ain't worried about this shit. But no, I do want to come through BlurredCon. But if you heard earlier in the stream, March is supposed to be a pool tournament for my league, so I'm trying to get to Vegas in March. But if it's not the same week, I don't have a problem trying to do a turnaround trip. It's just weird now. It's like flying more than 2 hours is weird for me for some reason. It never was before. It is now.
Hey, Chef.
What's that? Oh, sorry, you said Chef. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Since you're developing the game, could you tell us a little bit more about your background?
Well, it's very light and technical because right now my idea is really just Word document, Excel. Right now, I'm just fleshing out the idea. So really beyond that, I'm just a guy with an idea. That's all.
No, I'm just trying to gauge your abilities, basically.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I see. Well, from a technical programming standpoint, it's really minimal. I did some programming in college, but not too extensive. So, in that realm, I would say is not really extensive. I would say.
Okay, because this is going to do. Basically, I'm trying to, it's like, okay, this is, yeah, because I mean, I'm interested in, helping guys who do this type of work. And, because number one, there is a selfish element to it because it means my work gets out on somebody else's shit.
Yeah,
so,
right.
But the other part about it is, I mean, have you used any of the modern gaming engines that don't require much programming, like, as you know, Unreal has Blueprint, and a lot of guys are making games in that with like damn near no programming experience.
Right. Yeah. So as far as game engines, I haven't touched any of them yet. I just do my research, figure out which one's the best suited for the game I'm trying to make right now. But we all know analysis paralysis. I can't do that shit forever. I gotta actually get my hands on it and figure it out for my own. So that's my next phase. Move on to actually.
Look, I'm just going to give you some advice. Download Unreal Engine. It's free. You already know that. It's free and it's fully functional. And as you know, all of the big games right now, because they've got the majority of the market share.
Yeah.
You download that. After about 30 days, you probably going to be up and running with something really basic.
Okay. I'll definitely do that.
And it'll help your ideas pan out because then you'll be able to understand what resources are tangible for what you're trying to do. Because all of the memory management shit that you're going to have to deal with, especially when developing a game, is in there. And you can go ahead and meter what resources you're using. And you can also develop on multiple platforms.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have the idea, but you need the technical parts for everybody else.
Yeah,
right.
Chosen
I
is right.
Appreciate the advice.
That's fine.
Yeah, it is the industry standard now, and not just for gaming, but for movies and everything.
Look, Chosen Razor said it is the industry standard.
Yes, it is, and it's free.
I recently found out a couple of. Oh my bad. Go ahead, Dessa.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, because I recently found out some animation rigs and shorts stuff like that have been made. Like, was it Blender? I believe as well.
Yeah,
I'm just finding that's more prevalent than ever.
Yeah, Blender is. Look, I'm just gonna come out and say it. Blender is beginner friendly, and granted, a good artist can do a lot with Blender, but there's a reason why it's not in the pipeline, the professional pipeline, because it's kit bash. That's what Blender is. It's kit bash. But
Gotcha.
I'm not saying don't learn it, because it is free also. But like I'm 30 years in, and I've been using Lightwave for that amount of time. However, I went to Blender and I understood it, but I'm sitting there looking at how clunky this it's not garbage, but to me it's garbage. I'm looking at how clunky it is. I'm sitting back like, man, y'all really have to go around the elbows to get to the thumb to do basic shit.
Oh wow. So the UI is cumbersome, essentially.
It is very cumbersome because, like I said, it's kit bash. One thing doesn't really relate to the other, and they're trying to do too many things at once. So my thing was, I got Lightwave. If I need to sculpt, I learned how to use ZBrush back when it was at 3.5, and that was back in the early 2000s. So all of the stuff that I needed to learn, I already learned it. And what you will find is a lot of your older artists, especially your game developers and your anime creators, they're using old software. Yeah, they're using the Mayas, the 3D Studio Maxes. You still got full Lightwave studios in Japan, and they're making shit like Batman Ninja. So, and also Onimusha, that's one of the latest ones that they did. And a lot of people think, oh yeah, this is Blender. The Blender dudes are out there. And it's like, no, they are not using that, brother, because it don't fit the pipeline.
Gotcha. Okay. I really appreciate the insight because some of these tidbits I didn't know myself.
Yeah.
What up, Ghostman Kang and Chosen Racer 25x 25 times.
Yeah. Yeah, start small, brother.
Yeah, no worries. But that's what the space is supposed to be for, networking, for brothers to be able to network with each other. That's the way the space perpetuates itself and helps brothers outside of getting advice and knowledge that you didn't have because you didn't have a bunch of men around you growing up.
Absolutely.
One of the things you do is being able to network with each other, because trust, you might be the only one somewhere where you're working at. Well, now you can actually meet some other people who actually do this stuff. And they the only one where they at, but they're actually good at it. So somebody like a Dead Set, you know this shit. Like I said, he's 30 years into using this shit. You can get that information. You put it out there. Because brothers are willing to actually help you. And give you some tips to get this shit moving because they want to see you succeed.
Man, look, if I see a black gaming company come out, I'm throwing all my money at it. I don't
No
care
shit.
how
I don't give a fuck what you buy.
Yeah, I'm throwing my money. It's like we competing now.
But yo, on that
I spend my money with Uncle Nearest because they black owned, nigga. Even on my whiskey. Even on my whiskey.
I want to get your thoughts on that topic that Jesse brought up, like a game-owned company, because I want to get your advice. What's the best way to navigate that in our current climate and going forward? Because we see some of these clowns, I guess, on the right side of the political sphere, throwing out lawsuits against, I guess, predominantly black-owned companies, stuff like that, which we know I think it was a black female company getting out loans for black women, so there could be easy target for them. But my question really is, for black men, because we know there's talent in this space, the talented black men who are capable of doing the work. I would love to be predominantly black men, but I know the legal battle going forward is going to be tough. So, any advice how best to navigate that, if y'all can?
Don't tell anybody what you're doing. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
And the funny thing about the
butter biscuits.
Yeah, the funny thing about the gaming side is that, especially the 3D development side, there are so few people that are serious about it that even in the industry they always reuse the same people.
Yeah.
Always, you find the same people making the same games over. It's just like we know what the caliber of this guy's work, and we know that he can keep the pace.
Mm-hmm. It's like working with a good comic book artist. Like, can he keep up with his pages? Does he turn his pages on time?
Exactly.
Ever to get your work back from him.
Yeah, and AI is sort of ruining that, because the guys who once were hungry for that skill, they're just like, what do I need the skill for? But the companies are like, wait a minute, this AI is not working out the way that y'all said it was working out. But that part of the story doesn't get out that much. So you see a lot of guys making AI images, and these are usually guys who are not doing art. They'll come up with something really quick. But how do you translate that into a video game that works, that is stable, that the code works on, that like if I create a model and I have to share this model, well, and I need this guy to like texture it, he don't need the damn UV grid to be all over the place, because he won't be able to understand it. A computer will look at a UV grid and it's like, okay, I'm going to turn it into scrambled eggs, and then the textures are going to look great. That don't work for humans.
Good point. Really good
Andre,
point.
you on two separate streams now? See, this is that bullshit.
No, I'm having technical difficulties. I'm picking up the food. So.
I dropped the other one. I'm just making sure.
Goodness gracious. What you doing over there, Andre?
Okay, so Charles is up here. He said he had watched it.
Wait a minute, what are you about to talk about?
I don't know. Did you want to go back into Doom?
No, I haven't watched Doom, but I watched the Creature Commandos.
Yeah, because I haven't watched it yet, and if y'all want to talk about it, I'm probably going to drop.
I haven't watched it either.
Yeah, I watched the 3 episodes of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was all right. I think Bane was the one who actually told me about it. He was watching it. It's like, oh, check it out. I checked it out. It wasn't to me, it wasn't too much to say. I know some people online was making a big deal of it, like James Gunn sucks and everything else. I'm like, James Gunn does James Gunn. What the fuck, dude? Like, I don't know how you could suck at being yourself, but.
So, a question
Go ahead, Andre.
I wanted to ask Dad said, like, his Dad said was talking about Onimusha. Like, was the show
Onimusha?
What about Andre?
Was the show Onimusha any good?
I didn't like it much. I got bored. And so I preferred Blue Eyed Samurai over Onimusha.
Damn.
Even though I love the Onimusha games.
Yeah, I love the Onimusha games. Are like, damn, but it was worse than
over Blue Eyed Samurai.
Wow.
I like Blue Eyed Samurai better than Onimusha.
They did something wrong now.
Well, Blue Eyed Samurai was the shit.
Black Bane, the way that you just spoke about Blue Eyed Samurai, like, it seemed like you didn't like it. Did you not like it?
Nah, this ain't anything about Blue Eyed Samurai.
No, he's trying to read a reaction and wanting to start asking everybody questions. No, the comment on it was that Blue Eyed Samurai is relatively new, and it's not based on any original work. It is its own original work, and the fact that would be animated better, which most people consider it like an American animation situation. It's not Japanese made, right?
Right.
Being better than a Onimusha, who's had its own games, it has its original material, and they put out an anime and it didn't do as well as an American-made anime. That's an embarrassment. That's embarrassing.
It was down to story. This Blue Eyed Samurai story was far superior to Onimusha.
Damn, that's fucked up. Because the Onimusha story in the game is really good. That's why we played the game, right? So that's what it is. It's an embarrassment. It doesn't lend well. Not saying that Blue Eyed Samurai was bad. It wasn't bad. It was actually really good. But Onimusha couldn't do better than that. Holy shit. What is in this show? And I might be glad I missed it.
Yeah, Onimusha was like because beautiful. I like to call it beautiful garbage because Batman Ninja was beautiful garbage.
Beautiful garbage.
Yeah. So I enjoy the graphics, but like I said, visuals only take you so far. The story is what pulls you in and keeps.
It has to have some substance.
Yeah,
it has to have some substance.
So
I gotta give Batman Ninja a fair shake because my initial watching of it was the English dub, and I could not stand that shit. I gotta go back and watch it in Japanese and get the authentic experience.
I would just say, just right off the bat for Batman Ninja, since you watched it, did he look like a ninja? Did he do anything ninja related? He's a fucking samurai.
So I personally never. Like, unsurprisingly, I never knew that was a thing in Batman Ninja, but I'm gonna check it out and see how much.
You mentioned it one time, so you shouldn't have.
I never mentioned Batman Ninja. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, you did, because we told you about the shit, and I brought it up to say that shit was not a ninja.
No,
it was garbage.
I did like the Joker Harley Quinn bit that they did. But that was the high point of it. And then, like I said, I actually bought it on DVD just to look at the graphics on it. And I was like, okay.
But at least there was no man hating shit in Onimusha like in Blue Eyes.
No,
there was a reason. She had a reason, man.
Yeah,
she had a reason.
She had a reason to hate men.
It was not some feminist bullshit. She had a reason.
Oh,
she was on Get Back.
She was on some
Get Back shit. Oh, you talking about the masterpiece we know called Quinn?
Well, and specifically the men that she hated was white men because of just like the historical significance of what happened in Japan.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
He represented.
It was understandable. He had reason. It was understandable.
Yeah.
Because the Japanese people, when you go into the lore, they actually called white men barbarians, and that was the thing that was that Shogun got right.
Shogun, yep, they got it right.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Bobby.
Yeah.
What up, Donnie Mac? Good to see you. So
And they weren't the ones who called them barbarians.
The barbarians.
No, they got called barbarians everywhere they fucking went.
Everywhere they went, they were called barbarians.
Everywhere they went. Like, you talking about the people that don't bathe?
Yeah. The Vikings wasn't the only one terrorist, man. I'm just telling you.
And the Muslims had that shit heavy too. The Muslims, they were like, fuck those
fucking barbarians.
They were demons to the Muslims.
Mm-hmm. Put up A Bizzle and some media beams on in. That's somebody that know your programming stuff, Chef. AB does that.
Let me go ahead and put my email in the back chat for you, Chef, so that you know.
I really appreciate that.
Yep.
Gotta stay in touch.
Serious inquiries. Serious inquiries.
Yeah, and I'm giving you my Gmail, so that means don't share that shit because
you posting that shit everywhere, like
Hey y'all, I got it.
Too many dudes started sending me spam on that channel. I was like, "Fuck you, motherfuckers! I'm blocking all."
No,
damn, man, everybody hates shit.
My email is a closely guarded secret. I know where my bullshit comes from.
Exactly.
Easily
traceable. Where my bullshit comes from, and that's how I like it.
Yeah,
go ahead.
A lot of people send me email and they was like, "Man, I sent you some email, you didn't answer." I was like, "You probably that other bullshit." But usually for people that I'm not serious about, I'll give them a bullshit email. Like, send it to my Yahoo account because
some shit I never look at.
It's like,
your email address for what?
If that shit got AOL at the end, I know it's bullshit.
Yahoo, you know how old that shit is. Like, this motherfucker was there when the internet started. You got shit.
Listen, I'm a Gen Z. I came at the tail end of that shit, bro. I remember those.
Does AOL still own Mosaic? Because I remember when they bought it.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm gonna throw these titles out here, and then y'all can, feed and frenzy on them if you want to, because I'm at 4 hours already, and I didn't get through all of my shit already. So I'm gonna throw these titles out there, and then y'all can feed and frenzy on whatever you can actually talk about on this. First thing I want to say is R.I.P. to Nikki Giovanni.
Oh,
last week at 81, my mother sent me that. I actually met her before in person. I met her at Marcus Books in Oakland, and this was after Tupac had passed. She did a book signing and stuff and a reading from her book Love Notes. And so I got to meet her at Marcus Books with my mother, and it was a real small setting. And one of the coolest things I thought that she did is that she felt so strongly about Tupac passing and how much of a loss it was for the art. She got a little tattoo, like right on, you can't see it because I'm in circular screen, but she got a small tattoo on her forearm that was like, I think it said Thug Life or some shit like that. And she got that. She didn't have a bunch of fucking tattoos, but she got that in honor of Tupac, because she really felt that his light was in the world snuffed out way too early. So I bought her book. She signed her book, got to talk to her for a minute. So anytime somebody that I've actually had to personally met, touch skin physically and stuff like that, it does feel like a little bit of a blow to see that they have actually gone. She was a good poet. I liked the book because I read her book, bought her book. And so when Malika, shout out to Malika Mebane for he told me, my mother told me first, but yeah, shout out and rest in peace to Nikki Giovanni. The other shit is, like I said, Creature Commandos. If you watch that, awesome. You can throw in what you think about it. Skeleton Crew episode 3. There was some stuff in it, not overly interesting, but I'm not expecting it to be revolutionary. I'm just happy, like most people have echoed, I'm happy that the show is not doing anything to piss off folks. It's not destroying it in any major ways or anything like that. Thank you, because we needed that. Craven, if you've seen Craven, awesome. The other one I think I might do a review on is Jamie Foxx special on Netflix that I watched on Friday, which was good and bad in its own ways, because I may be the only one to say that shit. I think he was kind of bullshitting in some parts. I think he was kind of bullshitting because I'm looking for things that I don't see, and I think I'll go into that on the review when I talk about it. The other one was I watched Carry On Netflix with Taron Egerton. How do you say this motherfucker's name? Not Joe Edgerton. Eggart, the dude that was in all the
Kingsman movies.
Kingsman movies, yeah. He did a lot of Tom Cruise. But the movie was pretty good. It's like a mashup between Die Hard, Phone Booth, and Passenger 57 all together. And I can say I'm really a fan. I've liked Jason Bateman for a while, right? Didn't watch the Ozarks, but I'm really a fan of these really good actors that we like that have always played comical roles. I really like when they play dark. I really like when he played. That motherfucker was kind of scary in this shit. If you never believe,
that's on my list to watch.
Yeah, if you never believe you can buy Jason Bateman as a villain, watch this fucking movie. You'll see that.
Hey, he had some dark moments in Ozark too, though. He kind of went there.
Ozarks, I don't know, but
he was really dark in Ozark.
Him as a villain in this was actually cool. I also watched Collateral again because they're pulling it off of Netflix, which good shit. Michael Mann, Jamie Foxx, Tom Cruise, fucking Javier Bardem, Jada Pinkett when she was hot. Like, come on, man, it's a lot of good stuff.
I forgot she was in that movie.
Mark Ruffalo looking like a Latino. Like, it's a bunch of good stuff in there. It's a really good movie. It's one of my favorite Michael Mann movies, and I was watching it this time and really thinking, like, you didn't fool me, Michael Mann. This Tom Cruise's character is Vincent, right? But why is he dressed like Robert De Niro in Heat? It's the same fucking character.
I hadn't made that connection.
Yeah, the same fucking character. It's like,
I thought I was crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy.
It wasn't crazy. It was like,
but Tom Cruise played the hell out of that role.
He played the hell out of that role. That's Tom Cruise playing dark. He was not the hero. He is not the fucking hero. Yeah. I told you I watched a little Swedish movie, Avagurden, or The Abyss, about that town sinking below from all that excessive mining they was doing. But inside of that, there's a really an interesting story about relationships in that shit. If it doesn't sound, that's Beastly Nerds link. My bad. I'm like trying to give you the link. Look, as soon as I said I was going to end this shit, it jumped up. Go close it out.
Like a bang.
But I didn't see Craven.
Yeah, it was a really interesting story in The Abyss on Netflix from 2023. The Swedish Abyss, not the James Cameron Abyss. It's actually a good movie.
Swedes
really
make good movies
about relationships, and then if you ever worried what it's like to get buried in a goddamn mine and why that shit is terrifying, then your claustrophobia will be triggered in this shit. And then the last one was I went back to a classic, which was cool, remembering one of my favorite actors, which is Rod Taylor. And I went back and watched The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock, one of my favorite directors. And just watched that and enjoyed it because it's in California, Bodega Bay. And watching that shit, I was thinking about, I had a weird thought about Rod Taylor. Watching him, he was in my favorite Time Machine movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Rod Taylor, I started watching him and thinking that he looked a lot like Robin Williams. Robin Williams looked a lot like Rod Taylor. I say, who the fuck is Robin Williams' actual parents? Because this motherfucker looked like his kid. And you know that a lot of people in Hollywood, they'll have their children, but their children will pick different stage names and stuff like that. So they embarrass the family. They don't ruin the name like Nicolas Cage and shit. Like
Emilio Estevez.
He took the family name, not the Sheen. The family name.
Yeah, they don't use the family name because they don't want that, right? So,
but Estevez is the actual family name, not Sheen. He just went with the family name.
Yeah, he went with the family name, the mother's name, right? Mm-hmm. But I wondered about that because Rod Taylor. I'm watching this movie again. I haven't seen it in a while. It was made in '63, so if you want to laugh at special effects and shit, it'll make you laugh. You'll bust out laughing about that shit. But watching him, I'm like, dude, he keeps reminding me of somebody, and then I finally hit on him. It's like, dude, that's Robin Williams. He looks so much like Robin Williams. It's ridiculous. And I like Rod Taylor, right? Like I said, he's in a time machine and stuff like that I love. He's been acting for a long time, but the resemblance is almost uncanny. And when it's uncanny, I don't believe in coincidences. Like, nigga, you was loose fucking somewhere, wasn't you? let me find out. Let me find out that might have been your errant seed somewhere. No, Nicolas Cage does not embarrass his family's name, but that's why he picked the name Nicolas Cage and not Nicholas Coppola.
Mm-hmm.
Cage, the Cage part comes from his love of comics, because Nicolas Cage is a geek. He took Cage from the black dude. Why am I forgetting the rest of his name?
Luke Cage.
He took Luke Cage's last name and put it on himself to cover up the Coppola name. He's a geek. Nicolas Cage is a huge fucking geek. So he took Cage as his last name so he wouldn't embarrass the family in case his acting career didn't pan out. But that's where he got it from.
The gentleman that played in
Ray, you fucked up. You just now subscribed to Beastly? Come on, man.
The brother that played in The Birds.
Yeah, Rod Taylor.
Rod Taylor. He was slated to be the next James Bond after Sean Connery, but they gave it to John Lazenby.
They fucked up. They should have gave it to Rod Taylor.
Yeah.
Because John Lazenby is that one Bond you don't even remember. You don't even give a shit about. I'm serious.
His Majesty's Secret Service?
Yeah, that dude.
Really?
Yeah, that dude. That's the only way you remember him.
Right.
Yeah, that
Where
one.
Bond actually had a wife.
Yeah, Bond had a wife. Yeah, that's the one
And
we don't
Telly
like.
Savalas was Blofeld.
Blofeld, yeah. Telly Savalas Blofeld. Kojak Blofeld. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah.
But I did watch Craven and I read one.
Oh, I didn't watch Red One yet, but I got a freebie on that, so I might check it out.
Red One wasn't bad. That's why it got a lot of hate. Honestly, Red One is Avengers with Christmas lore. That's pretty much the middle of that.
Okay.
That was like, to me, the best part about it was like actually getting to the actual Christmas lore, Santa Claus, Krampus, who the witch is, like all that stuff. Like that was cool. Other than that, the Rock ain't never Ant-Man in this. You'll see it when you see it. You're like, okay, yeah, this is Avengers. Okay, now I'm just gonna go on for the ride. I actually laughed out loud in a couple scenes. Rock is funny. It's entertaining. It's nothing amazing. Craven was kind of the same thing. It wasn't bad for origin story. It was really cool to see Craven become Craven and why he does what he does. And I kind of see how they're trying to link it if they do have him go after Spider-Man. But they did change a lot of the lore, especially with Calypso and all that stuff. But you're not missing anything because pretty much what you see in the trailers is the movie.
Yeah, well, like I said, my expectations with Craven was I expect him to be jumping around and killing a bunch of people. So if
exactly what it is.
Okay, I've seen it because I've seen shitty action movies before. I've seen shitty action. That's what I expect. A shitty action movie.
But he was a good Craven.
I have not seen Secret Level yet. Well, them finally coming out with the Craven movie is pointless at this point because they've dismantled that whole Venomverse shit anyway. So it's like watching, what was that last Marvel movie we watched where there was no point in making the shit, but they put it out anyway because it doesn't link to anything. There is no link to anything else. So it's just a standalone floating out in the wilderness movie. Like, oh, that's good.
The last Aquaman.
So Artisan, like I actually do read reviews and stuff. I don't just listen to people talk. I actually read the reviews, and the majority of the reviews that I'm reading just on IMDb, just from random people, and like a lot of the complaints that I was hearing is kind of like what you were talking about in terms of like Penguin, when you were saying that you're okay that there was no Batman there. Like the majority of the normies like writing reviews were like, How come there was no Spider-Man? Yeah.
Because he don't need to be there.
That Spider-Man movie.
It's not yeah. The Penguin wasn't a Batman movie, or wasn't a Batman series, and Craven is not a Spider-Man movie. He doesn't need to be there. Craven exists.
That's why I don't reviews.
Before he ran into Spider-Man.
No, you gotta realize a lot of people who write reviews. They're get paid to watch movies, but they're not into actual lore. They're just normies that watch a movie. They'll tell you, "Oh, it sucks because of this," but people that actually read the stuff will have a different point of view. That's probably why I should go watch it for yourself. To see it for yourself, make your own decision, and see and watch it to watch the movie. Like, what are you trying to tell me? I want to see your story. We've seen a lot of stuff because we didn't take a lot of media. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot of stuff repeated. Okay, now, it's kind of like watching Friday the 13th. Let me see the kills. Tell the story before, entertainment with kills. Let me see your creativity.
So basically, like, what I'm saying is that, like, the main complaint that I've been reading is that there's no Spider-Man. I'm like, why does Spider-Man need to be involved in this movie at all?
He doesn't.
Because they need a connection.
Yeah,
they need some sort of connection to the to the lore. If they don't have a lot of like you said, normies, if they don't have a connecting character that they can kind of understand, then it's just Greek. They don't get it. So like, it's a Marvel movie, but there's no other recognizable Marvel characters for them. So for them, it's a bad. That makes it bad. What's up?
Well, that's why they get twisted with this shit, because you have to understand, like, we understand that most of these movies are all Marvel characters, but they're not always Marvel movies. That's the difference. This is a Sony movie with Marvel characters. So it's not, you don't necessarily have to see Spider-Man show up in that shit, because Sony does what the fuck they want to with their characters. They own that bitch. Mm-hmm. They own all of that shit. They got a sharing deal, a shared parenting deal with Spider-Man. But Marvel don't own Spider-Man. Not anymore. Not like that. Not in the movies. Sony does. So you have to understand what studio is making this damn movie. It's a Sony movie. It's not a Marvel movie. So you don't have to see Spider-Man. They don't have to use Spider-Man. They can use anything, but why do they want to? They can turn around tomorrow and say they're making a whole fucking Mortaloon and Inheritors movie. Mm-hmm. They can. Mm-hmm. Because they own that shit like that. So looking for Spider-Man is stupid. No, they're not going to use Spider-Man because they have a sharing deal with Marvel. They're not going to throw him in there like that.
Sony was not giving up Spider-Man.
They ain't never given up.
Hell no. That's the money maker.
Not at all.
Especially if they keep dropping the PS2 games.
One at a time. Go ahead, Charles, and then Bang.
I'm gonna pull with Dre about the Creature Commandos.
That's okay. It's feeding frenzy. The shooting gallery's open. So rapid fire.
Literally, James Gunn put himself in the
in the opening credit scene. Yeah, in the opening credits. Have you talking about? Yeah, he did.
I thought that was funny.
He literally put himself in there, not only just in the opening credit scene, but when does the fuck does Rick Flag Sr. look like James Gunn?
Exactly. That's the first thing I
saw. Like a motherfucker.
One of my top 10 favorite characters of DC is their version of Frankenstein. He's a monster hunter.
Yep.
When does Frankenstein become a simp?
And a goofball.
Really?
Yeah, he's a goof. He's a fucking goofball. He's a goober. They have a montage of him chasing the bride for 100 years.
Yeah, for almost 200 years.
Fuck that.
In a boat full of women. Oh, my love is home. I've been looking for her. He's like, dude, go away.
If you read the character, him and the bride actually work well together, but they talk shit about each other, so it's mutual. So it's one of those things. Of course, they're bringing back it's kind of funny. The only reason they're bringing back the Weasel and all those other characters is because look who did the movie.
Right. Who did the movie and who played the character? His brother. I'm waiting
that
for
way they can tie it into the movie.
Yeah, I'm waiting for his wife to show up in the shit.
It's nepotism, isn't it?
Well, this is the thing. I don't mind nepotism if the people is competent. He's a director. He makes his movies. I never shit on Spike Lee for using the same people over and over again. I never shit on Quentin Tarantino using the same people over and over again. I don't shit on Ryan Coogler for using the same people over and over again. If you build a relationship with these people, you working with them for months, on these projects and stuff like that, I assume you made some damn relationships. I don't have a problem with that. As long as they fucking competent. If they suck, don't keep using them. Please don't. Stop it. I didn't like him the last time I seen him. That's why I'm just waiting. I was thinking like, well, his wife playing the bride? Because then that would make some sense.
No, that was Indira Varma.
This Frankenstein simp shit was not. I was not riding with that. That was bothering me. But here's the thing about James Gunn. James Gunn is geeky enough. He's better than what's his face? My fucking nemesis that I fucking can't stand. David Goyer. He's better than David Goyer. But understand that James Gunn might know comics a little bit more than David Goyer, but he makes some inaccuracies too. The Guardians was really good, yeah, but that wasn't the Guardians from the comics. It wasn't. That's not your story.
They were
Gamora. That's not what you know of as these characters. He made changes. They worked. If it was shitty, people would have said so. But because it worked, they gave him a pass on that shit. So he over in DC doing his shit now. Don't be surprised they don't look the same way. Don't be surprised.
So nepotism sounds like a long-winded way of saying common sense.
Huh?
Long way of saying what?
Nepotism is. It sounds like common sense perfects your steps, basically.
No,
not at all. No, that's not what nepotism means.
No,
I'm not seeing the correlation.
Nepotism just means that you have some familial relation or some friendship relationship with the people you give roles to, and that's why they get the role, because you're in a position to put them in there, right?
Choice criteria based off of
it doesn't always mean that they're the most qualified for that position. It doesn't mean they're actually good at it. It just means if they fucking are sucking the right person, then they got a role.
So,
prime example, Andre. Hold on. Prime example, Kurt Russell. You know why he was in Big Trouble in Little China? Because he was friends when they did the thing. And that was his boy. Nobody wanted to touch it. He's like, "You might do it. I'll do it."
Yep.
His friends. So not directly, but it's not blood. But look, there's a lot of people who got jobs because of nepotism.
For sure.
Every cousin, son, dumbass son, it happens all over the place.
That's Hollywood, though.
Not what you know, too.
That's just Hollywood.
Who related to?
So, Artisan, my question for you is, do you think, as far as James Gunn, making Frankenstein a simp, is that his belief, or was he contractually obligated to do that? What's your thoughts?
Say it again. What was the question?
As far as him making Frankenstein a simp, do you think that's his belief as far as how men should operate, or was he contractually obligated to do that bullshit?
I think he has a lot of leeway at DC right now. He's the head cheese. He's the
co-chief of the studio.
Yeah, he's the Kevin Feige of that shit, right? So he gets to do what he wants to with it. It could be a little bit leaning on his part, because if you watch Peacemaker season 1, you'll see some of that simp shit showing up in there too.
I think you think it's funny.
He does think it's funny in a sense. He does think it's funny in a sense, but
if you look at his goofy haircut, it'll tell you all what you need to know.
But if you watch his first movie, what was that? Super. You watch Super, you'll see that dude doing some hellified simp shit for his wife, who's a slut, flat out slut. This was his early movie, early work that JT got me to watch. Early work, and
it's just a trope.
So much of a simp. He's so much of a simp. He gets graped by a chick.
Ain't no way.
So that's just it's a trope of his. He likes to play on that every now and then.
So it can be partially him and partially playing to the audience, because he knows chicks want to see that empowered female shit. Apparently, they're not going with the fish girl being the one that's empowered, so it got to be, the bride.
You got to be the bride because the woman got to have a struggle and a story. And here's the thing: the most competent creature or monster hunter in DC, Frankenstein is their equivalent of Blade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he is very respected. If you wanted to make a DC version of Blade, you pick Frankenstein.
Yeah,
wait a minute. Frankenstein is a DC version of Blade? Really?
Yeah. That's what
I just said. If you need to repeat it,
Frankenstein. Okay, let me explain this real quick. Frankenstein is what they call the public domain. He's that old. Mm-hmm. So you can make a version of him, just like technically Superman is in the public domain. Mm-hmm. But once you go outside that ethos of Superman, you can say the name because it's common. But once you start putting up a character who wears a blue suit with a S that's superimposed, you'll get sued.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's the reason why they did it in the Eternal. That his name.
Damn, what happened?
He shut the room down with that one.
Yeah. I think that shit was like the room.
Apparently.
That's fun.
Yeah, so we're talking about in terms of DC. The main monster hunter in Marvel, we know, is Blade. You need a monster killed, you bring in Blade, you write in Blade, and then the monster gets killed. The supernatural creature gets dealt with by Blade. In DC, that guy is either going to be Constantine or Frankenstein.
More Frankenstein. Demons, Constantine, something like, when it's like the supernatural.
Horns, claws, and fangs.
You calling in fucking Frankenstein to kill the shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to drink the contest, you call Constantine.
I thought you called Lobo.
Frankenstein is Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
It's Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. Yeah, but what I saw in the Creature Commandos, it was kind of entertaining because it's James Gunn style, just animated. I saw what some people would get off on that shit is, they killing stuff and they having sex. It's like, dude, have you not seen Spawn, the animated series? Okay. Animated characters. Animated characters having sex is not fucking new to me. It's not. It's not titillating. Okay, big fucking deal. Okay, watch the anime. So
you haven't seen Sin City.
No shit. So just watching the basic show of what was happening in the show, I liked the way that it played off of what he had already did in the movie. I actually liked it because they made it actually a you know what? I'm really watching the stream and there's noise in the background on somebody else's mic that's not talking. Makes the stream fucked up. I like the way it played off of that and continued that story in a sense because it gives you the feeling, even though it's animated, it's still happening in the same universe. The story is still going on with these characters and whatnot. So it makes it seem a little bit more cohesive. That way, if you've watched his Suicide Squad movie, you watched the Peacemaker show, you watching Creature Commandos, the story is still tracking all the way through. When it opened in the first episode and Waller was talking about her child blabbing all of her stuff on the internet, that's what happened in Peacemaker. That's what happened in Peacemaker. So if you saw Peacemaker, you know exactly what the fuck she's relating to. You know exactly what's going on with that. So I like that sense of continuity in a world. It's fine. He's doing it. He can keep that kind of continuity together because you've seen it done in Marvel. Apparently, with too many chefs, they can't do that shit. They cannot do it. Too many different writing teams, too many different people thinking they want to put they mushroom stamp on the MCU. They can't keep a consistent story going to save their fucking life right now. So maybe at DC they can do it because it's only one person writing this shit. So maybe it should be pretty goddamn consistent. But that's why I think at least this superhero genre of movies might have to get back to less fucking creators with fucking input and one person with a clear fucking vision of what they want to get done. Because apparently everybody sitting to the table and being able to throw their ideas in is not fucking working. You didn't get Gumbo, man. You got fucking prison stew or some shit. Like everybody jizzing in the same pot. It's not working. So I don't have a problem with it overly. It was kind of entertaining and kind of eye rolling, especially with the Frankenstein stuff. It's like, okay, so the bride was in love with Dr. Frankenstein and she just wanted to fuck him. And Frankenstein was fucking her. Necrophiliac. Okay. Moving on. Like, moving on. It's James Gunn, though, so I'm expecting some offensive sexual shit. Okay, moving on. What else is there to see? What else is there to see here? But y'all go ahead. What you got, Malika? It's the darkest movie I've come across.
Nothing much, man. I haven't seen anything and haven't been to the movies, man. Just been working.
Goddamn.
Working hard.
Apparently, you don't even have free time.
No, yeah. You know what? That hit me up the other day. I wanted to just go to a flick, go to a comic book store. Matter of fact, that my local comic book store. Have you guys ever heard of a black comic that was out in Image called Bitterroot? It's like Ghostbusters meets New Orleans voodoo type style. It's a
Sounds like it's new. Sounds like a newer title.
It's Clan. It's been around for years, and they, you guys just brought up monster hunting. They hunt monsters and spirits, and they put in like some of that old Creole voodoo,
New Orleans
style Tangoon, and you can see like the matriarch. She's an old woman, and you can see, and they have like some modern sensibilities, but it was very cool. And I see the art, the way it was done, it was unique. And I talked to the guy that runs the comic store, and he said, "Yeah, I heard about it. It was real cool." And people talked about it. It was kind of like one of those quiet as kept, and they had put the omnibus out earlier last year, and my local comic book store says, "I still got it for you." He says, "I'm holding it for you," and I got to pick that up. So
yeah, pick it up. You gotta purify yourself in the Lake Minnegica, man. You got to do it every once in a while. It'll drive you crazy if you don't. Trust me. It's like getting cut off from the source of what you enjoy. You have to make time for the shit that you enjoy to do, or you'll never have time for it.
I was even gonna bite the bullet and just go see Craven, just to go in the movie theater, eat some popcorn, and just
come on.
Same thing.
If the movie was bad, I would have said, "All right, I took one for the team, man."
If it was after working a lot, even if it was bad, you might not give a fuck if you got to go out and just do something that normal people do all the time.
Like for me, like remember a couple of years ago, I had text you when I saw Wanda. What was Wanda into
Multiverse
the Multiverse of Madness?
Mm-hmm.
And I text you. I just came out of it, and I said it was great. And you automatically go online, and I said, "Oh shit!" I was in the grocery market. And I said, "Oh fuck it, I just gotta do a Kevin Samuels Live from Life bit."
Yeah,
and we broke it down.
Yep.
But when I do that, my thing is I do a trifecta. I do all my errands, I hit a movie, and I hit at least 2 or at least 1 comic book store. And after I went from the grocery store, after I get finished talking to you guys, I was on a high, and I just bought a bunch of comics. Well, I didn't buy a bunch of comics. I went over my limit and bought like 4 graphic novels, man. And I was happy like a kid again when I just went to the comic book store when you had your money from allowance. And like you said, that's your tap into your geekdom. So man, it's been like 3 months since I've been to a movie and been to a comic book store, and it's like, I'm due.
You gotta do that. Find some time to do that shit. My thing, especially with men, especially if you're single in this world right now, you need to spend some time investing in yourself. You can give a job 30 years, never miss a day. They can fire your ass tomorrow. What do you got to show for it? Outside of a severance package, maybe. You have to do the things that you enjoy because nobody else is going to do them for you. And you have to make time to do those things. Yeah, getting your grind on is one thing. You got to get your grind. You do. But you also have to take care of yourself. One of the things taking care of yourself majorly is taking care of your mental headspace. Holding on too tight to just what you have to do every day and just work will make you fucking crazy. Because if you look around, none of these other motherfuckers have to worry about doing that. They need to have full lives. You need to have a full life too. You need to understand that you deserve to have a full life. And part of having a full life is being able to kick back, watch a movie, drink a beer, and say, fuck this today. I'm going to watch this shit, even if it's garbage. Goddamn, Andre, what?
Just real quick to get this off is like I wanted to ask the new brothers if they're planning to watch Sonic 3.
Read the
room. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
boy,
you could have waited,
bro. Come on, man.
Question. He's giving a.
Andre, you can fuck up a wet dream sometimes, brother, man. You are to rip in the condom at sometimes, and you can piss on the campfire.
Well, I was
no,
fuck up a wet dream in mid stroke, just fuck it up.
Nah, he the doorbell right in the middle of it. He the doorbell when your phone ringing. I swear to God, boy.
I understand I'm getting talked over, but like I was actually about to just hop down because I just got my food at home, so you know.
Andre, you that motherfucker that call right when you watching a good porn.
You found just the right one.
Your girl's about to go down on you, right? Your girl's giving that look in the eye. She said, nigga, I'm going to suck your dick to your forehead caving. And all of a sudden you get this little text and it's Andre. Dude, I got to talk to you right now. It's important.
Dude, you trying to fuck right now? You about to suck your dick right now?
Your girl giving you that look like what?
No, it's a phone call. It's a phone call, not even a text.
And then you ignore it.
You didn't answer, man. You didn't answer. Man, get off my goddamn line.
But you don't answer. And you getting into it, and you like an hour and a half into it. And Andre's the dude that come to your house and ring your doorbell. Ring, 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 ring,
well,
ring.
My whole thing is like my food gets colder by the second, so like I was just quickly trying to ask you.
And my dick is shrinking by the second. Come on, man.
Fucking up my willy. My dick is asking me like, why are we listening to this shit? Fuck him. Fuck
Andre, we love you. We love you, homie. But sometimes you have to know when it's the right time to say the right thing. And you have to understand it.
Be real.
My man, Andre. His girl would tell him, talk to me dirty.
Yeah, Aquatech. You saw what I did.
Yeah, I see.
Andre the type of nigga. If his girl asks him to talk to him dirty, he'll howl out the kitchen.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would say. The kitchen.
These are not compliments. Stop.
I'm not saying it is, but that is some shit I would say.
Lord.
Shout out to Rainfire Designs. Appreciate you, Rainfire, for supporting the stream. He says, salute to Artisan and everyone trying to fight off this cold like Craven fighting off badge. Don't hunt me. Funny as fuck. Shout out to you, Rainfire. I will give you that 3B salute.
May I make a statement, sir?
Rude. Please do.
Okay. This is towards the geekdom. Is it true that what's the actor that played Superman? My brain is failing me.
Christopher Reeves.
No. Recent Superman.
The new one. Oh, I can't think of that guy.
No.
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill. Yeah.
I'm hearing it true that he's going to be Connor McLeod in the latest Highlander.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Charles was the first one who was talking about that shit.
Because
I'm waiting for it. I'm not putting anything on it. I'm just waiting. Just come out with it.
Yep.
Yeah,
that got greenlit to the Warhammer.
Well, there actually has been.
He's gonna be Warhammer too. Yeah, he doing Warhammer. Yeah.
One at a time. We will got time to hear every one of you speak. I talk off of each other. Go ahead, Matt, and then Andre.
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, if any of y'all are Warhammer geeks, he's into that. He's gonna be doing that too. So I don't know if they can do live action Warhammer or animated, but whatever. Yeah, whatever live action. Yeah. But it's gonna be like 26 or 27.
Okay.
I think.
I'll wait till 27 because
it's probably gonna be 27.
I'll wait till 27 if it's gonna be done justice. I'm pretty trusting Henry Cavill because he's a big enough geek and a big enough devotee of the shit. He actually played the shit, so he wants to do it right. I just don't want to come in and fuck with him a lot, and that's what part of the push he's having to get this done is the studio pushing back against him. Because I don't, like I said before, I don't know what Hollywood got, what wild bug up their ass they got against The Rock all of a sudden, but anybody connected to The Rock is getting shit on.
Yeah. Well, that's because of that. That's because of
the Rock's company. So
that's ever since Black Adam, if you notice.
I have noticed. I've been noticing that shit since Black Adam came out. Like, these motherfuckers really got a mad on. And the only ones I really know had got a mad on for them is James Gunn's partner over at DC, Pete Safran. He really got a mad on for The Rock. So really? I think he's the one putting that shit out there. I think he's the one.
The Rock pissed a lot of people off of that. He pissed a lot of people off. Because he flexes muscle.
Well, definitely Red One would be a Christmas movie, but in terms of like Henry Cavill, apparently he's gonna have some sort of role in Marvel. I haven't heard of what yet, but like that's what's going around this like the space.
They've been saying that shit forever, just like Keanu Reeves was gonna have a role in Marvel and have a role in Star Wars until they actually put their press release out and say, hey, they're playing this character here. To me, it ain't fucking worth reporting because I don't need a lot of spoilers for shit. I think part of this culture, part of the ruining of a lot of these shows and stuff like that could be decent is spoilers. Part of it is that. Part of it is leading the population in a direction to hate something that they haven't seen and nothing has been produced yet. Okay, it's good, 1 second soundbite to say, hey, Henry Cavill is looking at some roles in Marvel. So fucking what? When he cast us something, then tell me that. Because then that'll be something to fucking talk about. But I don't get into a lot of the wild speculation because I'm not trying to fill a channel every day.
Well, there also has been another recent thing about like Chris Evans coming back to Marvel.
But given that Chris Evans ain't got a career outside of Captain America, what's the last thing you saw him in? Did you watch Red One?
I haven't watched Red One, no.
I didn't think so.
Did you watch Gray Man?
Yeah, did you watch Gray Man? Did you watch Knives Out?
I watched Gray Man. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. I mean, he's.
I'm asking Andre.
Right. No, I haven't watched any of those.
Okay, so that's the thing. Chris Evans, outside of being somewhat a political pariah for his stances that he's taken recently, he needs to come back to Marvel to make some money. He's going to need to come back to Marvel. Yeah, you're Captain Simp, right? He's going to need to come back to Marvel to make some money. And Marvel needs all their money makers back on the roster so they can
get the best hoes on the stroll.
Get all the hoes back out on the stroll. Tap your feet on the concrete. They need them out there swinging that shield because they know that's what's going to bring back. If they already went for the desperation move of bringing back short old ass Robert Downey Jr. to play Dr. Goddamn Doom,
should have been Cavill.
don't think they ain't gonna bring fucking Chris Evans back to play Captain Hydra.
What? To be fair, when we were all watching Deadpool,
Not fair.
When we were all watching Deadpool and Wolverine, Chris Evans was there, and like that's not what we all expected him to be.
No, it was funny.
To be that.
No, it was funny. But that's what you have to remember. If you've been watching Chris Evans a while, Chris Evans is a comedic actor. He's not a drama dude.
Yep.
That's what he does really well is comedy. That's why he worked for because he was funny. Captain America was him playing a serious role. That's why I didn't like doing it for so long, because it's too much of locking down his personality. It's like telling you the same thing with Chris Hemsworth talking that dumb shit about being serious with Thor. Like, oh no, that was all so and so's fault. No, nigga, it's your fault. Chris Hemsworth likes being goofy. You watch any other movies outside of Extraction, in the early Thor movies, he always playing goofy. That's what he loves doing. He just got to go off fucking hinges with the last shit. So some of these dudes are better funny, but if you get them in a serious role, they can actually shine. They actually have to start stretching their acting potential and not just a natural personality. So I don't know. Chris Evans would need to come back. It would probably be fun to see him come back, and if they want to make him Captain Hydra, that'd be more fun, because then you can see him playing dark. You would, and that's the only other thing that Marvel ain't dipped into to fuck up. Is that whole
Secret Empire?
Yeah, the Secret Empire bullshit. They need to use that.
Which should have been Civil War 2 if they were going to make a Civil War.
Should have been Civil War 2.
Bastard. They gave us that Captain Marvel shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to elevate her bitch ass.
Even though, and then you see it now. In the comics, she ain't shit. Never will be shit. Never will be shit.
I like the Captain Marvel character, but I know she ain't supposed to be in front of everything. She's not.
Thank you.
She's
It's
not.
like now you
Just
got
like-
Storm. Now you got Storm in the Avengers. Like, oh boo. I'm a big Storm fan. What book is she? What's your favorite? What's your favorite fucking story arc with Storm? Oh, you can't name
X-Men
one.
Red. Yeah, can't think of one. X-Men Red.
Can't name.
I'm gonna point this out one more time. Y'all need to go get you a bottle of Winter Jack. I'm just saying.
I got mine.
It's not gonna be out all year. They're not gonna have this shit come February. You don't go looking for it. They're gonna be on.
I think got Winter Soldier Jack Daniels.
Yes, Winter Soldier Jack Daniels. That's a better name for it. So get yourself some Winter Jack, because this shit is delicious.
Yes, it is.
The Christmas time. Yeah, Bang went and got him some.
Yes, sir. Had me a couple last night.
Yep.
For soldier flavor.
I'm having one right now because Andre got me to drinking so I can tolerate it.
Well, sorry. Like, I'm just really wondering, like, what are y'all trying to watch for Christmas or like holiday season?
Not that.
I already watched Die Hard again.
Die Hard is the
Yeah,
greatest
Die Hard.
movie. You'll shoot your eye out, won't you, nigga?
Yeah. Yeah, Christmas Story. Definitely got to watch A Christmas Story.
Oh, Home Alone 1 and 2.
I just don't like Christmas music. I'm sorry. I've
Hey,
never been.
Christmas Vacation has to get watched.
I don't like that either.
Christmas Vacation will be watched. It will be watched.
I tell you what I'm trying.
Watch Christmas Vacation.
I tell you what I'm trying to watch, Andre. The back of my girl's head.
If not the back, at least the top of it. Bobbing up and down. Can you breathe? You're doing good.
Sounds like it. Cheek clapping.
Maybe not the back of the head, but I'm trying to watch something.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, look, there's a lot of Christmas movies out that you can watch and enjoy during the Christmas season. But I asked a question last week. I guess he's following up on it. But yeah, Die Hard was starting to get watched on. What night was I on call? I was watching Die Hard at work. Just because it's a Christmas movie. I want to watch that shit. I might check out Red One because it's free on Prime if you're a member. So I was like, oh, I got to go to the theater and watch it
Oh,
here.
I got Prime.
I might watch it today.
Why is it not free for you if you got Prime? Canada?
Yeah, we have different like licensing laws, so maybe
Oh,
it
fucked
might not
up.
be free here.
Pay for it.
At least you
You
got
like
the help
you like
there.
spending you like spending extra money on movie tickets.
I got the membership. I got the membership. I don't know if it's free here, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out just because I don't hate The Rock. I don't hate Dwayne Johnson. I don't give a shit about him praising his Samoan side more than his black side. Yeah, it's kind of irritating, but what is he about to celebrate on the black side? Having an afro? Bodybuilding?
You know,
like be it unfortunate or not, Samoans actually had a culture that they hold on to. It's not about some bullshit.
Yeah,
well, you know, it's kind of bullshit with him because I do not consider him a black champion. I'm sorry.
Well, he got both sides on him. What am I supposed to do? Have him divorce his Samoan side?
Yes.
He's not divorcing his black side. He give his father big props. He carry his fucking name.
You would almost think he doesn't have another side of the family. God damn.
Right.
He's the black sheep, literally, of the family.
Get down how you get down. Mixed kids have a different plight in life. They do. Because no matter what side they hold on to, somebody gonna feel some kind of way on the other side.
What is it? They're for two worlds.
That's the struggle of mixed kids. They
They're
never always
neither.
straddle between those two worlds. And if you show any favoritism one way or the other, somebody's gonna be pissed off. Everybody's gonna be pissed off. Just being just black, you don't have that issue. Especially if you ADOS black, you only get to get pissed off about the white slave master who was fucking your ancestors. That's it.
That's why I never gave my mixed cousins any shit. I never gave them a hard time. I just say you're mixed, man. Stop playing. Embrace both sides of you.
Yeah.
Actually, my daughter wasn't accepted too much by the Filipino side of her in martial arts. You know, all little Filipino girls like, I'm half Filipino too. I gave her the side eye. Black girl would get on her for being mixed. You're not full black. She gets shit both ways.
Yeah, you know my daughter. She black and she Thai. Most people hear that shit and think she's supposed to be a fucking stripper.
Damn, that means she's immortal.
Damn near.
She'll never age.
She's black and she Thai. You think I was pushing her away from wanting her to learn Muay Thai, learn how to speak Thai, go and visit that culture? Fuck no. No, you got the black stuff here. With us. Go learn that shit. That's part of your heritage. Learn it both. I'm not worried about that shit.
Bet you her leg kicks and elbows are deadly as shit.
They are. If she was kicking your ass, the problem is she a little bit too goddamn nice. But she tall, she's solid as fuck. Them damn legs is like beams, man. They're like concrete beams. She need to be kicking somebody in their shit.
Dude, she doesn't have what
if she wanted to take it serious.
Oh, she doesn't have what we call raw meanness.
She got it, but you gotta. It's like both of my kids. They both got it. You gotta push them to that shit, though. You gotta push them to that shit. You push them to that shit, it'll be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't want to be like that. She don't want to be brawling like that. It's like, but baby girl,
I got it from you, Daddy.
You got the long arms and long legs. Goddamn, your knee kicks and your elbows would be vicious. So you can go to Thailand. The little bitches would be getting dominated.
Fight in front of the
king. Yeah, she don't want to do all that shit. I'm like, God damn it, I gotta have another fucking kid.
So basically, Artisan, like the reason why I was asking you about like the whole Sonic thing is I am a Sonic fan. I played the games.
Obviously,
you know.
Even though I never had the Sega, I played the games. But my daughter is actually like she's a fan of Sonic.
Okay, why is she a fan of Sonic? Because you are.
I have no idea actually, but I'm liking that she's a fan of it.
Well, maybe you should fucking ask her. It's your kid. You need to know. You need to know these things. And Rainfire, Uncle Buck was on my list yesterday. I put it on my list yesterday to watch Uncle Buck because I couldn't remember if I watched Uncle Buck all the way out. And I'm a John Candy fan. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm watching Uncle Buck.
Jingle all the way.
You're right, man.
I got another one for the list, fellas. Planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah, but saying that a Christmas movie too.
Yeah. Was it?
Those aren't pillows.
Was it a Christmas or a Thanksgiving movie?
I think it was.
Can't remember.
Let's Google. It's a Thanksgiving movie.
Okay.
But I said Jingle All the Way.
Okay. Yes. That's a
I used to watch
classic.
that. I used to watch that shit religiously.
Yeah, Jingle All the Way is one of my homeboys' favorite movies because he went and saw that shit at the theaters. I didn't get to see that one.
So did I. I saw it at theaters too.
But it's Arnold, right? Arnold doing comedy, which is funny in and of itself, especially if you went through the fucking 80s and watching him doing all these damn action movies. Arnold doing comedy is fucking funny as fuck.
Him and Sinbad, man, you know.
Turbo Man. Stop it. Stop it, JT.
I wanted one of them action figures too when they came out with the Turbo Man action figure in real life. I was like, oh snap.
You can sell anything. You don't even talk good. Sell shit. Nobody mentioned Scrooge. I mentioned Scrooge last week before when I did my Christmas watch list. Scrooge is in my top 5 to watch every year. Love Bill Murray. Love Scrooge. I might not even watch Scrooge this year because I want to take in a new movie. I want to take in a new Christmas movie, making room for new Christmas movies. And I think Carry On happens around Christmas. That's why it makes it like, and it happens at an airport first.
No,
so that's what makes it like a Die Hard.
Oh, okay.
Passenger 57 situation.
Okay.
So
I see the connection.
it happens at Christmas. The other one is Lethal Weapon. I gotta watch Lethal Weapon. Believe it or not, I like Mel Gibson. I don't give a fuck what he said to that police officer, because female police officers can be some assholes to you too. So if he said something offensive, the motherfucker was drunk. Who don't? Who don't?
I thought he was gonna say, "Let me see your titties."
Called her sugar tits. I'm like, you ain't never seen the chick's breast that look just sweet, nigga? Like,
oh, that's why they got mad.
Yeah, but they also try to say he anti-Semitic. Like, you're not allowed to hate certain people. Like, whatever, dude. Like, you can like or not like whoever the fuck you want to. I didn't think there were any sacred cows in this shit, but apparently there are. Some people you just cannot like.
Oh, okay.
But listen, dude,
if it's black, you're okay.
The conversations with his ex-wife, and he losing his goddamn mind on a phone call. I was like, y'all driving that motherfucker crazy. I understand. Leave him alone, man. He needs some space.
Black, you're okay. Remember that. If it's a black person, you're okay.
Old school Southern light skin, no mix, nothing, just a bunch of beige. You mix with something. It's just further down the line that you can recognize it.
You know, a mixed kid, you know, they still in the same household. You're just down the block. You're across the street somewhere.
Look, yeah, let y'all tell it. A motherfucker like Charles will call me light skinned. I ain't never been called light skinned. Never been called light skinned until I met this motherfucker.
You're more medium. You're more medium to me, brightness, but
Here we go.
Crazy.
It's darkness.
Got a brightness. It's like a glass of milk, goddamn it, motherfucker.
No, I'm not that light.
All the good things in life shot up a year, you bright motherfucker.
Ain't that dark either, too.
I'm not that dark. Look, but it depends on where you are, right? Some places I walk into, I'm the darkest motherfucker in the room. Other places I'm not dark enough.
I bet you I go to Africa, they're gonna call me the light skinned nigga.
You ain't dark enough. He's American. He's not even African.
What?
They don't call you white man, Charles.
I'm challenging for the throne of Wakanda.
They gonna call you Masungu.
He is very, very light. Who, Charles? Yes.
him there.
Yeah, I have a cousin like him. He's mixed. I'm like, what? That's a dark nigga where I'm from.
You know. Sometimes I tell people I mix with black and blacker.
Artisan getting that reverse Rick James treatment, I guess.
Likeness.
I've never considered myself light skinned, and I've never been considered light skinned, especially not here, because there's people lighter than me that look damn near white that is hood as fuck, and they not considered they light skinned it. Like shit, damn near white. I'm serious, like damn near white. I have never been considered light skinned, not here, but apparently on the East Coast, I might get over. Appreciate you,
over here.
Chef Butter Biscuit CBB, for coming through. Appreciate you being on the panel, and definitely hook up with Dead Set and some of the other brothers in the space. If AB listening, AB, he got a project, a video game he working on, and he's trying to find people in the space that do programming and stuff like that. Might be fun for you. You can connect them in some ways. The other person is on BGS's, and I'm forgetting the dude's name, but he does programming. He teaches programming classes. So talk to him and talk to Art M. I mean, not Art M, or Art Newstel, because Art Newstel knows shitload of artists because he's talented like that.
You know, that motherfucker did a cab drive with Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ! But appreciate you. Oh, this motherfucker just dropped off. One sec.
So Art already said he's gonna check this out, so I gotta ask you other brothers. Are y'all gonna watch Sonic? Yes or no?
Are you still talking about Sonic?
Yes.
You asking that question?
What you say,
Andre?
Yes.
That your homeboy come over here. People be like, "Yo, bring that nigga back."
I asked her if they're gonna watch Sonic 3.
Sonic, Andre, are they paying you to promote this movie or something? You getting a secret check and you ain't tell nobody?
Andre getting a Sonic check?
He got to be, because you're talking about this movie.
Hashtag sponsored.
Yeah, that makes me not want to watch it.
Hold up. This advertisement is brought to you by Sonic Paramount Pictures.
And Raid Shadow Legends.
And also Sonic fast food joints.
It was a favorite.
And the spicy Canadian.
Well, y'all got to understand, Andre like talking about what he want to talk about. It don't matter if the conversation is not talking about that shit at all. He gonna work his way to that shit, kicking and screaming.
Relevancy is not in his memory banks.
It is. He just ignores it. Just ignores it. I understand that shit. That's why I lose my patience with it. Like, me and Andre have talked about this before, probably on this stream, about that shit. It's like, dude, I don't like that you do that shit. I'll tolerate it for so long, but after a point, I've had young children. My kids are your age. I don't like being interrupted like that. Not that I'm hella long-winded or anything like that, but if I'm getting out a thought or idea, shut the fuck up and let me finish getting it out. That's what I usually do for other people. It's just respect. Because I do long-ass fucking streams. So everybody has plenty of time to say whatever the fuck they want to. I just don't like people talking all over each other. Because if I wanted to match black folks up to white folks and they doing their streams, I don't hear that shit on other people's streams. Everybody gets to get their ideas out. And that's what I want to hear. Everybody else's ideas. I can hear it a lot clearer when I don't hear. I mean, I just sat in a meeting at work with my supervisor and my facility director. We all sitting down having morning meeting. They're trying to talk. They're excited about some numbers. Facility director wants my supervisor to talk and give us the numbers and do that. So my supervisor is leading the meeting. My facility director keeps cutting them off to no, it's not this, it's this and another. That shit is irritating to me. So when they asked about what was the problem with the meeting, I asked the question. I was like, "Are you giving a meeting or is he giving a meeting?" I said this to my facility director. He said, "Buster's doing it." I said, "Well, let him talk." I hate that shit. Personally, I hate that shit. It's rude as fuck because it means you devalue the person that you're talking over. That's what that shit means. That what they have to say is less important than what you want to say in this minute. That's impulse control. So what I told my facility director, my boss's boss, is basically to shut the fuck up and let him run the meeting. If he's the one in charge, let him talk. I don't need to hear you fucking side seating his whole conversation. It's irritating as fuck. Especially if he's standing in the back of the goddamn room. Why I need to keep looking back at you because you want to keep correcting him on what he's saying. Man, let this man talk. It's a grown-ass goddamn man. Let him talk, and if you got something to put in, wait till he finished. Simple shit. It just bothers the fuck out of me. Like I said, I get a lot of smoke behind the scenes about that shit. Like, why ain't you letting this nigga talk? Because everybody can talk when they come up here. Mental gymnastics. It's just for me being an introvert. I don't like listening to a lot of people all at the same time. It fucks up because I pay so close attention to what people are saying. It's overtaxing me. That's why it's irritating. It's overtaxing. That's why I don't like big crowds, a lot of goddamn conversation stuff. Yeah, I'm listening to all that shit, but I might only want to tune in to 3 or 4 things. All that crosstalk just sounds like chickens squawking out in the yard. Or those are turkeys. It's just fucking noise at that point. What are y'all talking about? What Elongo said, what are we talking about? Anime? No, I'm bitching right now, so we ain't talking about nothing. Talking about shit at the moment. If you want to throw in a topic, you can. I threw out a bunch of them.
I got one.
They only bid on Craven and Creature Commandos. Apparently, nobody's watching Skeleton Crew. And nobody's watched the other movies that I watched either, but I didn't put out the watch list, so you didn't know what I was going to be on when I showed up. And nobody mentioned Nikki Giovanni, so I guess nobody has no experience with her.
I got this new show. I got this new show that came out called Ass and Titties.
Ass and Titties. There you go again. I laughed when I listened to the stream last week, and you threw that shit in there about favorite Christmas movies. And you said Black something, number 58. I laughed my ass off again. I said, "This motherfucker Charles is funny."
I am unhinged. Okay, I accept.
This is only comedy you can get from somebody who has been in the military and been a police officer. That's working man comedy, dude.
Yep.
That's working man comedy.
That's working man. I am not Frasier. Okay.
Quick geek comedy, dude. Like right off the bat, like, oh, favorite Christmas movie? Yeah, Blacktail 58. Like, oh, nigga.
It was a Christmas story. It was a lot of gifts being given. A lot of eggnog.
You know that people think kids watch all this YouTube shit, right?
Like White Christmas.
You know, Santa had his 3 hoes. I mean,
dashing through the snow.
And a lot of stocking stuffing. Filling a lot of chimneys with care.
There was a lot of stocking stuffing going on.
It was definitely a stocking stuffer.
A lot of kissing under the mistletoe.
Oh yeah.
He was kissing somebody's mama, apparently.
You know.
And there was apparently a lot of eggnog being spilled.
The funniest fucking Christmas picture I ever seen was a mistletoe hanging over a tow missile. Classic shit.
Hello, present.
Oh yeah.
I'm about to see about this mistletoe shit. This is me having fun at work. Because we have more females that work in the leasing office, and it's very segregated in the terms of jobs that men do and jobs that women do. In our service side, our techs are mostly guys, or they're all guys, maybe mostly. If I can say some of them weak men. They want to do Secret Santas.
Oh Lord!
I didn't participate last year because I got a fucked up review about how I wasn't helping the team. So I said, "Fuck you! I ain't participating in Secret Santa. I want to give y'all shit." This year, I decided I might participate. So I just put funny shit down there. Now, one of the questions it asked you about all the stuff that you like and stuff, and the second question was scent. Right. I left it blank for a long time, and then I thought of a response for it that I thought was funny, and I put of a woman, like favorite scent, a woman.
Oh Lord!
Now, some of the other stuff I put on there was questionable about, likes and dislikes, because they got to find a present for you, right? So you're trying to help the motherfucker that got your name, help them out, figure out some stuff. I put some real shit on there. I did. I put some real shit on there that don't cost $20, nigga. Just so you know, I ain't one of these cheap bastards out here. Now, if you get that shit, applause to you. But if you don't, now we know what's up. Because I think part of this is bullshit. This is what chicks entertain themselves with in the office, thinking about these little parties and shit like that when they got nothing to do with the actual work that's being done. And that's why I don't feel like participating in this shit. So I put some real shit down there. And when it got to the 3 things that you had on your wish list, well, 3 things on my wish list were a Ferrari, a 1911, a Springfield 1911 total operator, 45 caliber,
smooth operator,
and another bottle of Jack Daniel's Sinatra Select. You gonna fulfill that wish list or not?
I need some XO cognac, bitch.
Mm-hmm. Since you're being fucking nosy, and I turned it in. I left it for him. Now I'm waiting to see who get that shit and say, "Oh, it was really hard to figure out what you like." Was it?
Really?
My favorite store to shop at is Home Depot. Figure it the fuck out. Nothing in there costs $25, motherfucker. And I don't want a bunch of pencils. I don't want a bunch of pencils.
What are you gonna do with pencils?
Use pens. But that's me bucking against the status quo. In what would seem like a passive aggressive way. It's not passive aggressive. I know reviews are coming out next week because my supervisor was doing them all week, locked in his office trying to do reviews. My thing is, if you're not giving me a raise significantly, why should I participate in any of this other bullshit? Why? You're relying on me for a lot. Where the money at? Where's that?
That's a fact.
Because all the rest of this shit is not in my job description. This Secret Santa bullshit, I didn't see that in the the interview packet. That wasn't part of it. So there's some extra shit you want me to participate in that I don't have to. Where the money at? I talk turkey. Not feelings. I'm not here for feelings. This is it's a service job. It's not about fucking feelings.
I want to hear Artisan talk like a 70 black exploitation guy. When you at work, it's a your job, turkeys.
There you go. You probably didn't even hear that shit.
I heard it.
Yeah, Dolomite. Bitch, are you for real? Every day. Because I had to. What I don't like is tell on people whose house was just completely fucked up. And they sent me back to that shit at the last minute because some people sitting in the office not doing that goddamn job months ago. And this house is fucked up worse than it was when I went and visited it back in August. And unfortunately, they're black folks.
Oh.
It smelled like piss and shit.
Oh,
animal
Lord.
feces.
Oh God.
3 kids and a black mama in there.
Was she fat?
No, she not. She thin and young.
That's why.
And don't clean worth a fuck. It looked like an animal refuge in that bitch.
That's why.
I had to say something. I don't like doing that shit, but I had to say something. I'm like, man, I went and told my facility director, same one I told was talking too much, that I feel like I need to bleach my lungs after being in that house.
I like that. I use that one.
That shit was disgusting. And the property is damaged. We own that property. That's our property. It's fucked up. It looked like somebody's tenement housing. What I would think of a project. Because I don't live on the East Coast and ain't been in one. Fucked up. Who, tell me this. Who has an animal in the house? This is a 4-bedroom house, 1 level. Who has a 4-bedroom house, a living room filled with nothing but animal feces,
What?
And then try to vacuum the shit up.
Mm.
That's not how vacuums work, you dumb. Oh my god, it's terrible.
What?
Dude.
Wait, what?
I'm sitting there watching this kid spend some time with his friend on the front porch because he can't bring that friend in the house to see that fucked up shit that he living in. I'm like, there's kids in there. There's 3 kids in that house.
That's child abuse to me.
Child Protective Services.
Oh yeah, you getting called. You getting a case put on you for that type of shit.
But you know what the fucked up thing about it is? There's many of times these bitches will not get their kids. This is how you know the system's fucked, man.
Mm-hmm.
They will rather that child live in fucking filth than to be with their father.
Nope.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, gentlemen, it was great talking to y'all. I gotta clock out. Talk to my grandma.
All right.
Always a pleasure.
Peace to Graham.
Peace.
All right. Next weekend, I'll see y'all soon.
That shit had me pissed off. That's why I actually said something. Because they want you to say something all the time. But here's the problem. Other techs have been there before me. They ain't said shit. Now I go. I have to say something. Because the only person it'll blow back on when the next person comes in there, this place was fucked up. And who the last person here didn't say anything. The one nigga on the crew. That's the people you'll be criticizing for that shit. Don't matter how many people been there before me, they ain't said shit. They just know, yeah, don't go to that house. Not that one on the corner. Hell no, it's fucked up in there. Look how they live. We don't all live like that, motherfucker.
Exactly.
My thing is, people don't take pride in their shit no more. Like, I don't know,
because they weren't raised that way.
No, they
weren't raised that way.
Not at all.
Pride is instilled. It's not born with. It's not an innate thing that comes into you just because you popped out of somebody with a JJ. No.
You gotta see it.
You gotta see it. It's got to be taught, and it's something that you got to cultivate through yourself.
Yep.
Well, I noticed that in general, like across just nobody takes pride in their shit. Nobody wants to better for themselves anymore. And it's like everybody just settled and comfortable being average. Shit, now it's less than average.
It's being mediocre.
You can't even call people you can't even call people mediocre. Because it's not
they're
even mediocre.
Because they're more apt on the appearance of looking like they got some shit than actually having some shit. Some people took that fake it till you make it shit too fucking far. Now, the part that I see that's fucked up is not the mama that's in there not cleaning that shit because she got a job every day, right? It's not the husband that she married to that got her there. It's not that. She has a fucking husband. I wouldn't want to fuck her.
First of all, my thing is
It's the kids growing up in that shit because that's what they're becoming used to. And each one of these kids, one of them a daughter, that's what they perpetuate into the next generation.
Yep. But can I say something? This says a lot about a man because it begins and ends with a man. I'll be looking at the guy and I'll be like, you ain't nothing but a piece of shit because you're going to be around, you're going to hang with a woman that has that. You have no fucking standards. You're the man, you're the leader. You're supposed to set precedents.
I'll say
no. We don't have leaders in the black community.
I'll say this just for this case. Is it the man's fault if he is off to war? Whose responsibility is it then?
Oh yeah, definitely. If he's off to war, okay.
It's two. It takes two. If he's there in the house every day, yes, motherfucker, it's your problem. Because you always go to the highest ranking person in the room, right? But if he's not there, he is off on a mission or whatever, and he's leaving his wife there, trusting to keep up these standards. Who is it then? If the wife is working all the time, who is it then? The next oldest child, right? Because it starts from the top down. Everybody from the top gets to sit on your fucking shoulders and make sure you're doing your goddamn job. If mama is going to work all the time, it falls on the oldest child to make sure things is being maintained the way they're supposed to be being maintained. Because at least how I was raised, when mama come home, nigga, you better have your shit done, and this house better look you spick and span. If she come home late or whatever, and that house is looking fucked up like that, you'll be lucky if you go to school with some meat on your ass.
But
You'd be lucky.
There, but you know what?
You'd be lucky.
There, but you just said something. You just said something. That parent set a standard. That parent is setting SOS, system, order, and structure. Shout out to Crimson Cure.
Yes, sir.
But that's the problem. That woman has no SOS.
No.
And she probably doesn't want any.
She does, but hers is fucked up, apparently. Her order is chaos, her system is dysfunction. Her order is chaos. And the structure is do whatever the fuck you want to. As long as we can watch TV. That shit was disgusting. I'm serious. I kneeled down to fix a outlet plate that was broken in the kids' room. Told her, like, yeah, this is a safety hazard. Yeah, because these little bastards can electrocute themselves. I kneeled down to fix this, change this cover. And when I kneeled down, I thought about it. As filthy as this fucking floor is, gray tan carpet looking black and stained and shit like that, like people just eating through food on the floor. I'm like, I just kneeled down in this shit. I probably disturbed all this shit. I need to have a mask on. I don't have a mask right now. That means I'm gonna be fucked up in my house tonight while I'm trying to sleep and thinking about and feeling all the shit that I ain't just breathed in, and I'm be fighting for my life, sleeping in my clean room.
Crazy.
Shit, you brought something back in the van with you.
I'm crazy. I was already in there when I'd forgotten about why they were giving me this shit until I got there. And by the time I was really just, oh, God damn it. I'm fixing that carpet. Like, let me just get in and get out of this motherfucker as quick as possible. I was like, I forgot to bring a goddamn mask. God damn it. God dang it. And I was pissed because I'm like, man, I should not have to deal with this. Should be. Yeah, I should not have to deal with this much goddamn filth. If I own this place and I came in here and saw that you had my property looking like that, your ass would be out in the street 10 minutes after I walked in. Get the fuck out of here. What? Get the fuck out of here. You got to go right now.
Oh, the eviction process has already started.
Oh, my God. It's not even a process, nigga. It's get the fuck out of here. You're going to die. You got to go.
Get the fuck out of here. You're going to die.
What about my kids? Fuck your kids. No. You and these little fucking bastards need to go.
But see, you can't even do that, artisan, because like I was just saying, it's a whole goddamn process, and they got all these goofy ass laws and shit.
I'll see you in court, but at the time that I'm seeing your ass in court, your ass won't be staying here until we get to court, which will probably be a month or so. Your ass won't be staying here.
It's 30 days.
Find your family. Find some family, get a hotel, see if you can trick this shit like that. No fucking way. You got to go today.
Got to give her Robin Harris. Got to go.
Eddie Murphy in Trading Places when he came back to the spot.
Get the fuck
out. I was disrespecting the spot and it ain't really even his. He's like, turned off the music. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Go.
Some people you got to treat like that. No.
It's too much. Too damn much. The most well-behaved thing in the house was the dog sitting in the cage. That motherfucker didn't bark one time while I was there. Just looked at me. Looking at me like he probably wanted to be rescued.
Yeah, he was like, "Save me, please. Get me out of this place."
I didn't want to shit on the floor, but they take me outside. They didn't clean it up.
Please get me away from these niggas.
All in the fetal position in the corner. All whimpering and shit.
And to give y'all understanding how big this living room is. Think 14 by 20. 14 foot wide, 20 foot deep. With a big window. A big open carpeted living room with piles of dog feces all over it.
Why weren't they evicted yet?
Exactly. That's why.
You know why? Because nobody can really get into that house to see what's going on. Because they don't answer the phone, they don't respond to messages. The only reason they got me in that motherfucker this time because they gave them people a 48-hour notice that we coming regardless. We coming in regardless.
Okay.
Otherwise, they ducking and dodging. Nobody can come in there to see what's going on.
Oh, they're trying to be slick with it. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I talked to my facility director. It's like, man, we need to do something about these freaking flyers that do this shit every year with us. You need to be charging them money for these missed appointments, or there has to be some other process in place to get this done because I don't own this house. It's just a job. It is, but I take my job fucking serious and I take pride in my work. Why the fuck am I putting good work in this shitty ass house that they gonna fuck up later on? This is a loss of money. This keeps you from giving me my fucking raises I want. Because we had to fix all these houses because they were trash when they moved out. Well, if you had techs doing their goddamn jobs, which is why you do preventative maintenance, and not having to come in at the tail end after they move out, like, oh goddamn, we got to sink $30,000 into this place to fix it up. It was trash. You saw what they did? It was trash the way your fucking other techs came in there and didn't alert you to that shit earlier when it was down in the $5,000-$10,000 range. That's what's fucked up. That you let it go for so goddamn long. That's what's fucked up. I don't want that shit. I want my part of the money. And I don't want it impacted by this other shit that you keep letting slide.
Mm-hmm. And they need to start bringing back penalties, man. I'm sorry, but they need to start penalizing people.
And yes, Rainfire, I said this shit that I needed a full body hazmat respirator to go in that motherfucker. I was really thinking about what I just breathed. Dried fecal matter, mold, dirt. I really did think about that shit because I've worked in the trade, dude. I know at some point in my life, they're going to crack my lungs open. It's going to look like the inside of a vacuum bag. Because of all the places I've worked and shit I've worked in. It'll be fucked up. So I think, like I said, knowledge is a burden. I know this stuff. That's why I kneeled down. I was thinking I didn't bring my goddamn mask. But it's too late. I'm already breathing it in. All that shit. That shit fucks with your brain. Cat urine and animal feces, the spores in this shit gets into your brain. It fucks up the way you think.
Bacteria.
Now you got 3 goddamn kids living in a house like this. Think they ain't gonna be right thinking?
Detrimental. Drag.
Place smell like ass and hot Cheetos.
Ass would have been an improvement.
Mm-hmm. That shit gonna smell horrible.
House smell like used stripper poles.
Old feces walking in somebody's backyard that the dog just shit outside and never cleaned it. So strong you can smell it outdoors.
I bet you the kitchen floor ain't been mopped in 3 years.
No. They got tile in the kitchen and that shit was dirty. They got linoleum in the living room and that shit peeled up and shit. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing in here?
So I do construction, so I inhale a silica all the time.
You what?
I do construction and I inhale a silica all the time.
Okay, so you doing windows?
You should never do that. No, this silica is typically from concrete.
Motherfucker.
Ooh, we won.
Andre, fucking Andre. I didn't ask you what the compound was. I know what the fuck silica is. I am a journeyman carpenter.
Yes,
for over 25 fucking years. I didn't ask you. I asked you, were you working on windows? Not silica. I know what silica is. Silica causes cancer. Okay,
Yes.
it can give you breathing problems. I'm asking you what the fuck it is you're actually doing.
What it is I actually do? I do have a little bit of carpentry experience. I do some framing. Like I can do concrete as well. Like I do a little bit of everything. That's what I do.
So when you are working with, I couldn't hear what you said because you're low as fuck. Did you say you're working with silicone or you're just around silica? Because silica is just in concrete dust.
Yeah. I was saying silica, but I was saying that I do a little bit of everything. So I said that I do a bit of. I do know a little bit about carpentry. I'm not as proficient as you are, so
No, because you're saying you do a little bit of carpentry, so that means you're a laborer. Are you just doing labor work? I'm not shitting on you. I'm just saying, are you just doing labor work, or do you have a specific job on the site to do a specific thing?
Well, I actually just finished a program.
Go ahead, Andre. I couldn't hear you. Beastie was talking.
Well, I actually just finished a program to just get like some tickets. So yeah, I'm actually going for my skid steer.
Okay, so it's like a general labor work. So that's why they can mix up what you're doing. Because if you're doing carpentry, you're doing carpentry. You know exactly what it is you're fucking doing.
Yeah.
If they're using you as a general laborer, they'll have you doing a bunch of different shit, but it's different trades altogether.
Yeah, well, just construction in general, like unless you have a specific trade, like you're always going to be doing a little bit of everything, at least over here. So,
well, construction as a trade is trade work.
Well,
construction in general
is not a trade here.
Can I finish saying what I was going to say? Construction is a general term for all the trades that work on a construction site. So if you say I work construction, generally people understand you probably swing a hammer or some shit like that. But that's what you use to tell people who don't know what goes on in construction to begin with. I am not one of those motherfuckers. So that's why I'm asking you, because I understand on any construction site, there's at least 5 to 6 different trades involved in that shit. I'm just asking you what parts you do. And since you keep giving me the explanation of construction and a little of everything, that puts you into the laborer's pool.
Yeah.
Which means you just do general labor work, which is fine. It pays good money.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't pay as much as the skilled trade side, which means you have to pick a trade.
Exactly.
It pays good money.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I literally just finished a program on Friday that basically it pays for me to get certification.
Congratulations for completing that. What did you think you want to get certified in?
Well, I was saying for skid steer. Well, skid steer would be a bobcat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Skip loader.
Yeah, I would rather sit on my ass in a worm machine than.
So instead of just being certified to do one thing, appreciate you, Beastly, for coming up. Instead of getting certified to just do one thing, why don't you try getting into the operators union if that's something you like?
Well, technically, skid steer
operating engineers.
Technically, skid steer / bobcat would be an operator position.
It's an operator position, but it's only an operator position for that specific thing. That's why they're giving you a certification for that one thing. That's what a certification is for, to say that I trust this person to operate this one fucking thing. But if you can't operate shit else, that's not being in the operators union. That's just being specialized in only one thing. And if they don't need to skip skier, your ass ain't got a job.
Well, like I actually have a cousin that's like working like up north of where I live at. So, so basically I wanted to add that onto like certifications because
it's a good certification to have. Like, I'm certified to operate. I don't know if you know what it was, but it's basically a forklift with an extendable boom, right? I'm certified to operate that. I'm certified to operate some other. I'm certified to operate a couple of different vehicles, but I'm not in the operators union, which means I can operate any equipment on the job site, Bobcat included.
Hey, great shit, man. Amen.
So
yeah, but if I took it because I was a carpenter, I wasn't an operator, right? But if I went into the operators union just to drive, I just want to drive vehicles and cranes and shit like that, I'd have made a shitload of more money.
So
more money.
I'm assuming the machine you're talking about is a zoom boom. I'm not sure what you guys call it in the US, but we call it a zoom boom. Well, the technical technical
Called a great
for
all
this.
here. It's a forklift with an extending boom.
Yeah, so like that would be a telehandler, but we call it a zoom boom over here.
Interesting.
Can I interject for one thing, gentlemen?
Good.
Andre, what Artisan is telling you, take what the fuck he says and go with it. If Artisan is telling you to get into this certain thing and try to go get a certification, get into this union, do it. How old are you, brother? How old is Andre?
I am 33.
33. You're 33. Okay, you're 33. I am 20 years older than you. If somebody told me that's old enough to be my father, Artisan's old enough to be your father because he has a son your age, and he's been in the industry that you're in for years, and he's telling you this, and this, you take the information and you listen. Like he said, you can make money. You can fulfill your destiny. You can make your life better and your daughter's life better. So if he's saying, hey, try to get into this union, try to do this, try to do that, I don't care whatever it is. I'm getting certifications and UX, UI. I'm trained to be a graphic designer. I have a degree. But one of my mentors said, okay, that's cool, but it's not enough. Get certification. He said, just don't get one or two, three, get as many. And I had a friend, a girl I used to date, and I connected with her on LinkedIn, and she got into the industry that I want to get into. And I started seeing her stuff, and she started saying she just started getting certifications, and she made it to VP in 3 years at her job. And she's the same age as me, and she's making big money. Artisan's telling you stuff. Listen. If he says go get this, go get that.
That's why I'm just asking. I'm not telling him what to do. I'm just asking him if it's something that you're really that interested in. A certification is good, but have you ever thought about taking that shit further than just specialize in one thing to broaden your valuability and broaden your experience, because it makes you more valuable as a person in that trade.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I always believe that you learn whatever you need to and everything that you can. But if you find something that's more of a fit for your personality and what you like doing more, then take it to the hilt. Don't just pinky toe that shit. Go all in. So if you really like operating equipment, get into operating engineers, because that's all the fuck they do.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, not just one thing, everything. So if you become an operating engineer, you can drive, run, anything. All of it is yours to play with. It's like having your own Tonka toys. Because trust me, the motherfucking crane operator I had on one of my last jobs, that motherfucker sat up in his tower crane, which was only a 25-story building, right? 25 floors. He sat in that tower crane all day reading porno magazines until we had a load we needed moved. But other than that, he's sitting up there reading porn mags. And how do we know? Because he'd show us. That motherfucker was getting paid damn near $100-something damn an hour to sit in that fucking crane and look at naked women in a magazine. It's good work if you can get it. Because most people wouldn't go through the training to do that shit. They wouldn't push themselves to actually be in that union. They'd be comfortable just running a fucking forklift. So my thing is, especially for black men, especially black men with children, how far you want to go with that shit? Do you want to pinky toe that shit, or are you all in with it? That's why I'm not telling you what to do, because I can't do that. You're grown. You ain't gonna follow what the fuck I say anyway. I'm just asking you questions. And it's about something I know about. So that's why I'm being very direct with your ass about the answers I'm trying to get back from you. How far are you trying to take that shit? If it's just one thing, one job, cool. But think about further down the road with that shit. That's all I'm trying to get you to do. So that was it.
From what I gathered, ever since the beginning, when y'all got into talking about this, basically, so what Artisan is saying, and it aligns with too for a lot of men in their right mind, with desire too, because it's multidimensional when it comes to seeking to be full-fledged instead of being comfortable with being a halfling, because halflings are distasteful and unsatisfactory because they produce unsatisfactory work. So yeah, in turn, okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean I'm with that too, because when it comes to wherever business you do, you hate dealing with a halfling who wants to pose as if they're full-fledged in whatever they're doing. Mm-hmm. So therefore, it's best to seek to be full-fledged and to have that pride, to take that pride in your work, because that's what that means. You're putting your heart and soul into that craft or whatever you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like my job now. I'm a tech, maintenance tech. And just to answer Ray's question, no, my son is not 20. My daughter is 25. My son is 31.
Oh man. Oh.
So I got old kids. I'm not a young spring chicken. Apparently chicks think I'm 30-something years old. I said, no, I'm not.
Hey, shout out.
Young Negro.
Yeah.
Gandalf age. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Young in the face it is.
Yeah, young in the face. But my thing is that I'm a tech right now. I work maintenance technician stuff, right? Mostly what I do is just carpentry work, right? But I have techs that have been at the company longer than me that don't want to move past the position they're in right now. Now, that's all well and good, except for the fact that your ass is lazy. And you try to make other people lazy. You want to do a lot of goddamn complaining, but you don't want to move up to a position to be in to actually mentor any of these people, any of these younger techs. Basically, you're creating a log jam in the progression of people getting in and moving the fuck up. Mm-hmm. That's the problem I see in corporations. When I put off my graduation from college for my degree a year, it was because I was going through divorce stuff, right? I was going through marital issues. What I realigned my focus in was not marriage and family therapy anymore. It was industrial organizational psychology. And what that is understanding how to make things work in corporations, how to get the most out of the workers that you have there, making sure you got the right people in the right positions, what their mentality is, and what mentalities you need to succeed. Doing that is how my brain works anyway. And I see where the log jams are in the bottom layers of people trying to move up through this company and ascend to wherever the hell they want to, because that's how you get the most out of the workers that you have. If you're going to pour all this knowledge and this training into this motherfucker, you don't want them to be sitting there at the bottom forever. You want them moving up and ascending to where they can provide you the best value for the amount of money you pour into them. This motherfucker that's sitting at this middle level, one step up from being in the door and been there for damn near a decade or so, is wasting fucking time. He's creating the clog in the system. He is a human blockage in the artery. Because anybody below him that will listen, he's feeding his negativity into their ass. Anybody above him, he's talking shit about and trying to undermine them. That is a problem. So when I talk to people and I see they have some drive about themselves to get into new ventures, to gain certification like you gain, which is a good thing. My question is, how far are you willing to take it? Do you want to half step it or do you want to go all in? And that's why it's just a question. I can't tell you what to do with your fucking life. I'm not living it. You are. But what I can question you in is question you in a way that makes you think about those kind of questions and ask yourself those questions. That's what I can do. I can try to jumpstart the brain, turn the gears a little bit, maybe get you thinking in a different direction you wasn't even thinking about before. But that's what I see my job as being. Help you think about some things you wasn't even paying attention to. That, yeah, you like doing this? You know, you can make a shitload more money doing that over here. You know why? Because everybody don't go that way. Everybody usually goes the easy way. That's why there's less money in it. But if it's only 3 pigs feeding at this one trough, them 3 pigs gonna get fat as fuck. They're not gonna get as fat as the trough that is 15 pigs gathered around that bitch.
Exactly. So, Artisan, do they have this field over in the U.S.? Like, I believe it's called a millwright. Do they have that in the U.S.?
Yes, millwrights is just people who they build your cabinetry, your all your wood products. When the last finishing company I worked for was a millwright company, and they were based in Canada. Okay, if you look up, it was PCL, I believe, right, or Mallet Millwork. They're a millwright company. They built all our paneling, cherry wood, and all the rest of this shit, wood, column wraps, our banisters, or all that shit came from Canada. They built that shit up there and they shipped it down here, right? So the guy that I worked for, my supervisor, he spoke French and some other shit, right? Because he's from Canada. He's a Canadian dude. He just came down here to do this damn job. So yes, we have millwrights down here as well. That is a part. It's a part of the construction trades. You're not necessarily a carpenter. Carpenters do roll you into millwrights as well down here. But millwrights is its own trade in itself. Like I said, I would not consider myself a master carpenter because I don't build furniture. That's a skill set I have not delved into to do professionally. And the reason I can say that is because that's how you're judged on your work. Can you do that professionally? Have you earned a living doing this shit? I have. So I've never earned a living being a millwright or just building furniture and chairs and cabinetry and shit like that. I haven't. I know how to do it, but that wasn't what I did most of the damn time.
Well, I'm proud to say I've been a helper for a lot of different cats, you know, in carpentry and shit. So doing labor, doing all the heavy work for them, you know what I mean? Lifting all that long, heavy, awkward
labor.
shit. You know?
Bigfoot refurbished my car.
So
I had to do it since Drake's not doing it. But no, I'm going to tell you this part. This is the reason why when people talk about detectives, I am not impressed. There's a reason why. When you look at detectives, at least in the Baltimore Police Department, it's the same rank as officer. You're just doing a different work. You're doing the post investigation, everything after the initial. Guess how you become a detective? If you interview and they like you. There's no real barometer if this motherfucker can actually write a report,
solve a crime.
And I guess who's the first motherfuckers to try to get these positions?
The lazy motherfuckers.
Lazy ass motherfuckers, usually the women, because they don't want to run and gun and patrol anymore. So when you wonder why a lot of crimes don't get solved, look at
Because
the
they ain't got the
lazy
street
bitches. Look at the lazy bitches who can't write a report, who can't investigate. And people be like, well, you're just hating on the women. I'm not hating on those that are beneath me. Let's just get that straight.
My thing is that
I only pity them.
Yeah, my thing is if you don't already have an analytical mind and able to solve problems, I don't think you should be a detective anyway. You should have to, for me, and mind you, I've never been in the police department. I know cops. I've never been in the police department. If you ain't did 5 years on the street, you don't need to be a goddamn detective.
And that's the point. You have people, when it comes to nepotism, when your mother's a major, and in 2 to 3 years you become a sergeant, but a year and a half of basically almost a year to 2 years, you were in the cookout unit in community relations. But then you get promoted to sergeant.
Damn, that's what they call it. That's crazy.
You get promoted to sergeant, and for some odd reason, you can tell officers in patrol what to do for 3 years. And you wonder why police
nepotism is fine if the person is competent. This is a situation where nepotism is not okay because the person is not fucking competent. They don't have the respect to anybody else. They only got that shit and only can mouth off to people, which goes into this is how I would judge your behavior if I wanted you to be a detective, how you act with these other people. Everybody don't need authority. I don't. Because they're just going to run amok with that shit, especially if they're not competent, because now they're falling back on the one thing they don't have. Or what one thing they have a lot of, fucking ego and somebody else's power. The ability to punish you for saying, yeah, your bitch ass daughter ain't no good. Oh, what did you say about my daughter? I'm going to write you up and you're getting a reprimand for what? Saying what everybody else know? Your daughter sucks. She shouldn't have got this goddamn job.
Yeah.
Basically, detectives who are emotional.
It's funny because you notice a lot of lazy niggas and a lot of, like, I'm going to tell you how incompetent. A dude who's never only had 6 months in the street get promoted to sergeant, and you allowed this motherfucker had a shooting call for one of his officers, and he allowed the person to leave the scene for 10 minutes and come back. But you promoted this motherfucker. This motherfucker left his gun at the house.
Look, I would equate your gun. I would equate your duty weapon as being a carpenter showing up to a job without your fucking hammer. You didn't show up to work, motherfucker, so you can go home today. You didn't show up to work. That's part of your goddamn uniform. You put it on like you put your underwear on, dumbass. I'd be really rethinking that shit, like, because I don't know if they need to bring that shit back, but demotions are a thing. You can't get demoted
because they're scared of class action lawsuits.
Fuck
like
that.
I've even told she who not be named, you should never have been sergeant.
Look, you shouldn't be afraid of a feeding frenzy, because lazy motherfuckers are always gonna jump up for free money. And what you should appreciate about that kind of shit is that when they all jump up and raise their hand because they think some free money coming down, all you do is like the FBI do when they go to any protest. Start writing down names. Like, yep. Okay. Oh, yep. I got you too, sir. Thank you.
Well,
looking at these motherfuckers.
Well, our artisan, I would say it's more like a carpenter showing up without a square or a pencil.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say just exactly what I fucking said. Because if you were a carpenter, you would understand you don't do no work without your hammer. Your whole job is you being able to use your hammer. If you don't have your fucking tools to do your job, you ain't doing shit.
No, it's like you got to think about it. What good are you? The question's gonna be like, what good are you?
You're a laborer now. You are now unskilled labor, is what that means. You're unskilled labor. Because for at least here in the trade, which I would think is everywhere, unskilled labor is everybody who don't pick a path and go through it. You're just a professional wheelbarrow pusher. The heavy buck that can lift all the heavy shit. That's what your ass is relegated to. They don't trust you to make no decisions. They don't trust you to build anything because you are the unskilled labor portion of the job. If you're a carpenter and you show up without your fucking hammer, because a good carpenter can make a scratch, a mark on anything with a nail. But you ain't got your hammer, you can't build shit. You are labor now. You are not a carpenter, motherfucker. It's like an electrician showing up without his multimeter, a cop showing up without his fucking gun, a crane operator showing up without the keys. You ain't doing your fucking job without your tool. And your main tool is your fucking brain, which means if you left your gun at home, you didn't bring that either.
Bring your hammer, or artist is gonna beat your ass.
I wouldn't beat your ass. We're just sending you home. You didn't come to work today. Take your ass back home and think about it. Maybe tomorrow you'll have your shit together, and we ain't paying you for today. No show up time for you because you didn't bring your fucking brain to work with you. You must have thought this was your mama hiring you, and you just showed up because you're cute. I don't fuck dudes, and I'm not interested. Proud lesbian. Take your ass home. See you tomorrow.
Clip that shit. That was man mode.
Arson, do you know electrical work? I know a bit of electrical work already, but I am not an electrician. I know where to begin and where it ends with me with electrical stuff. And I have no problem with saying, this is by me. Get an electrician. I don't fuck around. I respect electricity too goddamn much. I don't fuck around. I don't. You want me to rewire, put some stuff? I will rewire everything in a room. Put your boxes in, put your outlets. I'll do all of that shit. When it comes to hooking that shit into the sub panel and something wrong with the sub panel, call a goddamn electrician. I'm not an electrician. I know my role, and that ain't it. I don't have a problem doing it. It's no ego involved in that shit. I want the shit done right just like you do. And if it's not something I'm comfortable with, I'm not fucking touching it. Not touching it. Get the professional. And the electrician is the professional. That's all they do. I wouldn't trust them to build shit for me, but I do trust them to run these fucking wires and make sure the voltage ain't fucked up to where you're going to burn down my house because I decide to plug in a TV and a microwave into the same socket. That is specialized for a reason. It takes focus.
Yeah, those motherfuckers that you just mentioned with the whole ego shit, man. Well, I can't stand that shit. The motherfuckers that would rather ride off of ego instead of making sure the shit gets done thoroughly. You know, they are always the most annoying to work with.
Yes, because they will fuck up some shit and not admit it.
So,
why? Because they rolling with ego more than they rolling with, am I right? And that goes for a lot of different things. It's not just carpentry. That is a problem with people. This is the psychological side. This is a problem with people in life right now, period. Period. Too much goddamn ego. Ego is good in some ways, right? It's good that you have some of it. You're going to have some of it being out in the world. Too much of it is a detriment. Part of what I see the problem with women is too much male fucking ego. I can't let this man talk to me like that. I'll never back down. Bitch, you about to fight? Like Kevin would say, whip your dick out. You ain't got one? You probably should shut the fuck up then. Oh, come on, man. Too much goddamn ego.
So that's why I was like interested in the whole millwright thing, because they are proficient in carpentry and also like electrical stuff. Like they do a bit of both.
Not really. Millwright is not supposed to be doing electrical stuff. It's not involved in electricity. It may be that's how you do here there. Maybe. Millwrights here does get rolled into carpentry, but understand in California, you might have a shop that's all they do is build cabinets and shit like that. But they are not out in the field, and you could not get them out in the field and have them build you a fucking house because they're not carpenters. You understand this shit when you get into carpentry if you learn it. Carpentry is the master craft. All other crafts fall from that one. So there was a time that carpenters did everything, electrical and all of that shit. It wasn't until they start fractioning off that shit and making trades out of it that, okay, you go over here and just work on the electrical stuff. We only want to do this stuff. You work over here and just do the drywalling. You work over here and just do the residential framing. You work over here and just build the cabinets. But as a carpenter, you're supposed to know how to do all of that shit. All of it. So when I spent 4 years going through my training to be a journeyman carpenter, that's what we had to do. We had to do all of it. The only thing they didn't rush you into and give you a lot on is electrical work. Because electricians have their own union. They own apprentices. They own standards that you have to hit to become a journeyman as an electrician to get out there. Because it's a lot more math and it's a lot more figures and stuff like that and figuring out this shit. It's serious. You can fuck some shit up. Yourself, the house that people is dwelling in. And that's why carpenters and electricians give each other so much shit back and forth. Which one is more important? Like electricians, at least out here, electricians union is selective. Carpenters union is open. Meaning, yeah, you can have a motherfucker with a 3rd grade education and a prison record as long as my dick. But he can get a job as a carpenter if he can keep his nose clean and not kill anybody. He can get a job out there and he can work and make a living for his family. Electricians will be like, nah, this motherfucker can't pass the test. No. He ain't gonna make it. You can't read? Definitely can't make it. You got to read these goddamn manuals. You got to do this work. You got to be up on this new technology. He might wire this shit in wrong and he getting himself in and his buddy killed. No. So that's why I take a lot of pride in saying I am a carpenter and not just a construction worker or a handyman, which is an insult to me. No, I'm a fucking carpenter. That means dirt to roof. I know how to do.
He's a hooligan man.
What's that?
Hooligan man. Just
Anyway, there's still shit I don't know how to do, but the things I don't know how to do, I learn. Plain and simple, I learn.
And you take a joy in that process of learning it.
Exactly. I always like running into something I don't know how to do because it gives me an opportunity to figure it the fuck out.
Basically like a puzzle, huh?
It is like, that's exactly what it's like. It's like a puzzle. It has a solution. There is a way to do it. There is no gray area in it. There is a black and white way of doing this shit. You're either doing it wrong or you're doing it right. Plain and simple. The gray area is for people who couldn't follow the rules to begin with. Looking for a shortcut. That's what the gray area is. A shortcut. But that's why my work stands out from other people's work. That's exactly why. That's why I can fix other people's work. And people couldn't start my work because they don't know how to do this shit correctly. They know shortcuts. They don't know how to do it correctly. How did you get it to look like that? I did it. Could you show me? Yes, because that's part of my job as being a journeyman. It is to train the next generation. Plain and simple. That's how the trade perpetuates itself. If I was no good at teaching anybody how to do what I do, I shouldn't be a journeyman. And that's when I was getting out and starting to work privately is when they start just letting people buy their journeyman cards. And I had not spent none of the time I spent, hadn't did none of the training I had to go through to earn this rank of journeyman. They just can drop a couple $100 on the line and now they in making the same money I'm making. No sacrifice, no love, no struggle, no hero's journey, none of that shit. I just paid my money and now I'm here too.
You know, when you complete a task too, man, by yourself or with your fellow, with your fellow man, your fellow brothers, it's just an overwhelming joy, and sensation, man, that you can't get, you can't duplicate nowhere else.
No.
You look back and just look at that project and be like, damn, bro, we did it, bro.
I did this week. Like my coworker, Filipino dude, and he was the one I did a lot of covering his shift for him because he had a brand new baby, right? So I covered a lot of his work for him last year, right? Didn't have a problem doing it. He got a young baby. I'm helping him out. He just moved up to my level, Tech 3, right? But they put him on doing this job, which is replacing a door jamb. He don't know how to do that shit. We don't. But he had to do it, and it lingered so long that it just needed to be done now, right? So now it's Friday. Yeah, having to get this shit done. I've heard them talking about this shit for a week. Still ain't done. He's asked me about it a couple of times on how to do it, and I told him how to do it, but it's not penetrating him the same way it would penetrate an apprentice in the trade. They would understand what I was talking about and understand what to do. He still wasn't getting it. So I had them put me on the job with him, and I went to help him do it. Mind you, I've already did all my work for the day. We got about 45 minutes to an hour to get this shit done in. He doesn't think it can get done, and he's dragging his feet because he's not sure about what he's doing. You never want somebody in there like that. You want to give them some help. But this company will do shit like that. They'll throw people to the fucking out there in the water and see if they fucking swim and turn out some of the most disgustingly looking work because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And nobody cares. They just want them to do something. So I went there with him to help him do this shit. And I was charged because I like him. He's cool. He's a cool dude, right? I might not like the Filipino union they got going on right now, but I like him. He's cool. And so I helped him do it and showed him how to do this shit. I got more satisfaction from showing him how to do this door and how quickly it can get done and how what I would consider easy this shit is. That door came out looking, and to give you an example, the top hinge of that door jamb was completely split down the middle. It was broken away completely, right? So the wood had to come out. He don't know how to do it. He don't have tools for that shit. When we finished with that door, I got that shit done with him, showing him how to do it and helping him. I got that shit done in about 45 minutes. Right, we got 30 minutes overtime for that shit. That door looked like nothing that even happened to it. But nothing had happened to it. It looked like the same damn door, even though most of the stuff on there was new and tight and clean. And that was from putting the wood in, shimming it, plumbing it, right, putting the trim, caulking, finish painting, everything. Covering the school, all of that shit, right? It's no glass. It's just a garage. It's a metal fire door, right? So it's going into the garage. So
oh, okay. Hot damn.
Closer and everything, right? All done. The best thing I got from him, it was fun doing the shit, but the best thing I got from him, because I like teaching, is thank you. That was the most satisfying work I did all week. And I did a bunch of other more harder stuff, but it was more satisfying doing that job with him, showing him how to do that and showing him how good it can look if you do this shit right. That I went and told my supervisor, yeah, that's what we're doing. And I trust him to do this now. Cause that's what a journeyman does with his apprentices. You're basically training this person so you can sign off on the work that they do and say, yeah, I trust them to do this. They know how to do it correctly. And I would trust him to do it. You can give it to him. That was more satisfying. That 45 minutes to an hour working with him on that shit was more satisfying. Mind you, I might have did 100-something work orders last week, but that one stood out.
Because I guarantee you, though, he probably took such pride in that to where he went home and meditated on the whole thing.
He was surprised how quick it went. That's why he thanked me. He said, thank you, man. I didn't think I can get that shit done. I said, oh, man, this is easy work. Well, what about the OT? They ain't worried about this 30 minutes of OT, but they want to make sure if you had something to turn out after 30 minutes and you don't have to come back for it. you can speak to what you spent 30 minutes on doing because the pictures show it. But if you was going to be on OT for like an hour or two fucking around and then the job is still not done, then they'd have some goddamn questions for you. You spend 30 minutes and the job is done and you have to come back. They don't have a problem peeling it off of that. Take it. You got the work done because that's what's important. The completion, not dragging it out and trying to milk both udders at the same time. Well, I don't know. We might need to buy some other pieces. You don't need shit but know-how. That's what these motherfuckers be lacking. All that bluster and ego and no actual know-how to do shit. Plumbers sitting in the sidelines, feeling left out of the conversation. No, they're not. Plumbers in that shit. Look, man, I got love for a good plumber. I really do. I don't like fucking around with water too much and working. I really don't. I can do plumbing. I wouldn't say I like it, but that's why I try to do it really well. Because anything I don't like, I do try to do very well. So I have to go back and do it again. I learned that from my mama because she keeps sending your ass back to do it again. This shit. Do it right. You ain't got to go back and do it again. Okay. Trust and believe, mama. I'm going to try to do that shit right every time so I ain't go back and do this shit no more. No more. Too much time. No, plumbers ain't left out. Plumbers is valued. Trust me. Trust me. You never value a plumber more than to where your fucking sink don't drain and your toilet don't flush. Your ass is worried. And talk about a shitty situation. Shitty plumbers. It's just shit. But everything goes down. When you're doing plumbing, everything goes down. That's where the shit goes down, man.
Man, I don't know about y'all, but I didn't got in a fight with motherfuckers, man, for not wanting to do their damn job, dude.
I do all the time.
Then they're like, you know what I mean, where they want to talk to the whole broad and shit. You know what I mean? Y'all got massive work to do. You know, y'all sweating and shit. And this motherfucker over here chalking it up with a damn broad. Like, yeah, after work, like on some man shit. I was about to Donkey Kong that some bitch.
That's just lazy workers. Look, man, my company laughed at me because I said in the conference room, we had just broken up our meeting, right? And we had what we call an inventory coordinator. It's the person that runs the warehouse and all the parts and pieces that they order for us to make sure we have so we can do our jobs. The person that was there before, we was friendly, but she was too fucking cute. She was too busy being cute with these motherfuckers, and people was too busy trying to kiss her ass and buy her lunch every day. The only bitch I know that can work there and don't have to bring food one day a week. The niggas always taking her to lunch, right? She was too cute, right? So she wasn't getting much work done. And the dudes wasn't either because they turned that fucking warehouse into like it was a pit stop, nigga. They'd be in there all times. Like, who's doing what? Am I the only motherfucker working here today? Everybody hanging out at the warehouse, right? Trying to be up in her face, sinning and grinning, right? Got the new chick in there, black chick, thin, nice enough, but it ain't overly something to look at, right? She ain't got a big ass like the white girl had. She ain't out there trying to be over flirty with all these motherfuckers, right? She's not ugly. She just ain't built the same way. She get a lot more shit done. People ain't hanging out as much as they were before. So they looked at me crazy when I said something about it, about they were trying to give her a little bit of praise. I said, yeah, because she gets her work done. She ain't got people hanging out in the warehouse all day trying to be up in her face, distracting her. You motherfuckers looking at me like I shit on the table. What? That's what the fuck y'all was doing. Simps. Fuck you mad about?
They get shocked and mad and shit, and they act like you're not supposed. Yeah, they act like they're so surprised and they get pissed at the same time because they act like you're not supposed to call them out on that shit.
That's the main thing. You're not supposed to call them out because, mind you, I've told you, I'm the only black dude there, the only brother there. So me saying something about that shit was like, oh, the fuck? That's what y'all was doing. It's an observation. I said that shit many a time when I'm getting a call to do some emergency work, and I know goddamn well there's 3 people sitting over there at this fucking warehouse up in this bitch face that could be doing this emergency while I'm already doing work. Oh, there's nobody. Why don't you take your ass over to that warehouse and see how many people was hanging out over there? I just saw them. It's at least 3 of them over there doing nothing. Call them instead of putting more shit on my shoulders for the day. Oh, Artisan got an attitude. Artisan ain't got no goddamn attitude. Artisan is busy working and don't appreciate people throwing more on my load while other people sitting around on their ass making the same money I'm making for doing less than I'm doing. Fuck that. I'll say something about it all day. Be mad. That's the one thing, the one right you have.
Damn right.
Have your fucking feelings. Anyway, I'm 6 hours in. I've bitched long enough about the working man's plight, and y'all got quiet. Apparently, all the rest of y'all don't work. But what is it? 5 something? Yeah, it's about time for this Doom prophecy to come on, so I can see the next divergence from source material.
Some bitch. Yeah, hey man, dig this here.
Hey man, I was listening to your review too of House of the Dragon season 2.
Oh well. I God bless you. Thank you for I don't know. I mean for staying at 5 10. I mean, God bless you double time. You know, what I mean, I didn't expect that. Well, I appreciate it, bro. I mean,
I was in your chat. You just didn't acknowledge that shit. I said, man, I must got the fuck you face on for everybody. I get in the people chat say hello to them and be like, yeah, fuck artists.
Big bro, big bro, don't be mad because I said F you to everybody, nigga. I was
I thought it was a pre-record or something. I said, well, maybe it's just pre-record.
Nah, bro, because that show that season gripped my heart, so I just had to just hit straight through. The train, no stop.
Okay.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
No worries. It's worse to get distracted. Keep it on point.
I mean, because dude, like, I mean, I had to dinner hit almost every scene because there was shit within every scene, juicy shit that you could take from in every scene. And now I'm questioning, like, okay, should I do Doom too? But the thing is, I can't really do Doom now. I think about it because the lore is so deep, and you have to have so much knowledge of it and shit. Even though I know this is like the origins they're dealing with now, but I got to the point where before I fell asleep because I was watching so much shit, to the point where they was going to talk about how they was artificially making the males.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
well, here's the thing. I'll just give you this just on reviewing stuff, period. Right. Take it for what you will. Right. Even if you don't know the source material, if it's a show that's on and you're watching the show, are you reviewing the show or are you reviewing the book, the source material? You're reviewing the show. So as long as your review is falling in line with what you're watching in the show and you understand that when you go into it, it's like, I'm reviewing the show because I don't know the source material. Your review is based on the show. It's not the source material, and knowing the source material just gives you an extra layer to add into your review about the show. Because then you can give a compare and contrast to where this is what the original material said. This is what they're saying in the show. If you don't have that knowledge of the original material, you can only review the show. That's about it.
Okay,
so and then you're judging it on what works for you in that shit and what doesn't work for you in that shit. Because like from the jump with Doom Prophecy, I wasn't feeling the Desmond Hart character. It wasn't something right about him with this character. And then I talked to Dead Set, who knows the material. Like, yeah, that motherfucker didn't exist. I said, I knew it was something. It didn't seem like he existed. Apparently, my radar is fine tuned. Like, this motherfucker don't work. Something is off with this character. Yeah, he never existed. I didn't think he existed. It looked like a plant. Okay, fine, got you. So that's all it is.
There's always value you can find by going back to the source material.
There's always value in going back to the source material, but there's always value in somebody's fresh take of new material. Because, put it this way, if I wrote the book and they made a show out of it, right? And say they did it exactly like I did the book, Which opinion would I value more? The person who read the book and now watching the series, or the person who didn't read the book and is watching the series now? I'm trying to catch that motherfucker, the new viewer, to see if they get the world, if they're interested in it at all. Because if I spark enough interest in them, they will go back and read the original material. But if I can't grab them from this fucking show, they'll never read my book. Never. So a fresh take on something is always valuable. Always valuable. Because me personally, I don't like echo chambers. So I'm always looking for the fresh take.
And that's what
Well,
that
I can see
will
what
produce
somebody
too.
else is feeling on this shit. Like, okay, she was feeling that. Did you like this other character? You didn't like that character. Well, this other person did like this character. Why didn't you like that character? Oh, you don't like this character for this, but that's not the reason they said they didn't like this character. But you thought the character could have been cut out completely? Well, man, you got a completely different opinion than these other two motherfuckers. Why do you think this person should just be cut out completely? That's where the conversation is. That's where the conversation is, isn't this new takes on things from people who watching it, not the people who making the shit, because your new takes be bullshit. People reviewing it, who actually taking in this material and saying, how does it resonate with them? Did they like something about it, what they didn't? That's the interesting part, especially if it's true to the source material. That's the more interesting part. You get more information out of that, as opposed to, yeah, we use this book as a source material, but we changed everything in it. Like, okay, so I'm just watching your show then. That's what you're telling me, Foundation. I'm just watching your show. This has nothing to do with what I read at all, other than a title.
Well, hence my quick take for the Doom Prophecy is where I got to it. Okay, where we just went into their whole planet. My mind was blown of the fact of it being like a whole female planet. I'm like, in sci-fi, that's never been done.
Yeah, it's not really a whole female planet. It's just that's where their base of operations for the Bene Gesserit is.
And
so it's just females in that place. I can't remember what they call it, a fucking coven or whatever. I can't remember what they call it. But yeah, it's just
sisterhood.
Female.
They call it sisterhood. That's it.
Well, I get that part, but I'm talking about the building that they're in. They don't call it a coven, I don't think. I can't recall what they actually call the place.
Is it a temple? I just saw the episode.
Yeah, exactly. Is it a coven?
I'm wondering how do they survive?
How they survive? They surviving like Shaolin monks, like they only eating rice, nigga. Like
and they're spies, and they're connected to all the powerful houses. So the powerful houses give them stuff because they help support them and help them, gain power and stuff. So that's why they get stuff. They're kind of like the Levites from the Bible. Like they don't have things of their own; they're just given everything.
Paid services rendered. Paid for services rendered.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, it's interesting, but trust me, if you watch it, I would be more interested in your take on it because you've already told me two things. One, you're interested in it. And two, you didn't read the original source material. So you watching the show and reviewing it is you giving me your opinion on what you saw in the show. That's completely different from listening to some other reviewer who didn't read the material, don't want to say that, and then trying to give me a review on a show that they ain't even fucking watched.
Oh yeah, amen to that, boy. I'm with you on that one. Woo. Man, there's so many other projects too. I got another one too I'm working on right now. They're in the first season. It's an ongoing anime series. Yeah, this is the first for me, like ever, when it comes to like demonic shows, anime where you got a demon that eats man's balls.
Okay.
Yeah.
You talking about Dan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. It's a good show. It's freaky, bro. But yeah,
I don't know.
It's freaky. No. It's like it's the demon. It's like the show kind of plays on like tropes of like Japanese folklore and stuff. And there's this demon, the lady called Turbo Granny, and what she does is she steals she literally steals his balls. So it's like the allegory. Yeah. So like, and because the thing is, he's a kid and he's real wimpish and everything. He doesn't assert himself. So that's the allegory of her taking his balls is like her taking his manhood and he has none. And the kind of journey of him gaining his balls. You know what I mean? Kind of coming of age sort of thing.
And he offered up his Peter to help that one alien. I'm like, man, but that's some crazy shit, though. Yeah, that's some crazy shit. But I'm about to get ready, for Lex, covering the Superman and Lois shit. Because I have mixed feelings about that, and I'm bringing the hammer on that. I'm bringing the hammer of God on that show. That's believe.
Might as well. I haven't seen anybody really review Superman and Lois. I haven't seen a bunch of reviews on it. It pops up into my feed now, but I think they finished their season or their series. So it keeps popping up into my feed now, but that might just be fucking Google listening and shit. Who knows? So yeah, do your review. If you're going to watch the shit, watch it. Interest is a good place to start. Series is done, JT. Okay, then that's why everybody's talking about it now, because now it's finished. Now they can all piecemeal off of each other about, oh, this is the greatest parts, and your greatest part is the same as the last motherfucker's greatest part. Did you watch the same show, or did you just like the same thing? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like taking a certain percentage of what I said back about what's his name? Joey, who played as Superman. I'll take that back where I said, I think he's the best Superman. I'm taking that back a certain percentage.
Oh, you mean Tyler Hoechlin, the guy who played the Superman and Lois?
Yeah.
He's a good
You
one.
liked him? He is a good one.
Yeah, I ranked him higher because of certain shit he did within the show in the early seasons that I didn't see Superman do. Like separating two planets. Yeah, that's cosmic tier, damn near.
Well, that's comic book Superman. At one point, he was able to do that shit, moving planets and shit out of orbit and whatnot. And then I think it was Charles, correct me if I'm wrong, it was like Crisis or something like that, where they took that kind of power away from his ass. They downplayed him a little bit more.
Correct.
Brought him back down to normal so people can relate to that shit a little bit more.
Yep.
Let me take that back. The old
John Burns run. Post-crisis Superman.
Yeah. Pre-crisis Superman was God tier.
Yeah.
He could do anything.
Well, rest in peace.
He bench pressed stuff.
Superman.
He was God level too.
Yeah, he pushed that moon. He pushed that moon in front of the sun to dampen that one dude's power. I forgot that fucker's name.
Nuclear Man. Yeah, that was just in the movie though. And that was just
he also
a planet, a comet or some bullshit like that.
And he stopped he reversed time on the planet, so he stopped time on Earth. Yeah. Kind of goofy, but like in the comic book, he could do stuff like that. He could just do random goofy shit.
That shit was cool as shit when I was a kid. When I got older,
for sure.
You got the Flash ability? Like, I was like, wait, when the planet stopped spinning, it would implode. What the fuck are you doing, Superman?
You thinking too much.
And now
you ain't a super doctorate, do you?
Are y'all on now with these ultimates now? Because in Superman Ultimate, now what they did with Doomsday, it's like basically they made both of them eternal, like meant to live like to the end of existence and everything. Because Doomsday turns into time trapper, and so Superman he sees Superman and he's trying to get Superman to help him and shit. So instead of trying to like fight him, and at the same time, because time has stopped, and at the same time, though, Doomsday is wreaking havoc and shit in Metropolis.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's fighting right now while Time Stopper is chatting up with Superman. Lois is fighting Doomsday.
The absolute Superman?
Yeah, I think it's
I don't know about an ultimate Superman. I know absolute Superman is going on right now, which sounds interesting. Shout out to
that may be the
Comics
one I'm
Explain.
talking about.
Yeah, shout out to Comics Explain for doing some awesome reviews of that shit because I'm not reading or buying comics right now. So appreciate you.
Shout out to him.
Yeah, he be doing his thing.
Yeah, shout out to Rob because that Ultimate Superman sounds like something I would buy. If I went to a comic shop today, I would pick up Ultimate Superman because it sounds more interesting. It sounds more interesting. That Ultimate Wonder Woman sounds pretty interesting too. So I would pick those up and try to read those. So I'll wait till they finish their run and pick up a trade and dive into that shit. But it's about what
my man.
Yeah, bro, and I was wanting to bring that to you too, man. About that, I was like, damn. So I'm like, so we got a skinny Doomsday here. Like, okay.
So it's just going to be Doomsday and Vandal Savage at the end of time. Wonderful. Yeah, pretty much, right?
Seems like something we saw coming.
Yeah, pretty much. They sit down together and start playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh or some shit. I don't know. So what we gonna do now?
Start playing chess.
And now they turn Wolverine basically somewhat into the Winter Soldier.
No, that's the Ultimate Wolverine.
Yeah,
that's Ultimate Wolverine, the Ultimate Universe. That's shaping up interesting. So apparently Marvel can do something without fucking it up completely. I'll wait to see what on that. That's only sounding partially interesting.
Is it true that basically because Rob said the same thing, that this is something that they're doing, that's temporary but not to be long lasting, because then they're going to branch off with something else from the Ultimate.
The whole gist of it is how they bring back the Ultimate Universe. After they did Secret Wars and destroyed the Ultimate Universe and moved everybody into one universe, there were people that knew that the Ultimate Universe had existed before. Blue Marvel was one of those people because he recognized that there was another element in the world that didn't exist and it shouldn't be here. It's too perfect. Right. So the maker from the Ultimate Universe started doing some universe hopping and started recreating, found a universe that was similar to the original Ultimate Universe and just started screwing around with it, making certain things happen in different ways. He basically trying to recreate the Ultimate Universe that he came from, with himself at the forefront of it, which is the maker is just Reed Richards. Ultimate Reed Richards gone kind of fucked up. So the Ultimate Universe was good to have with Marvel for a while, to have those running concurrently with main continuity and ultimate continuity. It was fun. Like I said, the Ultimate Universe was Marvel up to date in their characters, so they would work in a movie fashion, and they did work in a movie fashion. They did. That's why you got the movies that you have right now. It's usually taking off ultimate versions of those characters and the stories that they were doing. But rolling everything into one continuity is lazy. It's just that people didn't want to write both of those. They couldn't keep them both going on because sales would slump on some of those Ultimate books. They weren't all good. So it worked for a little while. Now they're trying to get back to having that sideline thing. How long it lasts? Year and a day comic books. They'll do that shit for a year and a month to see how it works. If the numbers aren't there, they'll collapse that shit again. But that's what I don't like a lot of times with comics. It's too many offshoots too often. That's why I don't get into DC as fully as I can, because they have a new world redefining event every fucking 3 months or so, which is irritating as shit to me. It's irritating as shit to me, because what is the regular continuity? There is no regular continuity in this. And every major story branches off the last major story that branched off the last major story when you change reality in every one of those fucking stories. There is no real reason.
Well, not to be an advocate for, not to speak like such an advocate for DC, against what you said on that, and I'll say this, can you also transition some of your irritation towards Marvel just as much as I have? Because, and I agree with Rob too in this, but they have different
beginning factors of how Marvel became, you know, how the universe was created. They got 3-4 different versions of how the universe was created.
Yeah, but that's over the course of damn near 50, 60 years. The DC stuff has happened at least within the last 30. Crisis, Final Crisis, all of this shit. This all happened within the same time frame. New 52, what was the one with the Watchmen and shit, like the one they're doing right now with the Absolute stuff? This is all within the same time frame, a short time frame.
This is all within the last 20.
Damn near, I'd say 30, because some of it happened in the 80s with the crisis events and stuff like that. That was 80s stuff, right? So Marvel does it in their way. They're more apt to do soft reboots of things, but their main origins are still pretty set. Just the newer writers keep fucking with that shit. Like, I like Al Ewing, but he's kind of screwing with that shit a little bit. That stuff in Venom is really cool, but they're kind of screwing with that shit a little bit. I mean, really.
What do you mean? You talking about with the Knoll and the Symbiote God and
the Knoll and putting him back in the past and all that shit. That last stuff I was hearing from Rob was doing with the Venom War stuff sounded cool, but it was really convoluted. You know, this King in Black shit they took way too far, and what that usually strikes of is one person had a far out idea to sound really cool. They did it. It worked. The next person in don't have that kind of imagination. So now they got to rein that shit back in because it went too far than they can write. It went further than their skill level. So then they start trying to continue it or deconstruct it a little bit and bring it back down, and it just fucks it all up. So then you just get to the point where you got to start killing characters off to try to start with a clean slate to get this motherfucker back to somewhere where regular people can write it. And that's where it's at now. That's where I see where Venom is at right now, because having Venom be the King of Black and hooked up with the Enigma Force, so he is actually a better tier character than he was just with Spider-Man, was more interesting to me. Dropping it back down, and it's just a suit, and it's no symbiotes, no connection, no none of that. That's simple people trying to be back in control of the character, trying to bring it back down where somebody without that much imagination can write the shit. That's all it is.
Dylan Brock getting that power up, and
that shit was so convoluted. That shit was so. It was so extrapolated and strung out. It's just symbionts everywhere doing all kind of weird shit. I'm like, this is the stuff that's infesting my Future Fight game. The only one I'm excited about is Sleeper. It's a fucking cat with a symbiote. Like, otherwise, I don't give a fuck.
Well, and the new symbiote too that they're introducing with the whole gold form.
Yeah, that's the new Venom symbiote or whatever the fuck it is. It's stupid shit. Look, as soon as I saw that gold form symbiote shit, I'm like, y'all owe Mark Silvestri and the people who did Wetworks some money. Because the only golden symbiotes that have ever been in comics until that point, y'all just introduced a gold symbiote, was Wetworks. That's it.
I was
it
about
was
to say
symbiotes. Yeah, it was symbiotes with gold skin made by vampires so they can be out in the goddamn sun. That was the only ones.
And what decade was this when it came out?
90s.
Oh wow!
Look, I'll show you a picture. I'll show you a picture right now, because
yeah.
that is Wetworks' calling card is them golden symbiotes. Jim Lee, Wildstorm Comics. From the
Wildstorm Comics.
That was a squad, nigga. They was military beforehand. What is this? What the fuck? That's not what I was trying to pull up. Excuse me. Didn't mean to do that. Stream. Okay. The fuck? It keeps giving me everything but what I clicked on. God damn it.
I hate that sometimes.
Keep thinking my computer or something got set or some shit, because I keep getting, every time I hit one thing, something else is popping up that I wasn't looking for. Okay. Here's the picture. It's a Reddit thread, so maybe it'll just be pictures. I'm trying to link me to some other shit. Okay, here we go. We in the house right now. We in the house right now. So anybody who was in the Image, Wildstorm, Jim Lee's, and stuff characters, this is Wetworks.
You talking about X-Men Justice League amalgamated?
No. Wetworks was not an amalgam. Wetworks was not an amalgam. It was an original character, Philip Tan.
I know, but I'm fucking with you because
I know you are. You trying to?
We know Wildcats are kind of X-Men Justice League.
Trying to divert me.
Damn, look at that.
Why can't I just get one large picture of this bitch? Good night, dude. I can't pull this shit down without copyrights, but these motherfuckers can put it all over the place like they made this shit. They drew it. Fucking assholes.
Right.
Anyway, this is the Wetworks team, right? And you see they all have golden symbiotes, right? Look, Joe Herb know what I'm talking about. Yep, forgot about Wetworks. Damn, it's been years. Yeah, those were the only golden symbiotes. They were the only other team besides Spider-Man with his symbiote, Spawn with his symbiote. This was the only other people who used the symbiote, and they were the only ones that were gold since the 90s.
That artwork is badass.
Yeah, that was Philip Tan, and I think Silvestri did some of it. These are shitty pictures on your fucking Reddit thread, dude. Jesus Christ. Hold on, man. This is bothering the fuck out of me because I'm just trying to find some decent, clean images of this shit.
I got you. Hell yeah.
Motherfuckers got them all locked up on their fucking Reddit page and it's fucking poor quality and all pixelated and shit.
You know, I hate that shit, especially when I'm looking for a new screensaver.
Exactly.
My current screensaver is JLA versus Avengers.
That's a good one.
You know, God bless George Perez. Fun guy that I met him. So glad he autographed my Wonder Woman #1 and 600. God damn. And JLA versus Avengers. Hardback. Not big back. You know, don't get excited, Ray.
Oh shit.
Well, this is exactly why we need old niggas in here to avoid all this kind of stuff.
I don't know why you wait to the end of the stream to start calling names and shit like that. Nobody called you a young nigga, did we?
You're 33, nigga. You're not even that young.
No, you an old nigga to anybody 18 to 21. Shut you all
Looking like
you be getting the same smoke you fake trying to blow up our ass.
You're not even the youngest one in here.
21-year-old chick said, "Ooh, that's an old nigga."
This old man tried to talk to me.
Yeah, exactly.
They got a receding hairline and shit.
There you go. This is the Wetworks team. This is not I don't think this is a Philip Tan drawing. But that's what the Wetworks team look like. Now, the only one whose symbiote does not represent as gold is Grail. That's the blue one. He has a golden symbiote, but Grail is trained. His chi is hella strong. And his chi turned his symbiote blue. And it's so much energy coming off of him, you can't even touch his ass. He disintegrates living matter.
What?
Just disintegrates it. He's a beast. Hand-to-hand combat, just beast mode.
Oh, Shigaraki from My Hero ass motherfucker. Okay.
So all of these people, this is a tactical military team.
That's a Black Ops team.
That's a Black Ops team. This is the Wetworks team, right?
Yeah,
that's what they do. They do
that's
Wetworks.
what literally Wetworks mean.
Hey, I just blew up the screen and
they went after
awesome.
they went after some zombies. Not zombies, some vampires and shit. And
Think
that's
of
how
Delta
they got
Force.
these symbiotes. That's how they got the symbiotes. It was some shit the vampires were trying to develop. And they bonded with them. And
think of
increased
Delta
their powers and shit.
Let me
Think
ask,
of Delta
how
Force
strong is the
facility.
Not
vampire?
talking at the same time. One at a time. Nobody can hear you when you all talk at the same time.
I was just gonna say this real quick. Think of Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 with superpowers.
Exactly. Everybody had a too.
Okay. Now, what I was gonna say was shit. Damn. So, how strong were the vampires that they was facing?
Strong as fuck. Strong as fuck. These wasn't wimpy vampires. It wasn't. How it ended up working out is that the person that they worked for, I would think it was Waring or whatever it was. Waring was the head of the werewolf nation. And he hired these motherfuckers because they was going to take out the vampire nation. So Vampire got a whole crew, whole squad worldwide. And they ended up being the ones working for the werewolf nation. Now, they eventually broke off from him when they figured that shit out. But Dane, the leader of that team, he is an operator. That motherfucker been an operator for years. He was in Team 7. He was in all kind of dirty work situations.
Team 7 was some shit, wasn't it?
Well, Team 7 was a motherfucker, boy. Every one of them people. And just so you know how badass or fucked up the Team 7 situation was, they got exposed to this genetic agent as a test to see what happened. These were already top soldiers, right? They exposed these Delta Force, SEAL Team 6 type of motherfuckers to this agent, this gene factor agent. It activated some shit in their ass that gave them all powers. Some of them went fucking crazy, but all of them turned into some of your top tier people in that Wildstorm universe. John Lynch, no, Henry Benedict wasn't part of Team 7, but he was involved in that shit. Grifter, Cole Cash, Mark Slayton, Backlash, every one of these motherfuckers is Death Blow. All of these dudes is top tier characters. All of them.
They had Majestic.
Yeah.
Majestic was a motherfucker.
So this was just Dane's team. And the powers that these guys got, they all end up getting like damn near earth-shaking psychic abilities. Telekinetics, even Deathblow developed healing and shit like that. They had all kinds of abilities, but the shit was so unstable, most of them didn't even use the shit. Like Grifter has telekinetic abilities, like super strong. He don't even try to use that shit at all. He don't even like it. He don't like it. It fucked them up. So much so, it passed down to their kids, and that's where you get Gen 13. It's their children with this gene factor active in them, giving them powers. That shit was, think of it like soldiers coming back from Vietnam and saying they was exposed to Agent Orange or some shit. But Agent Orange gave them some kind of abilities that made them kind of crazy.
Believe it or not, my dad was exposed to that shit. Thank God he still got his health, but they were all exposed to that shit.
All exposed. That was a good team. So if you look up Wetworks, Wildstorm comics from the 90s, it's a good read. You would enjoy that shit.
Oh,
Willis Potasio, that's the one. Willis Potasio.
Yeah, you said Wetworks. Okay.
You know a good comic you don't hear too much about anymore?
Backlash,
but also Archer and Armstrong. That was my spirit animal, man.
There you go. Team 7 was a good. They either went solo or formed their own teams. Yeah, all those people from Team 7 formed their own teams. John Lynch ended up running IO, International Operations, so he ended up being like Nick Fury. He missing an eyeball because he ripped that motherfucker out when he got exposed to that gas and his powers manifested. He ripped his own fucking eyeball out because he had shit coming from everywhere. He was going nuts. It was not a war wound. He ripped that motherfucker out because that power was just bursting out of his ass. So this is a picture of Dane right there, the leader of the team, and these are what vampires look like in that world.
Wait, the hell, I'm gonna blow up my screen.
They're definitely not the sparkly type.
They do not sparkle, nigga. You see them glisten, it's because they slaked in blood.
Vampires that look like on some demonic shit. Okay.
They look like some demonic. Look, it's a problem, and that's why Wetworks will go in. They had big guns and no fun, nigga. They was in there taking shit out. That was a kill squad.
That is peak 80s.
That's 90s.
It's 90s. Oh,
yeah, that's 90s.
You could tell that's 90s because everybody looks like Cable.
Facts.
But the point being, this was the only golden symbiotes you ever had. So seeing them in that Venom War shit introduce a golden symbiote, I've gave them the middle finger because I said, you just stealing shit now is what you're doing. That's all you're doing. You're just stealing shit.
And you said they stole it from the name of who? Who now?
Wetworks.
Wetworks.
Come on, artisan. You know, new ideas are hard. Creativity is not easy. Everybody can't do it.
Well, fuck them.
Well,
too bad. And here you go. This is my boy right here. So this is one of my favorite artists in comics, Brett Booth. And how I got to know Brett Booth was because he was drawing this character's comic, the one in the black and white. That's Backlash. I like Mark Slayton. Mark Slayton is cool as fuck. He was part of Team 7, original member of Team 7. He ended up being the trainer for their Justice League team. So he trained the Stormwatch team. But he's also half Caribbean, if you know who the Wildcats are. That's why his hair is white. He got that Caribbean DNA, so that motherfucker gonna live a long time.
Wildcats.
But he also has some other abilities that make him kind of like a fucking vampire, like these psychic tendrils that he's throwing out of his hands.
Yeah,
it's part of his gene factor, right? From being exposed to that gas. He has some telekinetic abilities because of that shit too. But his Caribbean powers, this motherfucker can turn into mist and shit.
Oh damn.
Which makes it, he's a hand-to-hand combatant, just fast. He like fighting Spider-Man. He just don't make jokes. Don't make jokes. Just kick your ass, right?
Those of you who don't know what a Caribbean is, look at Zealot and look at Mr. Majestic.
Yeah, look at Zealot, Mr. Majestic, the Imp,
and
Spartan before he got killed.
They're like 10,000 years old. That's probably the youngest one.
Yeah, the Caribbean are basically like your Superman, your Kryptonians in a sense.
Yeah,
they're really long lived. So a couple times out the day, he can do that mist and shit. And just think of it this way: you in a hand-to-hand fight, this motherfucker getting your ass, just tagging you, and you think you got him for the finishing blow. You go after his ass, and that motherfucker just missed out on your ass in a minute.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, you son of a bitch. Yeah, he got you. Right? So he got that and he got the whips. Behind him is Dane. They kind of cool.
What can Dane do? He motherfucker looks strong as hell.
He looks strong as shit. Dane has telekinetic and psychic abilities, but he doesn't like using the shit. The symbiote kind of blocks that shit out. Because the rest of the team, thought Dane had went crazy for a while. But Dane was off on doing his wet work shit. Is what it was. He don't like fucking with them too much. Like the members of Team 7, they end up having some issues with each other after a while. So they got their own personal shit. Grail is cool as fuck. And then this is Taboo behind Backlash. She has a symbiote as well, but it was based on like vampire technology, some shit that they built, so it feeds on blood. So that's why her face goes white when she puts it on. But she can do all kind of shit, like growing wings, all kind of cool shit. But you have to read Backlash and look at Brett Booth's art because it was beautiful fucking
very
artwork.
detailed. Very detailed.
When he did Backlash versus Spider-Man, I love that shit.
Oh, yeah. I remember that back in the day.
It was perfect because his art style is very energetic, very. You see, he's drawing a muscular person, but he's in a pretty athletic fucking pose.
He doesn't make them stiff.
No, they're not stiff at all. Everybody's moving. Everything is fluid. Even the bulky people look bulky. So you can see he knows the difference between drawing thick ass muscles and shit and somebody who's supposed to be slender.
Come on, like, Rob Liefeld.
Come on, Liefeld. Yeah. See what we're talking about?
You got the Captain America chest.
Yeah, no Captain America chest.
Nobody don't like it when people jock ideas from one another, but then again, people will enjoy and appreciate the projects that come out that are birthed from piggyback ideas, such as like, for example, Dante's Inferno, that game. People like that, but some of those ideas came off of God of War. The game.
Yeah, I think Dante's Inferno is a very old story.
It is an old story. So God of War is a copy of it. This is Brett Booth doing Pilgrim from Wetworks.
Ooh, look. Damn.
And Pilgrim, I think she was the sniper. Females in the military. She was the sniper, nigga. She was deadly.
Well, she got some strong thighs on her, damn it.
Yeah, she does. He draws strong thighs, but they're athletic. They ain't overly bulky. But she has women arms. She has a woman size arms.
Yeah, she don't have those Chun Li thighs though.
No, she got some Chun Li thighs, but that's part of his art style, right?
Yeah,
he knows how to
Adults are crazy.
She got Wetworks always has some crazy looking blades because they was killing vampires. And you see she bloody because that's what they do. They get wet.
You.
They get it in. Where's my box, man? I want to go through my Wetworks box again. Read up on some good shit I enjoyed.
I'm gonna tell you. Are you a Spartan fan?
What you say?
Hell yeah, I like Spartan.
Oh, Spartan.
No, Spartan. If you know the old series Spartan from Wildcats.
Wildcats, the leader of Wildcats.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, they actually did a pretty good comic with Wildcats versus Justice League. Pretty cool. It was funny when Batman saw Grifter and he took his guns and he said, "You know what? There's something more to you than I'm gonna just sit here and smoke." That's the most Grifter shit ever.
Yep.
Like, you know what? He like, you know what? You know, ordinary motherfucker. I'm gonna just sit here and just smoke. You do whatever the fuck you want.
Well, that's when Jim Lee came on to do editor in DC. That's why I kind of enjoyed him folding his characters into his Wildstorm characters into the DC universe, because there was some stuff you wanted to see happen, like Midnighter meet Batman. You gotta see that shit. I want to see Apollo meet up with Clark, because Apollo would probably give a fuck. It was just certain things you'd want to see.
It's funny because
that sounds familiar.
Apollo attractive. Well, Apollo and Midnighter, for those who don't know, are two guys who are married.
Yep.
And love each other in a way that mommy and daddies love each other.
Oh shit. Oh damn.
You know, but I love the fact that he brought it over to the New 52. I wish they would have stayed with the New 52 in many ways.
Yeah.
Because you gave a different dynamic. I love, what was his name? Charles. He did Wonder Woman and Superman. I wish they would have stayed with that book. At least they gave us Trinity. Of course, Ed McGuinness is one of my favorite artists.
Yeah, you like him because he draw big muscles.
Oh, he blended the anime and American styles really well. Very unique.
Man, they need to adapt this into an animated show or a movie, something.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Jim Lee owned it. So, I don't know if he owned it anymore because he put it into DC. So they might own it.
He still owns it. I think he sold certain things to him, but I think he still owns it.
So here's a Jim Lee drawing of some of the main members of Team 7. The only person that's missing is John Lynch. But this is part of Team 7, and all these characters was on their own teams and had their own books. Death Blow the Sailor, Cold Cash, you know him from Wildcats, Dane from Wetworks, Backlash from Backlash and Stormwatch. These was some top tier fucking military dudes that end up having abilities. And most of them don't even use the shit. They just don't. They don't even use it. They don't like using that shit.
Yeah, that's what made it kind of cool, because they didn't rely on it.
Yep. It did not rely.
They were very skilled in torture.
Yeah. A lot of shit. So picking up guns wasn't nothing for them. Like, hey, you want that work with the pistols? Well,
you know, they say you send in the Justice League when you need somebody to save the day from an alien threat. You send in Team 7 or Wetworks when you want to kill them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Man, this sounds like something, dude. If they did create an anime or animated show of it, sound like the first episode, damn it, I'll be hooked.
You probably would. If you read the story, the Team 7 story, you'd probably be interested in it. But if you just read some Wildstorm comics, they always crossed over and influenced each other because they had connections to each other. They all had connections to each other.
Wildstorm
Their
and Wentworth.
universe doing their different things. They got their own problems with each other, but they would always connect. Especially when Gen 13 came around, you saw how they were all connected. They're all connected through that shit. Government doing shit to military people that spawned off these other kids and these other aliens running around. It was a bunch of shit, but that's what made Wildstorm a lot of fun in the 90s when Jim Lee spun it off, because it spun off into so many recognizable characters. So
and
many
then,
characters.
and then on top of that, Image at that time, Image could do no wrong at that time.
Nah, it was shit. Everything was fair game for them.
You had Spawn, believe it or not, for all of you who don't know. Spawn, Savage Dragon, Invincible, and the Wildcats are the same universe.
What?
Even though they're different creators, but they're all the same universe.
Oh, I gotta be on it now.
Yeah, Wildstorm stuff was all in the same universe too, so you can have them cross over easy. But here's another picture. Oh, this is all those covers together, is what it was. Is at the time they did the event when they was introducing Gen 13, they had all of these variant covers, and if you bought all these 9 covers, I think it was, and put them together, this is what you got. That was the big page you got, because having a comic book company ran by artists, Jim Lee loved doing shit like this. He loved doing shit like that. I had that
serious artwork.
I had that big Charles, that 7-foot Wildstorm poster that went all the way around the wall with all their characters and shit on it. I had that goddamn poster.
And they were known for it. And you'll get a poster, and this is what Image would do back in the day. You would get a poster. This is how cool my optometrist back in the day, the eye doctor. He was a comic book fan, and he had that fucking poster in his office.
Yeah. I had it in my bed.
You would just stand there for 5 minutes, just looking, just
so much detail, so many characters on that shit. Like, god damn, they got all these characters.
And you would actually see, like, they were famous for doing that, making and sometimes some of the different artists would connect their books to somebody else's book.
That one dude looked like the Incredible Hulk.
That's Maul from the Wildcats. He looks like the Incredible. Because all these guys used to work for Marvel.
Marvel DC. Oh yeah, you got to remember. What was another good studio? Valiant back in the day. Valiant. Where Prince Valiant. what was the one where he got the suit and he's from like the Nordic tribes and he comes back into the modern day? Damn. It was blue and gold from Valiant.
From Valiant?
Yeah.
Oh, XO Man of War?
Yeah, XO.
Yeah. XO Man of War, yeah.
That was wild. Of course, Armstrong and Archer, boy. If you want a hedonistic good time, imagine an immortal hedonist teamed up with a goddamn Chinese Buddhist monk. It sounds as good as you just said it.
Yeah, your buddy cop shit gonna take a turn.
Buddy cop shit.
Yeah, buddy cop shit is gonna take a turn. Like, what are you doing? Not again. You don't even know her. I don't need to know her. That's the best part.
They mellow each other out, so you can imagine they're fighting their way out of a casino. Oh my god, those are some great comics. Like, you just be like, yo, it made you feel like it's like Beverly Hills Cop with Highlander.
Damn.
Don't they have some more? Craven was obviously in their phase, in this particular phase right now. So what else? What other shows and movies are supposed to come out that are a part of this phase?
Yeah, Donnie Mac, 7 hours. It ain't no thing, man. I did 7 hours last week too. It happens. These motherfuckers like talking when I want to get off. It's always at the last minute. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna shut this down. They throw in something else, like, oh, keep the party going.
Well, I'll shut up good so you can go. I appreciate this, man.
You still got 10 minutes. Still got 20 minutes. I want to show off the Backlash comic that I like. That was one of my favorite comic book characters too.
That's
Still
what he
is.
said to that one girl. You still got 10 minutes. You ain't leaving yet.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking when I read that from Donnie Mack. He said 7 hours. I was like, man, you sound like some chick I was fucking. Like, what? We still going? Yes, bitch. I'm tired.
We taking breaks. Taking breaks.
Believe it or not, my highest is 6.
Yeah.
Oh man, my highest was 13. I don't know why. We're insane.
Jesus. In fact, I almost went for 5 last night.
Hey, that's what she said.
That's what she said. Beat me last night. Damn. Did she get some water? Did you get you some juice afterwards? God damn.
I went to bed.
Did you give her some cookie bait?
There you go. That's Backlash and his daughter Crimson and Taboo. Now you can see the difference between drawing males and drawing females. And this is Brett Booth. I have this comic in.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Good art. Motherfucker does good art. He got on Flash for a while too, and I love that because his style works great for Flash. These are all athletic builds, so his style worked great for Flash. Yeah, Brett Ruffner, Brett Booth, Gibson.
What do you say? You gonna keep on loving me?
Don't ever stop. So what you got? Hey, Bizzle, what's going on with you?
Not much. Christmas season, you know.
What, you get depressed around Christmas season or what?
No.
Good. Ooh, I don't like this new back.
I'm going to a therapy session on Thursday, so preparing for that.
Therapy for what?
I'd rather not talk about it here, but yeah.
Well, you mentioned therapy, nigga. You didn't think I was going to ask you?
Anxiety.
You don't have to talk about it here. I'm just, being curious, showing some concern. Goddamn.
Yeah, anxiety.
Playing coy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anxiety. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. The battle
whole political season. You should have some damn anxiety.
You should.
It ain't necessarily bad, but although I haven't been to church in a month because I don't want to hear the. Oh, did you vote for?
Yeah, that was the joke.
Yeah.
Joke. Yeah. No, I couldn't do that political shit either. But I understand. I do understand. Man, get the help you need though. If you need it, get it.
Yeah.
Facts. Yes, sir.
Just ask me. I got my amateur degree in therapy. I prescribed 1,000 cc's of Remy Martin.
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's gonna help.
No matter what, you'll feel better. Permanently, I don't know, but you'll feel better that time.
This is funny. Somebody got lazy. Somebody got lazy. It's a good drawing, but somebody got lazy.
Where
at? One of Backlash's signatures is that he has these bandoliers and shit hanging over him, right? Mm-hmm. Well, they got away from it. They just put it into his costume. They just made it stripes on his costume. It was never stripes on his costume. It was stuff that he was wearing. So you see that he has a costume on and wearing stuff over it. They got lazy and just made it part of the costume, so they have to draw all that shit. That's a cheat. That's a lazy cheat, is what it is. It's still a good drawing. It's just a lazy cheat.
Interesting. Gotcha.
Huh. Okay.
Interesting.
But that's a good picture, though. It's still a good picture.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So that artwork looks beautiful, boy.
Yeah.
Hey,
it's good looking.
Clean work, good colors. Okay. AB got some therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you. How you adjusting to life after post-election?
Oh, I'm fine. Canada, I picked one, so I'm just glad we didn't let that incompetent AKA get in.
Oh yeah, thank God. Look, folks can be mad about the shit all they want to. That bitch did not need to be nowhere near no presidency. She
You
lucky
know what?
she could see the
I went,
Oval Office on the
I
side
went
seat.
drinking with the VP, and she said, "Go fuck you, niggas."
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I dare y'all. I dare y'all to walk around with a Trump shirt.
Nigga, we're not stupid.
What?
The fuck?
It ain't
I'm good, bro.
you know.
I will wear one, and I dare
Nigga, I don't
one
need that smoke in my life.
I will wear
Like
it.
you're
And
walking around with a Kamala shirt.
I will wear one, and I dare one motherfucker to say something. Say it.
Oh, say something. They're gonna attack you, nigga. I've seen some videos, nigga. They was attacking
They gonna,
motherfuckers with Trump
they
shirts.
gonna, oh, you can attack me, and 42 of my best, 42 of 180 grain of my best friends will attack you back.
Get your ass a hate crime.
Hell yeah.
I got a
Andre
fucking
still
cold
in here.
steel knife. I just got finished sharpening. That's sharp enough to cut guard.
So let me direct this at Andre real quick. Andre, the question you asked me last week that I thought was not a good question. You see this guy right here in the middle blowing his energy out of his hands? That's Winter from Stormwatch, right? Winter is probably the only person I can think of in comics that could take on Blue Marvel and probably beat him. Reason being is that Winter converts energy. So whatever energy he's hit with, he is actually tapped into another universe. It passes through his body into another universe, comes out of his body reversed. Yeah, so Blue Marvel hitting him with antimatter, he turns it into positive energy and hits him back with that shit, which means he can hit Blue Marvel just as hard as Blue Marvel is trying to hit him. That would be a good fight for me. They would throw down. For real. And Winter was Russian, obviously, because his name is Winter. And that motherfucker has no sense of humor. None. He has no chill. He's an asshole. He tried to be nice, but Winter was an asshole.
It's like all the kids were saying Thor could beat Superman. No. Even with his magic little hammer. And I like Thor. It is a hell of a fight, but what did they show you? And JLA versus Avengers. Yes, magic can negate his natural abilities, but he can build up an immunity to it.
Well, that's what the whole Bizarro getting magical powers thing was about, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's like he builds an immunity to it because it's like, think of it as an immune system. First time you ever got a cold, it fucks you up. After a while, you just walk through the shit like, fuck you, bitch.
But that's because they give Superman that Deus Ex Machina power, is that he has anything he needs to do whatever he needs to do.
Not everybody got that power,
Not everybody. Some people have a defined power set, and if you outside of it, you kind of fucked.
like shit. Even Spider-Man got what the fuck was that shit? The Omni voice or whatever, the Omni or whatever the fuck they call that shit.
Oh, that was that one time. He ain't kept
The
that
cosmic Spider-Man.
Enigma Force.
The Enigma Force when he fought against
the Hulk.
The Hulk and Magneto.
Yeah. But that's what it was. It was just a one-time event. He didn't keep that shit. That's what they end up giving Venom to beat Null. He got the Enigma Force.
I was like, y'all really pull some shit out of y'all asses down there. Y'all putting together Silver Surfer's board and
Thor's hammer.
Like, y'all really pulling some shit out y'all. Boy, I love you comic book writers. Y'all think of shit I never would.
Trying to get you to read the book.
So that's what it was, Charles Artisan. The Enigma Force if I remember, that allowed him to merge the two components together, the Silver Surfer's board and his hammer, in order to form that axe. That's what it was, right? Okay.
Yes. The Enigma Force. That's why it was glowing golden and stuff like that. The way they set it up was that the Enigma Force is actually the opposite of Null, the symbiote god. So that's why he could beat it. It was the light when Null was the darkness.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So I was fine with that, but like I said, less talented writers got in charge after that, and so they had to try to work back to something that they could manage.
Don't talk about the writing after Endgame like that. Or did I say that out loud? Oh wait.
You got to pause longer between that shit.
I just call it the artisan force because it's light.
Shut the fuck up. He is funny as hell sometimes, Charles.
I should do stand up.
Yeah, you do. That nigga be popping out with shit, boy.
I should do stand up or sit down comedy. You know.
Holy shit! I just
No, you don't. No, because you're gonna get beat up by big girls.
No, they got to catch me first, and I'll be walking.
Damn. Come on now.
Watch out for the big girl. Yep. Why do you think we invented watch out for the big girl?
Charles can't handle that stampede, nigga.
No, boy.
I'm not you. You need the strength of a Kryptonian to mess with the bitches you mess with, man. I heard you like the women. If I could wrap my hands around them, they too small.
Oh my god.
What? Oh no.
He said I like slow dancing with something the size with the circumference of a building.
Oh,
Charles like them olive oil built bitches.
No, I don't like olive oil. I like no waist. You like every waist.
Oh, bruh.
He was like, I got my girl this new belt. What is it called? It's called
I'm
inflator.
trying to beat Charles.
You don't want to know how many.
Charles.
You don't know how many crocodiles died to make this motherfucker.
Damn.
Crocodiles had to die to make this one belt.
Charles like them long rectangle boxes.
You like the chicks the Juggernaut could even push.
Oh damn, yeah. I can't even. Yeah, I can't. I ain't
No. Be more got you on that one. Be more got you on that shit.
He like the ones where they put the crimson gem of Sidorak in their purse.
Damn niggas, chill. He's already dead. Chill out.
Charles like them Scarlet Witch bitches.
At least they fit.
Artist, your thoughts on them trying to make another Ray trilogy?
Get the fuck out of here is my thoughts on that shit. Look, man, the Ray character in itself is problematic the way she's written, but she can be rewritten better. If there are better writers at Lucasfilm, I would trust John to rewrite her. But if he ain't doing it, I'm not really interested in watching it. The character just needs to be fixed. That's all it is. If you're going to go forward with this character, since it's Disney's character, if they introduced in the Star Wars franchise, they're not getting rid of this bitch. They're not erasing her from continuity. She's going to be there. That's their sell point. If you want to go forward with that character in any movie, any show, you just need to rewrite her. That's it. You just need to rewrite it a bit and start tweaking that character. Start tweaking that character to where it's a little bit more in canon and not so much of a Mary Hooley suit. I mean, you got to fix that shit. You just have to fix it. And that's just the part, because my thinking is like this, especially with Star Wars fans. If they rewrote that character and the character was better written, divorcing it a bit from that bullshit that they've done and making her a Mary Sue, then the Star Wars fans would accept that shit. That's it. But they don't accept it the way that she has been written and how she went about appropriating names and shit like that, and having no struggle to be able to do shit she shouldn't be able to do yet.
That is what the epitome of bad writing is. When I'm looking at it, and I said, that's the equivalent of getting a guy never wrestled before, and I'm his coach, and he's giving me competition or damn near beating me. Makes sense of that. And I'm just looking at it. What the hell?
Okay. I clicked that up there too quick. I was like, is that even Dr. Dunbar? Okay, we'll see.
And I'm just
but that's my opinion on it, AB. Since you asked.
Yeah, speaking of Star Wars, I've been playing Jedi Survivor recently.
Oh my god, why are you subjecting yourself to doing that shit? I ain't heard. I've watched people play that. Other content creators play that shit, laughing their ass off and complaining. Like Star Wars Theory was playing that shit, and he was just rolling about how terrible that shit was.
I want to play a game called Star Wars Hood Survival.
Oh boy.
No, if I want to see a Star Wars game, I do want to see the underworld part of it, but I don't want to see this Kathleen Kennedy insert into that shit. Kate,
Like the Outer Rim?
Kate, I think I'm the best. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh
Are you
yeah.
talking about what's that game called? Outlaws?
Yeah. You're playing Survivor. You're not playing Outlaws.
Did they try to-
I was thinking of Outlaws, not Survivor, sorry.
Did they really try to make fucking Rey the most powerful Jedi ever?
They tried that shit.
No.
They tried it.
What it is that they're trying to move her in a way that she ends up being like the Obi-Wan of that shit because there's no other Jedis around. So technically she would be the strongest Jedi around if she was a Jedi, but there's nobody to put her ass through the fucking trial, so she ain't no Jedi, just like Ahsoka ain't no fucking Jedi.
And you could understand, but here's the difference. I mean, this might be a stretch, Artisan. If they really wanted to do something generational, why the fuck couldn't they bring Ahsoka in the fucking movie?
Because Dave Filoni didn't have no say so at that point. Because if it was up to Dave Filoni, Ahsoka would be in fucking everything. The only problem with Ahsoka is the only reason he uses Ahsoka is to take the place of Luke Skywalker and Vader. That's all she's there for. So I'm not
way better character than fucking Rey.
maybe, but he had a lot more lead time to make that Rey character too. I mean, the Ahsoka character too. But if you look at Ahsoka now, she looks like the biggest con game ever played in Star Wars. The longest con game ever played in Star Wars.
Oh shit!
Because that's all she is. She's a Mary Sue in some ways too. He just stretched it out a lot longer. But you watched that Ahsoka show. Did you think that shit was good?
I'll take a V8.
This show, was it any good?
I'll take a V8. No.
Yeah, I'll take a V8 instead of that shit.
I mean, I've always said one of the best shows period I've ever seen in my life was She-Ra, Princess of Power, The Stone and the Sword. That's how you write a sword and sorcery fantasy female character where she literally lost the powers to be the character and had to go through a trial to get them back, and not to get them back to flex on anybody. She got them back to help out her friend.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you write a beautiful female sci-fi character.
Look at Herb saying that show was
which,
boring.
speaking
It
of
was
which, have you
mostly boring.
seen the
It
trailer
was
to Witcher
boring.
4?
And self-serving as fuck.
I had more fun watching, of course, Obi-Wan. I had more fun watching that. And I had more fun watching what's dude? The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan.
Mm-hmm.
But God, man, it's like the era of bad writing. Like motherfuckers write themselves into a toilet.
Somebody got a lot of noise in the background, and it's just.
Excuse me. I gotta cuss a few people out. Let me mute up.
Oh boy!
Oh God damn it!
I still can't get over that. That was the most embarrassing lightsaber fight I've ever seen in my life.
Boy, who you talking?
Obi-Wan. He beat her
I've seen
with her own lightsaber. That was embarrassing.
Did anybody
YouTube
else
got better lightsaber fights.
Did anybody else giggle when he force choked the shit out of her? I mean, I see him force choke motherfuckers, but not like that. He was pissed.
Disrespect.
Oh yeah, before the episode before that, he grabbed her. He's like, bitch, he fucked up.
Know who the hell I am?
I'm Rick James, bitch.
Does Anakin Skywalker got a choker, bitch? I mean, I'm right here.
Yes. You gotta spaz out for a minute. Like, wait a minute, bitch.
Hey, turn up.
When he beat her ass in that lightsaber fight, he didn't even use his lightsaber.
He was like, "Oh, you think? Oh, you forgot who I am? I'm the nigga who gave you nightmares."
Well, he stopped. He will stop using skill at one point. He just started beating her ass with the lightsaber. Like he trying to just smack her.
He took it, broke it in half, and then threw the other part because he felt sorry for her.
Yeah,
and threw the other part added just because he felt sorry for her. Like, damn, that's fucked.
You know, that's how. Don't give me this complex. No, he's evil at this point. Anakin is gone. Nah, I'm gonna show you why Anakin's dead. Because I live.
Damn.
Dr. Dunbar.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
oh man.
Yeah, for sure.
It's me. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Like, if that ain't John Cena, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at on there.
You know what? I was gonna unveil this on AB show. This avatar, but it was late and I didn't want to do it. You guys, you wouldn't know who this is if you guys are like young. It's one of the members of the first big time white rap group.
Beastie Boys?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Mark. What's his name? Horowitz.
Oh my god, I haven't heard of the Beastie Boys in so goddamn long.
Yeah, me neither.
Come on, man.
No, Slick to Brooklyn. Yeah.
There you go. You gotta fight for your right.
Yeah, folks. If you're not,
I had to look close.
Familiar, this is the tiger to my panther right here, folks.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. My main phone is charging, so this is my alternate phone, and Tiger's not on this phone. So this Beastie Boy is. So here we go.
I suggest you put it onto your StreamYard. Somewhere else.
All right. Well, I won't be long. Charles, your reaction was funny though when I tried to come up the first time. You're like, "Yo, what the hell?"
I'm like, you can cut somebody out. Don't you fucking besmirch the name of the doctor known as Dumbo.
Okay, artisan.
Yes,
So I need to come up and get your expert opinion. So what's your take on Chris Evans coming back into the MCU and Anthony Mackie not liking that? What's your take on the whole thing?
I haven't heard any complaints about it. You got YouTube playing in the background, or I can hear it. Echo.
Okay, let me mute up. I don't have anything else going.
Yeah, of course. Mute for a second. I talked about it earlier. I think Chris Evans needs to come back to Marvel to have a fucking career. Otherwise, it's not going to be good. If they bring him back, I'd want to see him come back as Captain Hydra for Secret Empire situation. But otherwise, I don't need him to come back just as Captain America. Anthony Mackie being pissed off, I understand it because they haven't given Anthony Mackie a chance to actually be Captain America yet. So it's fucking off his money. Because as Captain America, he stood to make more money in that role of being a lead in any Avengers movie. They bring Chris Evans back, he's automatically back of the bus, nigga. Is what it is. Just listening to that fan base that don't want to accept the black Captain America. That's what that is.
Now, when you say they haven't given him a chance, do you mean they haven't given him the super soldier serum?
No, I'm meaning Anthony Mackie. That's what I said, Anthony Mackie, not Captain America. They haven't given Anthony Mackie a chance to front more than one movie. Like this Captain America 4 movie, it's not failing. It's not going through reshoots because Anthony Mackie forgot how to fucking act or anything like that. It's not because of him. It's because of Marvel Studios itself, Marvel Entertainment itself, what they want to do, what they want to stuff into this cannoli of a movie that they have him out in front of. So it's a piece of shit. So he has a right to be pissed off because this was supposed to be his solo movie, right?
His coming out
Everybody
party.
else, yeah, this is his solo movie as Captain America. He hasn't got one yet. So the way that the problems that they keep having with this movie only makes it look bad for him for his showing, because I'm sure he probably got some money on this motherfucker after it does whatever it does. Well, it looks like it's going to do shit. And you got enough geeks online making sure it's going to do shit. keep people away from actually seeing this motherfucker.
I'm gonna go
Because
watch it 'cause he's
I
black.
don't know what you or me care about it specifically, but all the production issues that they have ain't none of our goddamn business and none of our concern. Our concern is the finished product. All that shit is a studio concern. And since they didn't ask me for the money to make that goddamn movie, doesn't really matter. What I'm concerned about is what shows up into the theaters in February and what I watch on the screen. That's what I care about. So I don't give a fuck how many reshoots they had to do. It's not my money. My money is the $20 I plunked down to buy popcorn, a drink, and a movie ticket to sit down and watch this piece of shit to see if it's actually a piece of shit.
And the
That's
liquor
what
I
I care
sneak in.
And the liquor I have to drink afterwards to do a goddamn review and pull it together. Like, this was some bullshit. Why they do this to this man? So I understand Anthony Mackie being pissed off. He's been pissed off since this fucking movie couldn't get done with no script. He's been pissed off for months. He got a right to be upset because it undercuts him.
Fucking his money.
Yeah, fucking his money up.
Because it's been way too long.
You know what Anthony Mackie's catchphrase is? Cut the check.
Got the
Cut
check.
the check.
Oh yeah, his other catchphrase is "Make Daddy a sandwich."
Yeah, make Daddy a sandwich. Now what you think they doing? They cutting the check and ain't making Daddy a sandwich. Oh,
Yes, sir.
White boy back. Oh, white man's ISIS. White man's captain is better, huh? Oh, fuck.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would have told them seriously. This is. Catch me if I'm wrong. Please call me out if I'm wrong. You see the same shit happened when what's the dude who plays Cyborg?
Ray Fisher.
Ray
Ray
Fisher
Fisher, yeah.
pissed about the theatrical release. You cut 75% of his fucking character. Why would you cut probably one of the best portrayals we've seen in a long time about a black man and his father, whether if it's a superhero or not, that we haven't seen, and how they had to grow to respect each other.
Yeah.
You took away 75. I'll be pissed too. Now,
It's the same reason why everybody will tell you that, most critics will tell you that After Earth sucked. But everybody who's black that saw After Earth and understood as a father teaching his son not to be afraid of every goddamn thing in the world sees it as a great movie.
And full circle again, didn't we mention that before? How culturally things are different. Like, I'm sorry, this is what we were telling Dre before. It's not that you're not black, but when you're an American black in America, things are a lot different. And it's not because we want it to be, it's because they forever keep it in your face to be. And when you look at this, look, you could tell a lot of compelling shit with not only his character of being Captain America, and I'm still waiting for Marvel to contact me about goddamn Isaiah Bradley.
Yeah, because that's one of the things I want to see in this Captain America movie, how they shit on Isaiah Bradley, because they have him being like the sleeper agent going crazy and shit. I'm like,
what are y'all doing?
Come on, man. This red, white, and black. What the fuck is you doing? This is the original.
You're telling me. Do you know how much? Let's think about this, Artisan. Do you know how many numbers red, white, and black would have done?
Oh
No. Let's all think about this as geek fans, comic book fans, hardworking black men, trade degrees, law enforcement, stand-up comedians, doing whatever the fuck everybody does, programmers. Every black guy wants to tell the story of how two people I want to see on the screen. I want to see fucking Icon.
Yep.
I want to see him start out the way he started out in the comics, as an alien looking into his mother's eyes and antebellum slavery. And I want to see how the first Captain America and how he was treated when he saved his compatriots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why? Why was he so bitter? Why?
You already showed it in
Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier. Yeah.
Already showed. I can finish my sentence. Thanks. You already saw it in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I want to see the Isaiah Bradley story. I would like to see that. They could have did that for Captain America 4, which would have been a better route to go.
Mm-hmm.
You could have had Sam talking to Isaiah Bradley getting that original story because he found out a lot of that shit during the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show. That was a better route to go than just we need to introduce all these things and we need to tie up all these loose ends that we made in this Marvels and Eternals bullshit and throw it into your movie. They're using that shit as a dumping ground for all them scattered ass fucking ideas that they had. So it's not surprising that it's having reshoots and it's not working and your lead actor is like, what the fuck? Can I get a script? It's not surprising at all.
It's amazing how you can't even get a Blade movie.
No.
It's amazing that
They don't, like I said, they don't do black male characters well because there ain't no black males really sitting in the rooms with these people doing this shit. It's not really. I mean, some of these writers that's supposedly working on Captain America 4 was black dudes, but they're the same dudes that gave you Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And so that the preachy part that the white boys say, the preachy part that they don't like is that they write the whole show off on that because they got a little bit too much of that feminist shit in them.
See, here's the bad
Maybe you
part.
should have Ryan Coogler work on Captain America 4. You probably would have got something different out of it.
Yeah, here's the bad part. White boys can be preachy.
Yeah, they can all the time.
Yeah.
They do most of the damn movies.
You ever heard of a black man being called a maverick?
Yep. So, what other question you got, Dr. B?
So the preachy, that would be the whole, you need to do better, Senator.
Yeah.
That the whole thing.
And you do need to do better. That's a fact. So
The reason why they don't like the preachy shit because it points on them.
Exactly. Means they have some spotlight.
Well, yeah. So they were going to put the celestial thing in there, right? In the ocean. I did see that.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in there because they have to tie that up because that's supposed to be where you get your adamantium from. At least in the MCU, that's where you get your adamantium from. So part of this thing with Captain America is, fighting over people trying to, mine that bitch and get the adamantium off of there, or at least the other version of adamantium. Not vibranium.
Now, is that gonna lead to Wolverine being pulled into this thing eventually?
They want to do the mutant saga next, right? That's why they're trying to finish off all this other bullshit so they can get onto the mutant saga and introduce the mutants. Well, I don't know how many other mutants people really want to see with adamantium wrapped around their asshole, but Wolverine would be top on their list. So yeah, this is all in service of doing everything.
Okay. Well, I'm at least looking forward to seeing the Red Hulk. I know, folks are kind of burned out from this thing getting reshot over and over and over again. I hope it all works out. I hope they're able to salvage this whole thing somehow. But
I think even if the movie is, I think even if the movie is good, it's going to get shit on. The majority fanboys don't want to see this shit do good. It's going to do about as well as Black Adam did. They don't like that shit. As much as they don't like feminism, they don't like this lead dude character like that. They don't like that at all. And I've pointed out the flaws in this logic of why Sam Wilson can't be Captain America. You can't let him get one goddamn movie with watching it out of their system. They keep shitting on it every chance they get. I mean, I've said it many times of why, call him Black Captain America. Why does he have to be black anything? He's fucking Captain America. Steve Rogers wasn't white Captain America. Bucky wouldn't be considered white Captain America. So put some respect that it's supposed to be a title, right? So it's Captain America, whoever wearing the damn costume.
Yeah, well, I've heard one of the criticisms is that they should give him the super soldier serum so he has the strength and the same powers.
They don't get it.
One of the reasons they easily debunk Sam Wilson as being Captain America is because one of the defining features of Captain America is the super soldier serum. Right? But since Sam turned that shit down in the Falcon and Winter Soldier show, if they watched the motherfucker, he turned it down. He gave reasons why he didn't want to take the super soldier serum. My thing is, I don't see Sam as a lesser character or hero because he doesn't have the super soldier serum. I just say it makes him a little bit more vulnerable to people.
More of a hero.
But yeah, but exactly, because he's not relying on the fact that, all his immunities and his strength and speed have all been boosted to near superhuman levels, so he'll be all right. No, he's doing it off his nuts, nigga. He was already a soldier. He still is a soldier.
Let me break this down real quick for those of you who don't know. The motherfucker's a PJ, pararescue. Did you know?
Yeah.
He's an airman, Air Force. When Navy
Crazy
SEALs,
motherfuckers.
Green Berets, and these special forces, they call pararescue. That motherfucker, do you know what they call pararescue school? They call it Superman school. It's 2 years long. By default, he's also a nationally recognized paramedic. And he can kill just as easily as he can save a life. He's probably one of the most skilled motherfuckers in the MCU. So he's out of anybody you pick to be legit, if you're saying that he's a PJ, that motherfucker is legit as fuck.
He's a soldier. That's why I don't write off Sam for that reason. He don't need super soldier serum. I give him more credit because he out there without the super soldier serum and still doing all that shit with people who got the serum and superpowers and shit like that. He's still out there with him, because I don't think of Batman any less when he out there running next to Superman. No, Batman get respect, but Falcon getting shit on because he put on a different costume one day.
And you know the melanation thing, you know.
Yeah, the melanation is a factor. So, you know, they want to grade on a curve.
Like Black Captain America.
But that's why I debunk that argument about, it should have been Bucky. Why would it? It shouldn't have been Bucky. Bucky's a war criminal, nigga. He killed Americans. He should never be American. He should have never had to add the costume on, because he don't represent them goddamn ideals. I don't give a fuck what he went into the military for. We know what happened to him. If you're gonna give him a pass on that shit, then you need to shut up about Sam.
Then if you're gonna give him a pass, you got to give Red Skull a pass.
Might as well.
I mean,
if he came back tomorrow and said, "No, I believe in the American way," no, you don't.
You lying motherfucker.
You lying motherfucker. Weren't you there when Black Widow got thrown off a cliff?
If anything, even though when Steve returned all the gems, Steven Rogers, son of a bitch, when he but I think that Bucky's story should be the story about permanent redemption. Because it makes sense. But god damn it, maybe I didn't go to the right college or I didn't go to the right school, but I think we can make better movies than just sitting on a toilet than these motherfuckers for 2 years.
Possibly. I think you read enough comics to actually craft a decent synopsis of a fucking story. You can probably write a better outline for what would be a movie.
And you can drink
climax and fight scenes than what you're seeing most of the time in this shit.
And you can think critically about the character too.
You could.
I mean, you got to think about it. Like, what really breaks my heart is every time you see a black character on screen. You got Black Panther, but what you really got, if you really philosophical think of it, you got Black Panther at home. I've said this before, but people said I love the Black Panther movie. I said I did too, but there's parts I really hated. One of the parts was you basically did the equivalent of giving Superman all his powers, but the number one power Superman's known for is his what?
Strength.
His godlike strength, and you give it to Lois Lane. That's what you did with Shuri. You gave something that I was like, oh shit, I want to see his ingenuity. And she's the one cooking up all the shit.
Well, that's why I wouldn't want to see Blue Marvel in the MCU, because you realize Adam Bashir is as smart or smarter than Black Panther, than T'Challa.
They're peers.
Outside of having more power in a power sense wise than him. Way stronger, way more intelligent.
He would be literally the most powerful character in the MCU.
Most powerful character in the MCU, fuck the century. And he would be sitting up here having conversations with people like when they introduced Reed and how smart he's supposed to be. Dr.
They
Doom.
can't have that.
They couldn't.
Dr. Doom respects Blue Marble.
This is why I say that the whole argument about Sam Wilson being Captain America and shitting on Captain America 4, it's not about Sam Wilson. It ain't even about the Captain America fucking costume at all. It's about having a black man be the ideal that other heroes are supposed to be looking up to and following.
Cannot
They
have
don't.
that. They can't have it.
You cannot have that ideal because
Terrified.
instead of having Sam, you would rather have Bucky. So you can have that ideal. And if you think about that, all the shit that Bucky did after he was, Winter Soldier for a long time, Bucky know he don't want that role.
Mm-mm.
That's why he wasn't mad when old Cap gave Sam the shield. He wasn't sitting there pissed, oh, nigga, why you doing that? I was your friend first. He wasn't saying that shit. He knew what he did. No,
he agreed with him.
Yeah, you agree. Yeah.
Why do you think he rode with him to get that motherfucker back?
Exactly.
Bucky
Bucky ain't worried about that shit. Why are you worried about it?
Bucky's the motherfucker you sent, and I love the way they wrote him. They retconned him. When Cap was kicking ass, it was Bucky who was doing the wet works.
Yeah.
Yep. Bucky was
Bucky in the back, sniping motherfuckers.
Bucky knocked out Agent and still dropped the shield to Sam while he was unconscious.
Mm-hmm. You don't want the shit.
He doesn't want it. He knows that it's funny how people shut down comics to be a childlike endeavor, but comics always showed you what people really were. But like people forget, Superman, Captain America, and all them people fought the Nazis before we did.
Mm-hmm.
They were one of the galvanizing forces.
Like I said, Stan Lee was in the military, and what did he do in the military? He did propaganda stuff.
He did propaganda. He was in PSYOPs.
He did propaganda stuff. Him, Dr. Seuss, and Frank Capra. That's what they did.
Yep, man.
And one of the things that they doing was not having you losing to no goddamn Nazis.
No.
Yeah.
And
gave you image symbols that embody that American spirit to them.
And you got to realize when this is the thing, and I know it from being a veteran myself, and it's very heartfelt. That's why when I talk to every Veterans Day, I love sitting next to old veterans, the old World War II veterans who are still around, the Vietnam veterans like my dad. Tell me your story.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me your story. And you should see their eyes light up because somebody really wants to hear their story. That's why one day I'm going to have somebody interview me to tell my story so people can hear it. And I want them to ask me whatever questions they want to ask. Why? Because as a black man, hey, artisan, tell me how it was when you were going through being a journeyman.
Mm-hmm.
How it was when you were a young father.
Your fatherhood. That's the thing that I think, especially here on YouTube, what I like to hear. That's why I say I like to hear everybody. I believe everybody has a story to tell. And if you can hear it, if you actually show them that you actually give a fuck to hear it, because most people don't. A black man's story is not one that we get to tell often because nobody gives a fuck enough to ask us about it.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't care to hear it. So in the Marvel sense, like we're talking about with the Sam Wilson story of being Captain America, when does he get to tell his story? One movie, and you're going to swap him out and get it back to the white boy? So you don't actually care about hearing his goddamn story because where else would you hear it? Y'all worried about him preaching at you. If that's his fucking story, that's his fucking story.
Exactly.
Listening to you preaching at me, you just didn't say the same words he said.
Maybe you need to hear it. Maybe
you
need
do,
to realize,
obviously.
Maybe you need to realize that shout out to Mr. Z. My black people are the most Americans. We believe you're going to give us justice when we know goddamn well in our hearts how much injustice we see.
You've already seen, but you know what? You might do some justice by this. If I just fight in this war, they'll respect me a little bit more.
Yeah,
well, that's a story. Sam Wilson, Captain America, can actually relate to you motherfuckers, isn't it? Because he has fought. the character has fought in a war, and he is getting disrespected for being Captain America, even within the MCU. So that would be a story I'd be really interested to hear, at least for one movie.
Let him tell his shit. Let him speak.
Sure. Chris Evans got 3 movies as Captain America. Anthony Mackie, this is the first one. They were already ready to switch his ass back out for what? He ain't did shit.
And the
We only
sad
got
thing-
pieces of his old story. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is, Mackey's a much more accomplished actor.
He is
way more. Yeah.
Hey, let's not forget too. Man, they don't want that image too to be shown. The testament of that is Jonathan Majors.
Well, yeah, because that was the thing with having an overly powerful character in the MCU, and it's not no white dude, it's a black dude. That's why I didn't have I'm throwing that character away so quick.
Hey, Artisan. So, last question, then I'll drop.
No, because I got 3 questions for you. So go ahead.
You said Chris Evans' movie career. You think he's like is tanking, or is it tanking?
What was Chris Evans' career before he got Captain America? Was he that beloved actor like that? No. His career went back to what it was when he wasn't in the MCU, which means you've seen him in some stuff, but nothing stands out. Nothing major. So he needs to go back to Marvel because his political opinions got him in some hot water right now. So he need to be able to pull a check from somewhere. And if Marvel want to pay him, he's going to take that check.
What BGS say? I got nowhere else to go.
I got nowhere else to go.
You know what? That's a good point because he's been in a bunch of different things with other actors and actresses.
He got a movie out right now. Name it. Not everybody else. I'm just like Dr. Dunbar. He's in the movie right now. What's the movie?
Isn't that with he's in something with The Rock or something like that? Or
now y'all understand why I asked him that question and you hear the answer, right? He's like,
yeah.
What the? Yeah, exactly. That's where he is now in his career. Motherfuckers barely recognize that. Oh wait, he's in something. Yeah, he ain't starring in it, is he? He riding along with The Rock. Nigga, this ain't Fast and the Furious. What the fuck you doing?
With a bad New York accent.
You saw that Lightyear shit, didn't you? No? Yeah, nobody did. That was him too.
Hell no.
Yeah, no, nobody saw that shit.
Nope.
All right, fellas.
No,
Peace
I've
out.
got 3 questions for you, motherfucker.
Okay. I'm on my low quality phone. I hope I'm not giving y'all feedback. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, I can still hear myself. It's good. Are you watching Dune Prophecy?
Am I watching what?
Dune Prophecy.
Not is it on right now? No, I'm not.
Okay. So that means, have you seen Craven?
I've heard it's bad. I'm curious to see it, but I've heard it's so bad that
sounds like no. Are you watching Skeleton Crew?
Man, I'm getting exposed here. Charles, help me out. Andre, help me out.
I didn't see it either, nigga.
Can't help you.
Yeah. Artisan, I'm shooting blanks here, man.
Okay.
I got a 3-week vacation. I can catch up on stuff.
You can. It'll be crap. Okay.
I got a question too, Dr. Dunbar.
Okay.
Could you make me the super soldier clear? I got a movie to see.
Charles, you're already a super soldier. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
them big old arms and.
You need a blood sample so we can start mixing this shit up.
I will tell you this, Artisan. Sometimes I sit here and I watch the old footage of the old Bill Bixby Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
I still love that shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's moving in slow motion and he's sitting there growling at people, and David Banner's getting thrown over ledges, and his eyes turn green just like Andre's right there. Andre, you ever watched the original Hulk series?
Well, his eyes are green for another reason.
Yeah. When he starts turning into the Hulk, he gets green eyes like the ones you have up there.
Yeah, those are yellow.
Those are yellow.
If you didn't watch Super Show,
That's from Supercell.
Yeah, you gotta watch Supercell to get that and them yellow eyes.
His
But
eyes.
you would be
his
into
eyes-
that shit because it's a realistic, it's a photorealistic reason why black folks would develop superpowers because it's tied to the sickle cell gene. That a rare percentage of people with that sickle cell gene, that's mostly in black folks, develop powers. I was like, oh, well, there's another way to do mutants.
No, that's how Andre's eyes are green because of the Canadian weed.
Should they be red there?
Well, artist, now that you've exposed my half-ass fandom, I'm going to drop down.
That's not exposing your half-ass fandom.
I know, man. You guys have a good night.
You too, Dr.
Peace.
All right, take care now. Peace.
Good bar, done bar.
We gotta go to the cigar lounge. I think I might go to DC to his neck of the woods when I get a couple of fundages. Hopefully, I do my show tonight. Well, I'm gonna drop my son off to his mom's house, and I'll be back on to do my show. And we're gonna have fun today. We're gonna talk some shit. We're gonna talk about, not all men are equal. Not everybody's equal, man. And I think that's a horrifying thing for a lot of people because they don't realize that, like we talked about earlier, there's so many people who have knowledge and other skills that there's no room to be narrow-minded.
No.
There's no room to be. You should be. And it's funny, right? You look at guys like T'Challa. You can blow up my screen. I love the artist. I forget what his name is, but he made this. And I actually met him at BlurCon and bought that. That's T'Challa with the sword of goddamn omens.
Yeah, that looks like McGinnis.
I forget who it is.
It's not McGinnis. It looks like it. It says it right there by his arm. I can't read that though.
It's not McGinnis. It's Marcus Williams.
Marcus Williams.
Yeah, I met him. I actually bought that from him at BlurCon, and it's funny because you look at T'Challa, you look at Blue Marvel, you look at Icon. Icon's a fucking lawyer, so he has a JD. You look at all these black characters. Even Panthro was the engineer, and he was the strongest, the smartest, and he was a master of fighting arts. So he had to be brilliant in many different areas.
Mm-hmm.
And when they come to film, they always got to take something off.
Yep.
Take something
always
off.
Produce them.
They have to flatten them in some way. Yeah.
Yeah, they always reduce them in a way just to lessen them. That's why I said once people started getting really wise to who Blue Marvel was, they reduced him. Once Captain Marvel was out there and Brie Larson's movie sucked so bad that people was actually getting into who was Captain Marvel and the woman Captain Marvel, they start reducing Monica Rambeau a lot. Reduced her power set and shit like that. It's like, that's bull crap, dude. They do that shit to pad y'all shallow egos. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, not the black folks up here, but
that's basically what they. That's basically the definition of what they call nerfing.
Yep.
Yeah.
What nerfing means?
Textbook.
A textbook nerf, and make it soft so the other person can shine a little bit more. Because if you ever talked to me and thought that John Stewart was the first Green Lantern and the first female Captain Marvel was Brie Larson or what's her name? Fucking Veers. I'm tired. You obviously know that you were raised on television and don't actually read this shit. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about at all.
Yeah.
So. Oh yeah, and
speaking
of reading it, Captain America did go through his no serum phase. I used to call it the say no to drugs phase, but he got tired of getting beat up by Crossbones and Bullseye and all these mid-rank characters, so he got that shit put back in. But it was a nice little say no to drugs message.
Well, he lost it for a while. In recent years, during All New, All Different, for a while, he lost it too. He got old. He was running around with the old school shield and shit like that. He didn't have the super soldier in him anymore. It ran its course or some shit, and he got it back. So it happens at times, but for me, I like the question from Dr. Dunbar. I know where it comes from, but I don't have a problem with Sam Wilson being Captain America for a movie. I do think it's a slight to Anthony Mackie to bring Chris Evans back. That's why I said if you're gonna bring him back, he better be Captain Hydra, because it's kind of fucked up to do that to Mackie. It's kind of fucked up to do that to Mackie and not give him that chance, because the movie getting reshot ain't got nothing to do with him whatsoever. That has nothing to do with him. That is all studio-based delays and bullshit. So bringing Chris Evans back looks like, oh, well, we know we can't sell it off him. That's not his goddamn fault. That's your fault. That's your fault. Anthony Mackie has starred in other movies. As far as I remember, he got one coming out recently that I put up on here. The one, that Elevation or whatever it was called, with the aliens and shit like that. Yeah, he's a star of that shit. It does look like he getting the backseat to these white chicks, but he is a star of that shit. With Mina Baccarin and shit.
Mackie had a funny little Christmas movie with Seth. Can't remember what his name is. It's actually pretty funny. And but Mackie has been silently protesting this stuff because he been running around with that Cosby shirt on lately, doing interviews. The one that Denise made. And that's the only reason I can think of him doing that shit. He's protesting them bringing Cap back, and that shit is horrendous.
It's horrendous. I would think that any outward protest that he would give is probably because he got some money tied up in the success or failure of this film and what he has going forward. Bringing Chris Evans back fucks up his contracts, fucks up Mackie's contracts possibly. That's why he would have a problem with it. If it didn't affect his money in any kind of way, I don't see him complaining about it very much. But it's to make half a step forward to go 2 steps back. You didn't give him what he should have earned right now, which is a decent solo movie. He couldn't even give Scarlett Johansson a decent solo movie. As much as I might have liked it, it wasn't that good. I enjoyed it because I like seeing women go hard in a fight, throwing each other all over the place, and it's 2 chicks going at it. That was kind of fun. And what's her name? Yelena Belova, my little British crush. She looked cute. She got a nice ass. Sue me. But otherwise, it wasn't that damn good of a movie. It wasn't. Peace, Matt. Peace, Mr. Matt. So, final thoughts, and I'm gonna close this out. This is 8 hours of screen time. I think I had 8 hours left on StreamYard. I'm gonna have to upgrade my fucking storage on now, because I still got to do another hour for what is this episode?
It's 8 hours, but I'm gonna still share it.
58 minutes. I appreciate that. No, I got another 2 hours to do because I got to do another hour and a half to do. I got an hour's worth of Dune Prophecy to watch, and then probably 30 minutes for a review. So Patreon getting some love too.
You could split the stream up, you know what I mean, to where make each of them 4 hours, you know, or something like that.
No, I leave it full. I do that shit on purpose because if somebody sat through all of my content, the whole stream, to pick out the parts that they want to use somewhere else, maybe they watched the whole fucking stream. Maybe I had to go back and do it a couple more times. Fine. Makes my numbers bigger. I like those watches. Motherfucker, make you search for the shit. I'm not going to give it to you in a 10-minute burst. Let you pick off of it and run away.
I mean, but one can take this as like, you know, in the same as with Rob shit, you know what I mean, that one can take this as making one into a comic book expert, because so much knowledge was given about characters that people know of and people didn't know of, you know, so this was very fruitful.
In a sense, I think we share most of our opinions on stuff more than just wrote what's written down on Wikipedia about what this character is or is not. I just see that's how I share, and when we have these panels, what we share about our knowledge. We're not sitting here reading from a script, not reading from stuff that you can verbally look up right at that moment and read it verbatim for yourself. Where you're sharing experiences from reading this material and knowing this character and sharing our thoughts. That's what cannot be replicated. That is what's not on a Wikipedia or Google search. Like you saw Dr. Dunbar ask me some out of the blue questions. I didn't know what those questions were. He asked me a question. I gave him an answer in less than 1.2 seconds from the dome about that character, about the situation. It wasn't something I had been sitting here thinking about. I needed a week and to confer to other people to figure out what I thought about that shit. No, I told you right then. Not everybody does that shit. I don't see it. And I don't see them having the ability to, unless they have a strong opinion for themselves about this shit. Otherwise, you still hear the same rote shit coming out of one person's mouth, out of the next person's mouth, like they're sucking the same dick.
Hell no.
So, but that's just me. So, like I said, a lot of the stuff, you don't have to believe it, you don't have to take it, but I have opinion based on my knowledge of this stuff. Like Charles put out there, reading this shit for damn near 40 years at this point. I don't look at it like that, but if I did, yeah, it's been a lot of fucking decades invested in this shit before I was ever on YouTube, before there was any money ever made out of any of this stuff, because I don't make a hell of a lot of money on this stuff. I've done it because I've loved it and I care about it. And I was so incensed with how it was going at a point. I did want to talk about it just to correct what I saw was me in errors with people jumping up here talking about shit that I clearly know they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know this material. Nothing current, and they got a scattered knowledge of the past. I don't. That's it. That's what I brought. That's what I saw as my contribution, just to correct this shit. But that's why I also say that geekdom as a whole is what I talk about. I don't talk about this one thing because I'm not. I see it all. So I talk about it all. And if I don't know, I'll tell you flat out. I don't know anything about that because I don't have my ego wrapped up in it like that.
Yeah, that's real talk, man.
It's just what it is. So final thoughts. Charles dipped out of here before saying goodbye. So we'll give Charles a woo. Yeah. Calling me light.
Well, may the Most High bless you and yours, bro, and I appreciate it. And yes, y'all, and even though this may be a long stream, you know, to those of y'all listening and for the replay tribe, but it's very worth it. You know, there's so much value in it, and so many life values you can take from this. So appreciate it, bro. Thank you for having me on. Peace and blessings to you all, and thanks to those, and God bless those who also hopped on. So.
Well, appreciate it. Yeah, the panel for coming up. I would say the easiest way to watch a long stream, if you're not accustomed to watching long streams, you watch this shit an hour a day. That's when I look for content during the week to watch. You know what I'm looking for? Long content. Why? Because I work with my fucking hands all day. I don't have time to keep pulling out my goddamn phone and switching to another thing and looking for another thing to watch and another thing to watch. I'm not sitting at a computer all day.
Hey, what will help them get through it, bro? Turn the damn stream up 2 times speed.
Yeah, people do that shit, but that to me that means you ain't really paying attention because you're just looking for speed bumps, looking for things to talk about. You're not really paying attention to the shit. You're just breezing through it. Like trying to get to an easy mode where you don't have to spend the time to develop that knowledge and see where the conversation went and follow the conversation as it evolved, devolved, got off track, back on track, whatever. You're just trying to speed through it. So to say, yeah, listen to it. It's just like a cheat to me. Like I said, long form content is analog. It's not digital. Digital is jump from moment to moment. Analog content is, if I sat down and listened to this motherfucker play the piano, I'm gonna listen to him play the piano. I'm not gonna tune in every minute and a half or whatever and see what he played and say I heard the whole performance. But that's just the way I understand the shit. But everybody got their own opinions. What you got, Ray? Got all the R's up here. 2 A's and 2 R's.
All right. I missed the Craven part of the, of the stream. Only real bad thing I got to say about that, they messed up one of my villains that I actually liked.
Was it the Rhino again?
No, it wasn't Rhino. It was the other one. I don't want to do the spoilers. I know you don't like the spoilers, but
yeah, I haven't seen it. So
yeah, but it's a guy that he got introduced. Only reason I knew about him because he got introduced with Sabretooth, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And I ended up liking him. But everybody pretty much said, "Just get drunk and go watch the movie, and you'll enjoy the movie."
The theater I would go to watch it does not serve alcohol.
You can drink in the car right before you get in. I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep in the theater.
That's what we used to do.
True.
But
I got too spoiled to go into theaters that will serve you alcohol at the concession stand.
What the hell, motherfucker? You ever had the little bottles and put them in your pocket? What the fuck?
They check in some theaters. They
sound like too much like having to act like a kid. Like I gotta sneak shit in. Like,
bro,
why don't you just serve me a drink? I'll walk in the theater with this shit. I'll have to pretend like I'm sneaking in, like I'm doing something dangerous. Like,
yeah.
I got too used to the speakeasy style.
Oh yeah, and also I was talking to Aquateki on another stream in the chat.
Aqua.
Yeah. I was like, I got a replacement for your the Power One video.
Oh, here we go.
It's one that's been circulating, and it's called, women are doing something in the class called pelvic floor exercises.
I might have seen it if it's that Russian chick.
Is it the one? And that's the ones where they got 2 little bottles on the floor.
Oh, they suck the fluid out. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. I said that would be a good add-on or replacement for the Power Mini.
Maybe.
Because I was like, if I ever walk past any of them classes, I'm gonna have to. I might walk out with a wife or 2 or something, man. I
sent that shit to a couple of females I knew and put the caption on there. I said, "This is what you call pelvic control."
Yes.
And they got offended, which they probably should have.
Eagle on 14,000.
They should have got offended because this is what that shit looks like.
Yeah.
Be mad at me because I'm teaching you shit to make your stuff better.
Yeah.
I don't carry that shit around all day.
Why my man cheating with an ugly chick? Because she can do this.
Because she got the kung fu grip. What's the kung fu grip? It ain't just a joke, baby. It's not just a joke.
Nope.
Why don't you take these 2 balls and carry them around for a day and tell me what you know about some Kiko control? Just saying. Make it fun for the man you with. If it ain't me, somebody else. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
Simple stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all I want. I probably, because like I said, that Craven, people are shitting on it, but I mean, it is what it is. Try to look at it from a child's mind. All of it ain't just for the adults. It's for the kids. The kid will have fun with it. Just they like CGI. They like the little the live action CGI Lion King. So it shouldn't be no problem watching Craven for them. They in it, but yeah. And Red 1 2, same thing. It's a nice little Christmas watch. It's a nice little Christmas watch. You can watch it with your kids. Ain't no sexual crap in there or nothing.
Yeah. I heard people calling it the worst Christmas movie ever. I said, what?
No. Christmas movies are notoriously bad.
Exactly. I thought that was part of the cheese factor of that shit. Yeah.
That's supposed to be cheesy. It's like I said, it's like the Grinch with a bad New York accent. That's what Chris Evans gets turned into, and
you know, The
I don't even
Rock
like
is
the Grinch one. I don't even like the Grinch. Like the Jim Carrey, the Grinch Stole Christmas. I never watched that shit. It looked too
yeah.
creepy. I know the
Yeah,
Grinch Stole Christmas story. I just didn't watch the Jim Carrey version. I don't like Jim Carrey.
Yeah, him and that makeup was him and that makeup was creepy. Shit, I keep posting up shit where people are actually dressing up like the Grinch and stealing their kids' Christmas presents and shit. It's funny as hell to me.
I saw that trailer. A friend of mine sent me that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Ran in there and stole the whole damn tree, running outside and shit, traumatizing the kids and shit. Like, bro, what did you do? Funny, but god dang.
One of them dudes tackled that tree like Rasputia on Norbit.
Yes.
He just wham, he flew through the air. Like, what the hell?
What the hell? Ran off with that shit out the
Ran
door.
off with the tree, and them
Kids
kids
were chasing after his ass, yelling and screaming. I'm like, you'll just traumatize these kids for life, dude. They're gonna need therapy.
I know. But it's that's part of the fun part of being a parent to little kids. You can do that shit. Like, I got so many traumatizing stories I did to my ex's daughter, but it's all in good fun. I mean, I served them green eggs and ham one morning because they had.
Well, that's not even traumatizing. That's just a fun thing to do.
Yeah, but I was bored and I had food coloring though. I mean, it's.
I think I did that with my daughter. I think we did the green eggs and ham thing, or they did it at school or something like that. It's food coloring. It don't matter. It don't even taste like shit. But thank you, Rain. I'm gonna go ahead and get Ray and Andre. Andre been way quiet for a long time, which means he's not even here.
You'll probably step down.
Yeah, just
I'll
like
catch y'all next week.
All right, Rainfire. Appreciate it, sir. Catch us next week. He throwing axes. What you got, Ray?
Well, between tonight and tomorrow, I'll be doing my stream on Superman and Lois. So, and then others too, I'm going to cover because, like I said, and as you already know, I'm watching so many shows already between Hollywood and Japanimation.
You and me both. I ain't got nothing but videos to have to make and finish for my vacation. And 5 days off, and I can see 3 of them being taken up with trying to finish videos and put them out before the end of the year. Aside from stuff that I watched as new, it's like, oh, yeah, I got 2 reviews I should do on Jamie Foxx and Carry On. I should be doing reviews on that. I actually want to do a review on this Abyss movie because I thought it was that damn good that people should watch something from some other damn country. Like, that's 3 right there. That's just new shit, just from yesterday.
I think I came across that title, The Abyss, in my movie.
Not James Cameron, but 2023 Abyss, Avant-Garde, or however the fuck you say it. I keep saying it that way because it sounds fun to me. But yeah, it's on Netflix. You look up The Abyss on Netflix, you'll find that movie about that fucking town that got swallowed up in that mine. Shit.
Oh damn.
Yeah, that's some scary shit.
So it's one of those like unique, peculiar scenarios that we really haven't seen yet. That's basically intriguing and.
Well, the phenomenon happens all over the world, which I find really disturbing in a way, which is you have these massive sinkholes and shit like that. Like the last ones that we would have heard about, I think they were in Chile or something like that. Massive sinkhole just opened up in the middle of fucking town. Half a apartment building and shit like that just all fell into this fucking hole in the ground all of a sudden. Where does it come from? Why did it happen?
Ooh. Where does it come from? Why happened? Oh, so
it looks like a fake. It looks like a fake. If you look at it, there's an aerial picture of it. It looks like a fake picture. It's not a fake picture. It's actually real, right? It's a real phenomenon that happens. Well, in this movie, this happens, but it's near the site of this mine that they've dug in Sweden for steel and stuff like that. It's based on a true story, right? They just did their little dramatization of it. And what happens is over a day at this time, this area where they've been mining and this shit is having tremors, and they moved the whole town to get it out of there. This whole city. Well, one of these days, they hadn't moved everybody yet. This shit happened. And that whole town, half of that town went under in this goddamn sinkhole. So that's what the story is basically about, the men and women around this shit, which is interesting, which is why I say it's an interesting story of connections in there outside of this dramatic, which would be disaster type of movie situation. There's some interesting story on relationships in there as well. But it's from Sweden, so it's dubbed over in English, which is why I like yeah, which is why I like Netflix. I like seeing other people's country shows and stuff like that. I don't mind the dubbing part because I've watched fucking anime. When it was good dub or shitty dub, I've watched it. So I don't necessarily need to see the English. I can put the English subtitles on and just listen to their language because I like people's languages. But I'll still get the story. Right. But I thought it was interesting. It won a bunch of awards over in their countries for special effects and some other shit. I thought it looked shitty in some spots. And I did want to smack they fucking grown ass children. But white folks in a whole nother country. They do not have my sensibility. Like, you need to punch that little bit.
I'm the same way. I kind of like to hear the British, accent, with chicks and shit in certain films, over there in their country.
I love British accents on chicks. Black chick, dark skinned chick with a British accent is sexy as fuck to me. Sorry. So it got me chasing after fucking what's her name? Hawking. Just for seeing her ass in Moon Knight. Like, who the fuck is that? I need to find out about her.
Sexy. Bull, I know what you mean, bull. Especially too if they have like the even tone.
Saffron Hawking. Okay, so this is the trailer for this shit. Let's see if I can get a fair use. Probably not. But this is The Abyss on Netflix. I will cut this shit out after this. But just so we can get to it and get this done, because I gotta go to the fucking bathroom. Let's do that. That's still in the way. Okay, we'll do that. So this is the 2023 Abyss on Netflix, and the actual Swedish name is something else, but it means the abyss. So this is it. Where are you?
Vad gör du här redan? Ja, men sa vi inte kvällståget?
Surprise. Jag har saknat dig. Hej. Jag tar nog väntar utanför.
Tagen
vid Benjos. Den gamla. David Jobi. Den nya.
Divorced.
Vad händer i gruvan?
Det var ett ras, men det är inga skadade så.
Varför måste du ner till rädda människor där? Ingen känner berget som Frigga.
Håll dig lugn. Hur många är kvar där nere?
108 arbetare och 4 från räddningsstyrkan. Vad är det här för ställe?
Det här är vad som händer med Kiruna om vi inte flyttar stan. Vi måste evakuera. Vi har en stor jävla förkastning rätt under Kiruna. Kiruna kommer rasa.
That scene was I'm a gluten. I'm like I'm German and shit. February out already. February 16th. Must have been February.
Well, I was
16th.
sitting here watching it, bro, like it was the full episode. You hear me? Damn. Okay.
Yeah, it's a movie. So it's only, it's just a movie. So you
I'm
tune
definitely
out.
intrigued. That reminded me of that one TV show where the people got lost, didn't know they was trying to find out like how they missed all these years, when they got on that plane, that flight from, I think it was from Jamaica or somewhere, and they was making their way back to America. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about, because they got that one actor in there that's played in a bunch of different roles.
Yeah, they fucking got abducted by aliens. They got brought back and like, what the fuck? Missing time. Well, what was it, 15 years or something like that?
Yeah, man. I was like, damn, just I like. Don't you like shit like that, man? That has you such in wonder. You know what I mean? And just
Yeah. If you
you live.
watch there's something else I watched on Netflix, I just remembered it. I watched the Manhattan Abduction, and it was about Bud Hopkins' book that he wrote, Witnessed, and about this woman that got abducted in New York, in Manhattan, and people saw it. Her floating outside her window and shit like that, getting abducted by a spaceship. I like shit like that. And it was a true story. It happened in '89, right? So the series, it's a limited series. It's only 3 episodes of that shit. And what it is Bud Hopkins' ex-wife going through that stuff. And basically she's trying to debunk that whole case, thinking that the woman made it up or whatever. And I remember hearing about this shit. So if you watch it, you'll see clips from the 80s, early 90s where this chick was on Oprah and Geraldo and Ricky Lake and shit like that, talking about these experiences. And Bud Hopkins, because I've read one of his books on UFO abductions and stuff like that, bringing these people forward after doing this regressive hypnosis on them to get them to remember this shit that happened to them. It's kind of eerie. It's kind of eerie and will fuck you up a little bit thinking about that kind of stuff. But it's entertaining in a way that if you take it as most of this stuff is real and it's real people, right? And things happen out there in the world. They just do. Whether you believe they aliens from another universe or human beings from the future coming back into the past, like fucking with us or whatever, it's stuff happens to people. And at the point where you can debunk some of this shit or believe some of this shit is all completely up to you. But it's interesting, like Charles was talking about with the war vets, hearing their story. And then you decide what you want to believe. Because I can tell you this, that movie, The Fourth Kind that came out, which is based on an actual event, and it mixes in theatrics with the actual video and shit, that's fucked. That shit will set you off. I told you for a while I saw this shit as a grown ass man. It was in my 30s. I wasn't sleeping with the blinds open for a while because if I saw anything sitting outside in the tree, I was gonna have a fucking freak out or something. It wasn't cool. That shit was not cool because some of the real footage was not cool. Like something fucking happened. You can say whatever the hell you want to about it. Something the fuck happened. So
That kind of reminds me of Metal Gear, though, how they mix shit with real live events, you know, the pictures and shit too, and videos. That kind of like reminds me of that when you said that.
Yeah, but this is some of the things that makes good writing funny because if you do, like one of the games I never finished that because it was kind of freaking me out a little bit was the Shadow Man on the Nintendo 64 game. And what it does is it mixes New Orleans, Shadow Man, Loa, voodoo shit together with real world Jack the Ripper, all the rest of the stuff who he was working for, devil, all this kind of stuff. They mixes all that stuff together in the story of Shadow Man. That shit was creepy because it was really good. And it has enough real world fed into it that you could see this shit making sense and being all together. Like, I was raised kind of Christian. That shit was bothering me a little bit.
Oh, yeah, of course. I had to cast down certain games, bro. There's one guy I follow this one gaming channel, and I kind of got him about it, man. I'm like, bro, you got a little daughter too, man. You don't want to be playing shit, man, where you be opening up doors and shit. This motherfucker, because I seen the whole Ouija board popped up in this motherfucker's game that he was playing. I'm like, but fuck all that shit. A whole Ouija board? Oh no, a Ouija board puzzle? Fuck you.
No, they got into it at one point where, it was Jack the Ripper, basically it got to the point where it was Jack the Ripper was actually hired by the devil. And he didn't call himself the devil. He called himself Legion because we are many. If you read the Bible, you know what the fuck that means, right? So he was basically responsible for bringing souls to him. And as a shadow man, you go between the real world and the underworld. So you're trying to solve this mystery going between the real world and the underworld. As shadow man, you out there. So you're fighting demons and all kind of supernatural shit while you're in the underworld, and then dealing with them in the real world too, because in the real world you got somebody in there fucking, killing people, doing these murders for, people downstairs. It was trippy. The sound effects was trippy. The visuals were fucked up.
One game that kind of creeped me out too, though, bro. I was like, it was on. I think the
Serial killers and voodoos was the easiest way to explain it. Yeah, serial killers and voodoo. And we fucking with both of them.
was Doom, DOOM, Doom.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it was Doom 64, and the Doom on the first Xbox. Now that one, yeah, where you like really fighting in hell and shit. I was like, yeah. But then again, no, I got older. I got more tolerant. I got more spiritually strong because it's funny because then again, later on, way later on the 360 and so on, I beat it both of the Castlevania games, Castlevania Lords of Shadow 1 and 2. The first one, I liked that one because at the end, motherfucker, I get to stump the devil's face in.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, this was one of the things that bothered me a little bit, set me off a little bit. That's all it was. It was rubbing too much with reality and not enough with the fantasy. But it was done really well because merging those two together was interesting. There we go. Let's see. Is there a trailer? God damn, I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay, this is the last one, and I gotta get out of here because I'm not pissing my pants for none of you motherfuckers.
I hear that shit.
All right, this is the Manhattan alien abduction.
They saw me hanging outside my window in a beam of light.
There were 23 witnesses. I thought it was a move. Special effects.
I don't know why they're keeping it from the public, but we're not alone.
It would become the greatest abduction case ever seen.
But was there any evidence that this thing had actually happened? I moved to Manhattan to make a film about the alien abduction with my husband, Bud Hopkins.
The existence of an extraordinary phenomenon demands an extraordinary investigation.
Bud believed that she was very incredible, and the audience loved her.
When people hear this, do they tell you you're nuts?
I'll tell you, Jay, I wish I was psychotic. At least there's treatment for that.
Linda is simply telling the truth. It's as easy as that.
She was pulling the wool over Bud's eyes.
How could she say the things she said after what my family and I went through?
Real woman.
One, we're going to end all this. Two, we're moving back now. You're not dying.
Three, you'd have to be a sociopath or a genius to commit a hoax like this.
To me, it began to seem almost too perfect.
After a while, I started to get paranoid. And not just about aliens.
This is mind-blowing.
How could Linda possibly be orchestrating this enormous hoax if that's what it is? How do we know what's real?
It's not easy to believe, let's face it. But these aliens, if they want you, they're going to get you.
I will continue to ask questions, Linda, and I won't stop doing that.
Bring it on.
So that's the woman. What ended up kind of fucked up in that in that documentary because I do like documentaries. My own thing on it is I think Bud Hopkins' ex-wife got close to him because she wanted some of that limelight, and she made her own movies off of that shit, and then she went in a different direction and tried to discredit him. Also, when she wasn't with his ass, so fucked up herself and tried to fuck up his legacy. But chicks do that kind of shit for their own notoriety. So whether it was real or fake or hoaxed or whatever, she had her own reasons for doing that, and I don't think it was just out of the goodness of her heart because she really cared about people. Bullshit. Women are self-motivated and self-interested first. That was for her. What's up, Amari? Diablo, never played it. Don't play it. White boys love it though.
Yeah, right.
Love that shit. I never played Diablo. Didn't have an interest. Shadow Man kind of put me off playing horror video games. I don't really care for them at all. It's not something I want to keep open to me like that all the time. But anyway, final thoughts. I got to go to the restroom, so I'm gonna get up out of here pretty quickly so I can go.
But nothing, just don't play Evil Within 1 and 2 then. So yeah, just let you know.
I never would. I hadn't even heard about it till you mentioned it. So you fine. You fine. What I do? Let's remove that one. There we go. Appreciate you, Ray. Oh. Andre is not speaking, so Andre is dropped down. And then there was one. So thank you guys for coming through. This has been the hero's journey. Today we took an 8-hour, 37 minutes on the journey, and that's fine. Like I say, I run this stream till it's over, and now it's over because I have to go, relieve myself. But we do this every Sunday, 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, where we will talk about geekdom, life, and everything in between. If you're watching, if you want to be part of the conversation next week, check out Dune Prophecy episode 5, Creature Commandos episode 4, Skeleton Crew episode, 4? It'll be 4. And maybe watch the Craven movie. I don't know. Some other shit coming out this week. Sonic 3. You can talk about that too if I go see it. But otherwise, I will see you guys next time. Oh, sorry. Before I say that, thank you to everybody who donated to the stream. Malika, Joe Herb, Swift, Beastly Nerd, Aquateke, Cyrus, Burke, Black Band, Lap the Swats, and Rainfire Designs. Appreciate you guys for supporting the stream. I really do. You make all of this happen. StreamYards will love you. And thank you to everybody who lent their voice to the panel. Beastly Nerd, Black Bane, Charles Faulkner Jr., Andre the Maple Leaf, Malika Me Bang. Damn, I can't write sometime. Mr. Matt, Chef Butter Biscuits, Dead Set Anime, Ray Hama, Dr. Dunbar, and Rainfire Designs. Appreciate you, brothers, for adding your voice to this conversation. You make it what it is. Yeah, it is an organic stream. It's always organic. It goes where it goes. It is a stream. So we'll go where it goes. I just try to keep it on the rails a little bit for people who come looking for me to talk about one topic, that I try to keep it there for a while before it gets diverted. So that being said, I will see you guys next time. If you're on my Patreon, I'll see you in about 10 minutes because I am going to watch this episode of Dune Prophecy, and then I will put it up on my Patreon. So I will see you guys and gals, the few of you that there is, next time. Peace.